英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the China DPC as we continue with this third and final tour of the 2021-2022 season, and as we continue seeing these Div 2 teams try and compete to elevate themselves into Division 1. Of course, we're going to be witnessing today Team Magma taking on YBB Gaming, and a matchup that is very, very important for many reasons, which we'll discuss in a minute. But on to the most important thing of the day. I'm with Lizard and Dragon Drop. Gentlemen, how are you this morning? Lizard, you've been away from home for a while. You know, you've been moonlighting elsewhere. Welcome back, fam.
Well, where have I been? I've been around. I've been at the same spot watching you guys. I've been with you in spirit.
Cheating on us.
What do you make
Europe?
What do you make with 2 sticks and a rope? Snare.
Let's hear 2 sticks in a rope. What could you possibly make with that?
What do you think, Dragon Drop?
I don't know, a trap of some sort, perhaps?
Maybe a snare?
Oh wow!
No. This joke, it needs to be left for Black. Like,
oh yeah.
There are no viewers, right? We're just starting. It's like our own little podcast that no one is watching at the moment. I solemnly swear that I will not be using this joke, but I'll give Black some hints because he's a dad. That guy is an actual dad. He needs
dad.
Yeah, he needs dad's jokes.
We need to give the dad jokes to Black later, but it's still good to see you, Lizard. Dragon Drop, you're rounding out our crew here with here again with the 6 a.m. gang, fam. It's early in the morning, but how are you feeling? And are you hyped for the day, fam?
Well, it's never too early for some Chinese Dota, and that's been true this entire time. So yeah, that's all I need. You know, wake up, get some coffee, get some Dota in me, and put it right into my veins there, and I'll be fine.
Right in the veins, and I'm excited for the day's Dota. And unfortunately, though, Lizard, with you being back, right, this is something that I'm very excited about. The main thing is that we're going to get 3 games. Without you, there's actually been some days where there's been 2 zeros, but I figured it out. You're the curse. You're the one that brings us the elongated Dota. So that means that we're guaranteed getting 3-hour games today. But of course, these are 3-hour games that are very important because it is Team Magma and YBB Gaming. Team Magma have only lost the 1 series, so they're still in contention for promotion. So they actually can't lose again because there's 4 teams around them, or 3 teams include around them, that could also compete for that same slot. But for YBB, Lizard, they're in the opposite side of the bracket here. They are looking bad. It's 0-3 at the moment. If they lose here, it's pretty much guaranteed relegation, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And can they win? Sure. Put the cat in a corner. She's going to fight her hardest, right? She'll defeat a pit bull or something. It doesn't matter. A bear, even, I've heard sometimes. Okay. That's how strong cats are. Maybe YBB is like that cat, right? Like you push it into a corner, it's gonna go ham. It's gonna go crazy. It's gonna pick some. Let me think. I'm not gonna say Meepo. I will not. It's gonna pick some Alchemist 5 with Aghanim Scepters, and it's going to make a lot of Axe Scepters to all heroes. And all the heroes are going to have amazing Axe build-ups. And Magma is just going to be confused. It will work.
I would say that idea is out there, but we've seen a handful of 5-position Alks these last few days. So
yeah, I know. It's not it's not the crazy. It's not the most out there idea. Yeah. Maybe some Broodmother Dragon Drop.
Oh god, yeah, Broodmother would be.
Oh gosh. Speaking of some of these cheesy heroes, did y'all see that game the other day with the Brewmaster played by CDC? It was game 1 of CDC versus IG. If you haven't seen that, please go and watch that Brewmaster, who literally solo carried a game by himself. It was kind of ridiculous to see. It does feel like that's the kind of thing that'll be necessary here for YBP Gaming. You have to go, like you said, Lizard, do something special. Go above and beyond the Call of Duty to figure out exactly how to win the game out. But on the other side, Dragon Drop, for Magma, it's not like they lack pressure either, right? Because if they lose, suddenly they're looking not so hot for promotion. they'll be 2-2. Still a lot of other squads around them that'll be either 2-1 or 3-1. And then suddenly you're thinking to yourselves, well, we've already lost some of these important matchups. We've already lost to a Team Fusion, for example. What are the odds we beat everybody else and they also drop series? Is that also law if you lose on Team Magma? Are you starting to fear not being able to promote anymore?
Well, if you asked me a couple of days ago, I would have given you a completely different analysis. But now I think Magma can see, we lost against Team Fusion, but Team Fusion was one of the teams that we pegged as one of the favorites to go through and be promoted. So it's like not ideal, because the other team that we looked at like that would be IG. But then 2 days ago, another open qualifier team that we did not have in our cards actually beat IG. So Magma, if they look at that and say, hey, if they can do it and we can do it as well, for sure, because Magma is certainly they have some higher power levels overall that they can rely on. So I think they can be quite confident here if they play this out properly, and this is certainly a must-win for YBB. But by the same token, like if CDC can beat IG, then YBB can certainly beat Magma here if the stars align, I suppose.
That must be so scary, does it, right? Being in this region, unlike any other region where you see this like open qualifier team and you can sort of relax a little bit, be like, it's chilled, take it easy. Here you actually have to focus and concentrate and study every single team, be at 100% all the time. It's exhausting, man, playing this in this Chinese region, but it's only getting more difficult as time goes on. Do you think that now, if you're one of the teams, right, is there any way to convince the teams to start relaxing a bit, because they still have to play in those grueling qualifiers that are coming not too long from now? Yeah.
Relax? Like that's let's look at it this way. When I was playing, we were always relaxed, and it wasn't good for us. So maybe these teams should definitely not be relaxed, and I don't think they are. But when it comes to knowing one another and knowing each other and all that stuff, it's hard to know every single team, because there hasn't been enough series played on this new patch still, right? You're all playing kind of the same meta. You're all trying to figure out what works best for each one of you, and that's it. Yeah, some teams definitely do have a sick Keeper of the Light player, or an insane Tiny, or a Viper spammer. You can ban those out. You can prepare a little bit. But I don't think that some massive thing is needed for every single team, right? Like long lost are the days of Meepo and Brood that we were talking about, and some lone druid on mid lane, right? That just wins the game and you can't deal with it. Those days are over. I feel like at least for now they are over. Maybe someone discovers a broken thing that a certain player only can play, but I think it's good as well for the quality of Dota, as you don't have to worry about these individual spammers, and if you don't have to worry about individual spammers, you don't have to worry about going ham and preparing for every single team and what they might pick, like some cookie cutter hero is going to come out from the left field.
That makes sense. Just being able to make sure that you get your head into the upcoming meta and in the game, not necessarily into specializations of other squads. But most teams right now do play a similar brand and similar style of Dota. And with that, gentlemen, we have an opening draft for ourselves. Team Magma versus YBB Gaming. Here's how it starts. And the most famous heroes that have been played in this last week, some of them are involved. No Marcy. There's Dawnbreaker, though, here, Lizard. And a DP. I'm honestly ecstatic. Yay! We love to see Chinese Death Prophet.
Look at that. I'm hungry, by the way. I just woke up. I took my coffee.
Yeah.
And, I didn't have any other food, but...
This is very unfair to have this one shoved in our face.
These stones.
They're just eating away.
Something here.
They just put...
gonna tilt the tunnel.
Did they just put his KDA there to cover the food? Don't cover it. It looks good. It looks like some chicken and some nice veggies inside as well. Some spinach. I like it. Do you like the mix of heroes, Drag and Drop?
Yeah, absolutely. Always gonna love the task, right? And always promises it always promises some high octane gameplay, and just gonna be rolling in, looking for kills left, right, and center. If that is in that 4 position, which I would assume at this point, Dawnbreak also picked up, of course. Dawnbreak a bit of a flex, but more often than not in this offlane, perhaps.
What do you think about the tattoo of the sinful soul? Look at that.
Damn, what?
That's fire, bro.
Yeah.
That's an incredible tattoo. Actually, I'm glad you brought it up before I did. That was some great drip over there. Honestly, not enough Dota players have tattoos. Not enough Dota talent has tattoos either. Wink, wink, gentlemen.
I'm not a tattoo guy. No.
There's B-Cop. B-Cop has like an Ursa on his shoulder. And
I think the only talent with like visible tats is like B-Cop. Ricky's got some. I've got some.
Do you?
Yeah. I've got some on my left arm, on my forearm.
Oh, I never noticed actually. You need to show that.
I'll show you when we come back.
To everyone when we come back. Yeah, but to all our dear Morning Riser viewers that are so serious about this game, let's analyze the draft a little bit. Like Dawnbreaker and Tusk on one side, decent, strong, nothing unconventional at all. Just 2 heroes that are being picked all the time. At the same time, from Team Magma, they go with a Nyx and a DP. DP.
Yeah. Is Nyx the Dawnbreaker counter? Because you can cancel Ultimate remotely, can't you?
Because of the Carapace?
Yeah. Isn't that how it works?
I think so. I think it should, right?
Yeah. I feel like I've seen that before and was like, oh my god, this is so good. Because that's normally a thing that Dawnbreaker is really good at these days. Just this global mobility, being able to just turn any sort of gank attempt around with the heal, the extra damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can stop that in its tracks, you just cancel out the entire hero, essentially.
And it's a problem, right? Like, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like, anything at all. You can't use your BKB before you ulti in. I mean, you can, but then you've lost like
so much
2-3 seconds of your BKB for nothing.
A lot of time being taken up just before you even get to the fights. There is still a possibility, if this wasn't YBB Gaming, I would say that they could run this, like, have the Dawnbreaker support and then go Tusk mid. Some other Chinese teams have done that, but I doubt it, given that it's YBB. So I'm expecting that it's going to be the Ionid Dawnbreaker, and then there's young support, Polison, Tusk, and then a plus 5 here for the Enchantress. On the other side, I love this hero that's come up now. I keep beefing with Neff about it, whether or not there should be a Warlock in the game. I feel like this hero is first pick, first ban material. It looks so good in half the games I see it. In this game, it's going to get an Aghanim shot, so an absurd amount of healing between that and the DP Spirit Siphon. Nobody on the side of YBB, at least right now, wants to be buying the super early Spirit Vessel, so you're going to have that heal going in your favor. Well, time for me to stop talking positively about Team Mag. GG, it's done.
So far, it looks like a decent Morphling game. When it comes to this Warlock, like, I already see a way of dealing with it, somewhat of a way of dealing with it. You put the Tusk on mid or safe lane, and you put Enchantress versus him, and you dispel the heals with the enchant. It's an option. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Ench will be a 5 on safe lane, but if they truly worry about him that much in the lane, they could do it. And
D-Stones will not play Tusk ever.
Yeah.
Like, the kind of player that he is normally. I don't think he's ever played Tusk in his history before.
Not a ton of mid players have played Tusk.
Right? Yeah, that's fair enough as well. That is true. And I was going to say that, like, usually the style of play that I see from D-Stones is much more traditional style, mid-lane carry. He'll play like some of these tempo controllers, the usual suite of heroes. I've never seen him do anything like bizarre outside of, there was a one Pudge game they had this season. And for me, like, it literally blew my mind. I was like, what's D-Stones on Pudge? That makes no sense. But for the most part, this team doesn't tend to do, or this player doesn't tend to do anything too out of the box in that fashion. What do you think, though, of this Queen of Pain in the mid lane, though? It's probably going to be matched up against the DP. Later on in the game, at the very least, it has some options of assaulting and killing heroes in the backline, but it's playing into already a Nyx Assassin Lizard.
I think there was a much better pick, in my opinion, and that's Alina. I feel that Lina was amazing here. You are still playing into a Nyx, but what can you do? Every hero that you pick, you're playing into a Nyx, and you need some burst versus that Morphling, and it's, I believe, better than Co-op versus DP. kind of similar, a bit better perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, Morphling, you can always turn into the Queen of Pain, get that blink. Whereas if you turn into Lina, yeah, you've got some good spells, but you don't have that instant escape. And there's a bit of a wind up to the Sonic Wave. You don't have a stun to set it up, so Morphling should have some time to start the shift, and that might be enough to keep him safe. So,
do you think this is a decent PL game, Drag and Drop, for YBB? I mean, PL is dead, but it's an option, perhaps.
I don't know. It's always quite vulnerable to Nyx Assassin as well. Like if you start off with a stun, you can follow up.
It's PL or CK, in my opinion. Like for YBB.
Yeah, I tend to like CK more if you're gonna go Illusion Heroes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's just a lot more. You can use them a lot earlier. I feel like PL needs a lot of time to ramp up, even with the cheaper diffusal blades and whatnot. You still need stats to really feel comfortable engaging into a fight.
Well, let's see.
I think there's a guarantee that we're going to get one of these heroes though, because...
It's MP instead, yeah.
MP. I thought they were going to definitely pick an illusion hero, given that they banned out this Brewmaster and Timber at the very end, but I suppose once you see them picking up Underlord, your appetite to pick PL diminishes significantly. Yeah. You're like, maybe not, I don't want to do this.
Exactly. I feel that not... Underlord... Like... This is a fun moment to analyze a little bit, because Underlord has so many layers to it, like this pick. It's not only good versus any illusion heroes that you would pick, like a PL, and builds naturally into them. It's a strong laner versus all of them. It's also pretty damn good versus Morphling. So you're protecting your Morph a little bit that way as well.
And it adds global mobility to your own lineup, so you can...
even more layers. This is an onion that just keeps on giving.
It keeps opening.
Yeah, peel it.
Yeah, because right now you look at YBBs, you're like, oh yeah, someone finds a kill, like Tusk finds somebody, he's all alone, but then they just profit DPs in. Maybe Queen of Pain is kind of nearby, can blink forward, but certainly Dawnbreaker can also ult in. But then if you're Underlord, if you're with the rest of the team, you just drop a portal right there, and then it's a full 5-on-5 engagement. Or like maybe outnumber them. So I can see that being also a consideration, or at least a possibility here with this draft. So I very much like that.
You like what you see from Magma? Lizard, I'll give you the final word here before we get into the game. Tell me, which team do you think has what it takes here? Do you prefer this NP in the safe lane? Or are you going to be a heathen and tell me that Morphling is going to win this game?
I prefer the MP in the safe lane, but I'm still going to be a heathen and prefer Magma, just because of the team. I feel that they're stronger and they'll win. But overall, the drafts kind of similar. I feel that there were better options for both of these teams to round up their drafts, but it is fully in their comfort zone, and comfort zone is what matters in the end. Let's see. Morphling, not a big fan, but it can work.
Anything can work in Dota 2, so we'll be seeing which one of these squads can make their draft work and force this Game 1 victory as YBB taking on Team Magma. Here in Game number 1, we've got Drag and Drop and Lizard on the mic, and of course we have a losing Morphling because that hero sucks. Take it away, boys. I'll talk to you after the game.
Oh, Snare is abandoning us? Did you hear that, Drag and Drop?
Yeah, he told us to take it away, and I'm very happy to take it away from the man who's made of 2 sticks and a rope. So... might not trust him with casting a whole game.
How would you? Whatever. I'm not good.
Of course, Snare's a great caster, so this is patently wrong anyway. But hey, go ahead. You were gonna say something.
I was gonna say you two are incredibly talented, like both of you, in many different ways. Like you and Snare, you can both analyze, you can both cast. You do production, he does production. Meanwhile, I'm just here cracking stupid dad jokes like Black.
I mean, someone has to do it, you know. But I do gotta say that normally it's my job to do the dad jokes as a German. And you say that
you actually do jokes as a German?
German jokes, yeah. I mean, nobody understands them other than other Germans at some bottom, actually. Morphling. Not really finding this funny at the moment, taking a lot of damage early on. This is where Kazi comes in, has to heal from the Shadow Word.
Yeah, this is one of those lanes in which Kazi needs to be pretty damn careful where he positions himself, right? He's the one that can die.
Yeah.
Morphling probably shouldn't be able to. With Morphling, you should always be able to dodge those shards, ice shards, waveform over them, get out. And one of the reasons, like one of the things that Snare said that we didn't comment on is he thinks that Warlock is really strong right now. And I agree so hard with him.
Okay.
Because of one simple reason, healing has been nerfed hard, and that's it. Like everything else about the hero, it's okay. The shard is pretty decent. Everything is okay. Nothing crazy. You have a really long cooldown ulti. It's BKB piercing, but you know, like.
I mean, it's good in the right circumstances, but it's, as you said, it's a very long cooldown, so it's only so often that you can use it. And outside of that and the heals, like, it doesn't offer too much great team fights unless you want to count the upheaval if you get to channel it for a while, but
I love it. I love it. Like, when I'm playing Turbo, it's my favorite hero.
Oh, yeah.
In Turbo, but in
Turbo you get the levels, so you probably don't want to max it out in a normal game, because Fatal Bonds, that is pretty good. Can't say anything against that, but compared to some other heroes, he does not provide this low cooldown stun, for example.
This top lane, by the way, for YBB should do well. Like, this is a lane that Enchantress plus Nature's Prophet should crush.
Yeah.
I don't see TZY and Nyx Assassin doing well, and as I was talking about, Morphling, he dies on bot, and he feeds the first bot.
Yeah, that should not have happened, right? Yet the waveform couldn't get it out, apparently.
I guess you go in for some crazy last hit, you get stunned, you die. They are very strong, the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
But then again, yeah, you shouldn't die. It's just a mistake, really, from the Morphling.
Well, once he hits level 3, I think he is now, so the shift is a lot faster. So it'll be a lot tougher to bring him down. But other than that, yeah, this is a pretty good kill combo, right? Because tag team as well, that'll trigger on the Starbreaker hits, right?
Yeah, and it's huge. The thing about getting this first blood on the bottom lane is that it opens up a map a little bit. And you have a Queen of Pain on mid lane. So Tusk, by giving this small little advantage to his offlaner at minute 4 or so, and later he'll be able to rotate more freely and pressure the DP. DP isn't an easy kill, but from the moment there's 6 on Quap, she's killable, so...
Mercy, just hanging around mid just so you can mana burn Queen of Pain a bit.
Yeah, he's securing the top rune as well. Yeah. And also, he's realized that top lane isn't really a lane for him, in which he can do a lot. Like, Nyx Assassin is great versus Dawnbreaker, that's true. But there's a reason why this hero is rarely picked, and that's the laning stage is horrible.
Yes, yeah, you're a very squishy bug. Your spells don't really do a ton at the early levels. Like, you really need to get that XP to level those up to be effective with it, and
he might, yeah, he's forced to TP.
Oh, he can't! Paulus got himself a golem to cancel the TP just in the nick of time. What a player.
I loved how you said, he can't! But he can't.
Yeah, I was out of breath there, so just had to get that out.
The golems are here.
The golems.
It's the golems. It's the German golem.
Channel my inner Werner Herzog, you know. It's the golems.
Yeah, took a ton of damage. Man.
DY is gonna feel them as well quite a bit. You have another one, Bolison. Come on, there we go. A little bit too late to get that shot out.
Plus he's mana burning constantly, and Underlord didn't go for anything like a Soul Ring. He's rushing a Vanguard, actually. Which is... Yeah, you're playing into a Nature's Prophet, right? It's not bad. But... yeah, he's... What's his CS like? 28. Pretty solid, considering that he doesn't truly have a support on top lane.
Yeah. I mean, I've been keeping the lane in a decent enough position. You can always just rely on Firestorm to just be a bit of a soft block. Like, you don't really want to run through that if it's level 2, level 3, you know. So I think it's
if he even has it, does he have it? Like Firestorm on top lane, he's probably maxing out the passive, right?
It's 2 points Firestorm, 3 points Atrophy Aura. So
yeah. Sounds decent enough. Tusk rotating a bit around that mid lane, securing the runes. Perhaps waiting for something better, but the Invis rune does get snatched by the Warlock.
Yep.
How's Morphling doing? Morphling is doing fine. So far, the
one right now, Starbreaker will be dodged though. Snowball does connect. Morphling, well, taking a ton of damage. Mercy though, double stun here. They're all linked together too, so Yuzu looks like he'll be dying first. Iron it behind enemy line with Silver Soul just
Dust
doing objective-based hitting here. Dust has something to say about that. Trying to TP out and no more stun left on Mercy. Yeah, cooldown even if you get the mana, so. Well, the tower is Iron. That exorcism used without transferring that into a push of their own. Could have been worse for YBB, I suppose.
Much worse. This rotation from Dust not working out is you know, it's okay for Magma, but it's not amazing. Dust can still use a little bit of that to farm the jungle. For YBB, the Nyx Assassin stun really took them off guard. Their dive didn't seem that bad, but the Nyx Assassin stun was so on point. The TP into the stun.
Here we go again, dodging away from Starbreaker, but now it doesn't have waveform, stuck inside the shards for a little while. Does have the shift and the heal coming in, another snowball across. To the end of it, and they deny the tower.
Yeah. He can leave the lane now, right? Mercy, yeah, he can't leave the jungle. Not alive, at least. Gets one ticket way back to the fountain. In a coffin.
Wow. No mercy for Mercy. Feels bad, man.
Absolutely nothing for him. Nothing for this man. I swear Nyx Assassin, the only time I see him picked is against the Dawnbreaker or with the Darkseer, right? Spamming Iron Shells, making that lane pretty strong. In most situations, it's like this. You're an Nyx Assassin. You're supposed to use
Dust. Ooh, it's a lot of damage, especially with DD from these stones. That'll be enough. They pay user for it though. There's no blink available here unless he can reach out some mana, but he can't.
Yeah.
Mana burn coming in clutch there. Nyx Assassin, not easy to make that hero work early, as we talked about. But
did he have Did he even have blink?
He had blink, I believe.
Again, yeah. Nice. Well done by both.
Didn't have it. Just didn't have the mana. So yeah.
TZY as well, getting a ton of damage from that initial kill, and then following up. And it's much better for them because they're trading a DP without an ult for a co-op that's way more active, and they get an extra kill. So it's a better trade overall for Magma. They're definitely punishing the aggression that YBB is sometimes putting on.
Yeah, they're really good at reacting instantly to any sort of dive attempts under the tower. Now up top, Dust working away at this tower, and it'll get that with the second activation of that exorcism. Now next battlefield will likely be in mid, as YBB actually taking over the Radiant jungle with quite some urgency, you know, having two wards in this general area, one in mid, one on this high ground. There is also a Radiant ward though, keeping an eye on the comings and goings. They do have a smoke on Mercy if they want to do something about this. We'll probably need bring a couple of extra heroes, Polison on level 5.
You just wait for your levels, right? Like, you don't have to do any moves.
Okay, that's... yeah. That profit ults. Scouted out the fact that there's a wall up there. So that's some good intel.
You just get your ultis first, you have your Nyx, your Warlock. You get some ults on them. And after you do get those ults, you can start fighting. I believe... yeah, Warlock has one, so it's only on the Nyx. Once Nyx gets it...
there it is.
the thing about Magma is like their draft is not very agile. Like you have this Dead Prophet, you need that ulti. Once you have that ulti, you start making moves in fights. Without it, like,
Mercy, but he's thinking about something here. Gets a stun out over on these stones and a double actually as a follow-up. So that was going to be a hard attempt on the Morphling in the first place, but Mercy being there, just anticipating it.
And Mercy was actually
that was excellent play, and now Unload ult back to safety. So anyway.
He was scouting the Queen of Pain with Nyx Assassin, right?
Yeah.
So Morphling had enough time to react. Usually that play would have worked for YBB, as you wouldn't be able to morph so quickly when your ulti when Queen of Pain's ulti hits you from the fog.
Mercy trying to TP out and should be successful. Yeah, I mean, he's... I said it before, like, it's not the first time Mercy has been playing this Nyx Assassin, I believe, and last time he looked also very impressive, just getting more of that hero than you might anticipate. And that was a great example. Like, he also got the Spike Carapace out, I believe, on the ultimates, so Queen of Pain ended up being stunned after she blunk, which was a little bit weird. But that set her up for the follow-up Impale, which also ended up catching the Tusk. So there was, yeah, some really good Nyx play from beginning to end, really. Outing the danger and then counterplaying, just using the spells at the most effectiveness possible.
Yeah, nicely done. He's even now scouting out two big heroes, the Dawnbreaker now following Sinful Soul. Can't really do a lot here, but sometimes as a Nyx, that's all you have to do. It's nothing. You just run around, you give info, you set up some wards if needed, if you have some, that is. And your job is done.
Yeah. Exactly what he's doing. 30 seconds or so. Yeah, Unload's gonna have another ultimate if the fight punch follows him. Surely he's dead here, right?
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
It's an Ench after all, but Morphling should have... Yeah, there you go.
Should just kept going straight.
Could have.
Oh, Mercy. Alright, he gets caught out. That also happens at times.
No, like, YBB's draft right now should be dominating, actually. That's how I feel. They should be getting pickoffs left, right, and center, forcing out a golem and then fighting straight afterwards. Because this game doesn't get too much easier for them. We'll see. We'll see. I do believe that Morphling definitely outscales an HH Prophet, depending on how fast he's farming, obviously. But he is the ultimate win condition in this game. So, from YBB...
Here we go again. Stun doesn't actually connect on these stones, but they've got the golem to follow up. They're linked together. Dawnbreaker also try and save them, but it can't.
He's just waiting. He's just saving, yeah. He's just saving the Carapace, that's it. You never see him using it without the Dawnbreaker ulti, which this was the first situation for that.
Yeah.
And I said that they needed to bait out the big ultis from Magma. Yeah, but not perhaps with your
not by losing your mid, you know?
Yeah. Losing mid and losing your mid player and losing position 4, that's a bit too much.
Yeah. Can they even punish them now?
They should. Like, right now, if you're YBB, you're supposed to be pushing out and smoking instantly after. Like, just push out mid or any lane that's pushed in. Smoke up to get some map control.
Before time's out, the answer is yes, so extra 100 gold at the very least.
It's interesting. We were talking to Aincrad about Dawnbreaker recently. I believe it was Aincrad. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it was him. He spams his team actually spams a ton of Dawnbreaker, and he's like, "Yeah, Echo Saber isn't good. He doesn't like it that much." But I don't necessarily find anything bad with it. Dust should die here, right? Oh, the nice silence. Ooh, still dead though.
It was a slightly longer TP there. Yeah, it was enough damage here. Very good attempt though, just silencing and then getting it out as they get these stones in turn down on the bottom lane. So once again,
yeah, TZY itemized nicely. He got that early Atos, Vanguard Atos. Not necessarily the most common build, but what's common on Underlord? Like there's 100 different build for 100 different games, right? It's you get what you need. Atos, it's good. You have 2 heroes that get out very easily, 3 even so. It used to be. Remember the time it was Radiance Atos from the mid lane. That used to be pretty popular. But, Vanguard and Atos makes a ton of sense this match.
they can play in Paulson up top here, just Ubering in.
Yeah,
and then right back out again.
Right
back to farming.
Actually, they can go for Rosh perhaps here. There's DP ulti, you have plus 300 damage on the Underlord, you just go in the pit. Dust has a BKB.
Couple of seconds.
Yeah. It was a no-brainer move, really. And if YBB wants to contest this, they can't. Their teamfight is just way too weak.
It's already too late, too. Yeah.
Like, teamfight from YB, looking at these 2 drafts, Magma's draft is 10 times easier to execute. It's literally just press R, bash your head against the keyboard in every single fight. You don't have to do a lot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for YBB, it's a very fun draft. It's something that I would expect like an OG to play, you know, like a fun draft that can really pop off if you play fast enough. But so far they aren't doing that.
They aren't, yeah. I mean, every time they've tried, they've been punished very hard. So you can certainly see some reticence coming forward here. So now trying to make a play on mid, but that's Dawnbreaker rooted up. Mercy with a follow-up stuns. Kind of caught in the middle though, inside the Sprout, so he'll die first. Ironit will be the trade though. So Golem comes out on a couple of heroes. And now Morphling's in. Dawnbreaker actually buying back into the fight with the Sonic Wave here. But Morphling's still alive and kicking. Another blink forward now, but loses the Aegis. Mismanages a little bit, but does it really matter? I mean, his team is still very much alive, and YBB is not.
That's a dieback.
Dieback on Ironit Paulson, also the world.
Yeah, so 5 for 1.5, if you count Aegis as a half. Nyx Assassin died, that's the reason why Dawnbreaker was able to go in. But holy hell did YBB commit to that engagement.
Yeah.
So damn hard, it was insane. Like, they committed into a Warlock ulti because they knew DP has used her. But still, they got 4-man rocked. Like, fatal bonds on everyone. 4-man rock. It's just the rock alone does so much damage. I believe that was the shard from Warlock as well, right? So he's got that.
Yep. Shadow Word is an AoE spell now.
Yeah, it gives you some movement speed, heals you up. Pretty solid. What does it do? It gives you movement speed, and does it give you any attack speed? It doesn't, right? Just the movement speed.
Movement speed bonus. 10% to allies and 10% minus on enemies.
It's pretty solid. It's a solid shard. It doesn't look that great, like on the first time on first sight, but overall it's pretty solid. Do we have our own observer? Is he following our words? Can we test this? What about this amazing build on Morphling right now that he's going for? Oh, it works! It's like magic.
Yep.
He's got the Dragonlance, the Manta, no Aghanims shenanigans, nothing like that. Like that's something that we're used to, right? At the moment, at least, Morphling's going for Aghs, Scepters.
Play on Tusk here in the river. And Yuzu, he's trying to play his way out of there, making them commit in further at the very least. Snowball over to the camp will save his life. As okay, Queen of Pain pops to BKB now, not scared of Mercy anymore. And just enough mana for another blink away. Meanwhile, though, TZY finishes up Yuzu just in nick of time. Just teleporting in once again. As up top, the action continues here. Ironit kind of left alone. Dust made the rotation in. That's a kill with that exorcism after all. At least sets it up. for the Morphling.
Yeah, they're truly breaking them apart. Still, when you look at the net worth, it just swung in Magma's favor. Before it was very close, always YBBs a little bit, like 1k advantage, 2k advantage. Right now, yeah, Magma just took over. They're doing way too well. Morphling finally on top of the net worth charts, overcoming that Nature's Prophet, very close to the Skadi.
It's mostly been Nature's Prophet who's been keeping the net worth the way it was, like Sinful Soul, just farming very efficiently across maps, looking for his own BKB now, on top of the Maelstrom and Witchblade.
Which is how a Prophet should do, right?
Yeah, yeah. How much do you think that's gonna do, though? Just right now, Mercy is just ready to set up for him. The stun connects. They have the follow-up from TZY, so this should really be a death.
That Nature's Prophet, yeah. It's like you said, the BKB. It's a necessity, but they still have heroes that don't care about it. You have Golem, you have Morphling that can get on top of you. You have that Prophet as well that has spirits that do not care. They're physical. They don't care about your BKB. So overall, will it do a lot? I don't think so. I think that it's bad to say it, but I truly believe that they've already missed their timings quite hard on the side of YBB. They were ahead, and even when they were ahead, I was worried for them, right? But right now, it's looking really rough.
Lead up to 6k now. Morphling getting stronger and stronger. Gonna have that Skadi completed before long, and this is where you get a ton of stats, so you can just go near max agility, which means you also have a lot of damage, at least to start with here before you force them off. You also have the Unlord, which is a lean, mean sieging machine. I mean, look at the extra damage that he has. Chomping away at the tower. That's the last out of tier 2 as well. Like, they've been very fast about this, and now, let's go, team. A Sinful Soul caught again. The stun connects inside the Firestorm. There's no way out for Prophet. BKB was on the way, Lizard. He's on the way.
Even with the BKB, he dies. I feel like they drop the rock, you kill him. Two of them missed the bus.
Yep.
The doors have been closed. It's literally like you're running to that gate on the airport, and they're just like, no, sorry, the plane just left. Did it ever happen to you? It happened to me. I was stuck in Istanbul for a day and a half because of it. It wasn't fun.
That is unfortunate, yeah.
Istanbul is nice, beautiful city, but it wasn't fun.
Missing the bus is one thing, missing a plane is another thing altogether.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. It happened to Snare twice, though. Snare, you can still talk with us, by the way. No one is forcing you to stay silent if you want to, but I know you're too cool for us.
Wow.
Morphling gets another kill.
Well, it might be muted on the production side, who knows, as we do have fights, quote-unquote, coming in here. The Golem being dropped now is to secure the kill. Not strictly necessary, I don't think, but yeah, I mean, YBB in the last couple of minutes, he just lost hero after hero with no real response, and now it's just high ground time because of that. It's not really even been a huge considered effort for Magma to force that out. It's just kind of meh. Oh, there's a kill, we'll take that. Oh, there's another kill. Oh, I guess we can go high ground now. X isn't being used. Atos connects Mercy, not in range for the follow-up here. Diving into deep is inadvisable still. Yeah, getting at least one set of Rex for free, and they can just keep going for the second one.
Yeah. They can go for more. There's still a BKB on DP. What, like 30% of the ulti left.
Oh, Blink stun, Poloson, snowball save. Not the worst thing in the world there, as, well, you should still end up dying, and Tusk also caught in. Sinful Soul, not a whole lot that he can do here. Trying to heal him up with Dawnbreak, although it doesn't even do anything because of the Skadi. Oh god,
the triple
roots with a Firestorm, with the right clicks, they're just being torn apart. And GG is forced out. Oof, that's a big oof.
A little bit of the fountain diving as well. because, why not? Yeah, this game, in my opinion, in all honesty, was just... It wasn't clean from the beginning. The laning stage did go a little bit worse than I expected for Magma, but after that, everything just lined up perfectly for them. It's not only that everything lined up perfectly for them, nothing lined up for YBB. And what's the problem? They look like IG when Kaka left them, right? Just much more disconnected.
Disconnect was definitely inherent there from what we saw coming out of YBB Gaming, and they end this game getting demolished and just torn apart on the map here by Team Magma. It really felt like there was going to be a chance, boys. I was hoping. I was like, maybe this could work out, but when I really knew the game was over, Lizard? That fight that happened at 18 minutes where they got like quadruple golemed, there was fatal bonds on 3 or 4 heroes, Firestorm going everywhere, just hurting everyone, which, by the way, is a crazy combo that I saw this game, the Underlord with Warlock. Regrettably, I look back at that fight, right? And I realized 2 things. Firstly, IDC, Sinful Soul, got there well before the Queen of Pain, which shouldn't really be happening in a fight, but both of them also got there no BKBs. You can't fight into Team Magma this draft without BKBs. And to just give an example of just how disconnected YBB was versus Team Magma, YBB only got their BKBs in like the last 5 minutes of the game. Game was pretty much done already. Team Magma bought their BKBs early on time, boys. They had 2 of them on the offlane Underlord as well as the mid DP. They only used 1 BKB activation. 1. At the last fight, when they decided, you know what, let's dive the fountain. That's the only time DP used BKB. Otherwise, still completely full and clear. That should never happen, Lizard. That should never happen. That one team has these BKBs, never has to use them. The other team needs BKBs, but never gets them. And by the time they get them, it's too late to have them be impactful in the game.
It's like everything in life, man. The people that don't need things, they get them too easily. The people that do need them, they just can't find a way to get around them. It's there's in every Dota game, I think there's a lesson to be made about life. Either the way you communicate with your teammates, or the way your heroes work, or something. It's a nice game if you want to see deeply into it, right? But in this game, there is nothing deep to see. There's no depth from YBB. They just didn't make any good moves on the map. It's a big issue. I think the Dawnbreaker, Nyx Assassin interaction really crippled them. You guys talked about it quite well. Yeah. And that Carapace, sometimes you get your plan instantly severed off, right? And everything was relying on that plan. And then you find yourself like, okay, if this doesn't work, then what are we doing? We can't just send the Tusk in and then follow up with Nature's Prophet, with ulti of Dawnbreaker, because it gets broken. So what are we doing? I don't know. Let's just rush mid as 5 and get 4-man golemed. Maybe that's an option. It truly wasn't. Yeah.
Well, it was. It just turned out to be a bad one.
Yeah, of course. I mean, anything is an option. Yeah. You can dive out in minute 1.
Can you get to the final? I think the tier 3s will just kill you when you try. But I get your point. So you're right. YBB, they tried a few things, but they get shut down every single time. MVP for me, Mercy as well. I would say on the Nyx Assassin. Just, but I also think that if you don't play like this, if you don't get the most out of this hero, he just looks very weak very quickly. But time and time again, we've seen him be ready for the counter initiation, landing these 2-man impales.
Yep.
And using Spike Carapace, not just to cancel that ult, but also to just set up for his own spells and whatnot. Like this right here, look at this. Yeah.
This is so nice.
These ones end up stunned, follow up, double impale, Morphling survives. And just the fact that he scouted it beforehand, making sure that Morphling was ready with the trigger finger.
I want to disagree slightly. As much as I do think that Mercy did a phenomenal job this game, and his presence on the map cannot be understated, and every time he was providing the vision, giving his team the opportunities for success. The follow-up, though, from TZY on this Underlord, I think he had a phenomenal game. Obviously, it wasn't the most difficult outing for him.
Just press Q and W. Like, what the hell?
He kept pressing on, man. He showed, like, he was playing... Look at it this way, right? This Underlord showed up to more fights successfully than the Nature's Prophet did using his ultimate. That, in my mind, should also never really happen, but it did. And they ended up just making this Nature's Prophet honestly look very underwhelming here, Lizard. But as much as the Prophet looked underwhelming in terms of his contribution to these fights, I must say I'm not a fan of this item build. This is not the first time we've seen it in China. The Maelstrom, Witchblade into the Shard, and then you go back for BKB. It feels like it just... No, Witchblade is fine. I don't mind Witchblade. I mind...
No, I meant just asking which blade.
That's a very old time.
I mean, every now and then you need to refresh. Yeah, exactly. Get out the classics. For all the new plebs in the chat, you know, let them cringe a little bit. They need some of those so bait spams or whatever they spam when something is cringe right now. What's spammed when something is cringe?
I think Zyge is the new one now. I'm not 100% sure.
No Zyge, please.
I think that's the one.
It's an abomination. It is an abomination. I do not want to have it anywhere near this Twitch chat.
Hey, shout out production. You see, there's my boy. There's TZY. Did everything for the crew, man. Showed up everywhere, maximum kill participation rate, and just a very good read on the game. But in general, one of the things that we did see from YBB, Lizard, you mentioned it, right? That they felt like they had a lack of communication. The big problem I have with this is this team sort of had a rejigging of the roster between Season 2 and Season 3. Mm-hmm. They brought in players like D-Stones. They brought in players like Paulison. Folk who have some of this experience. Players like Sinful Soul, aka IDC, who's been around in the Chinese scene for a long, long time. The rationale, when you bring in these kind of players, it's supposed to give you a better idea of how to play the game, right? Versus the much more amateur squad they had in prior seasons. How on earth are they more disconnected than they used to be, even though they've quote-unquote improved position on position?
It doesn't mean... It doesn't have to mean that if a player is experienced and has been around on good teams, that he's going to be able to be the shot caller. Like, you can have 5 good names. Like right now, you can find a lot of teams from which you can snatch out 5 tier 1 players, right? And form a team together, and they will not work because none of them will be able to shot call. It doesn't mean that they're bad players. It just means that they aren't shot callers. Good ones, at least, right?
Yeah.
So versus any team with a really decent shot caller, they will struggle. And it's something that I've, by the way, experienced quite a bit, because when I came into the scene, I was pretty... Like, I broke into the professional scene very quickly as a support player, which isn't really natural. Usually you transition through the cores, and then you play a lot, you get washed, and then you go to support, right? So you have a lot of experience. I didn't, so it was we were lacking. Some of my teams were lacking that shot calling early on until I got somewhere with the exp itself. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean, bottom line is that the team will be good around that. But let's not write off YBB from this series, at least, just yet. Let's see what happens when their main ballast of the team isn't completely severed by an Nyx Assassin, as this Dawnbreaker just didn't have a game. Let's see what happens if the Dawnbreaker isn't countered by the Nyx Assassin, or if they pick something different.
He brings up a good point, Dragon Drop, because not only did they have Nyx Assassin, the ballast hero-wise of the team, but generally, YBB, when Ionit does well, the team does well. When Ionit does badly, the team does badly. And in the games that they were able to snatch away from LBZS, and I think from Team Saiyan as well, that was the main thing that they had going for them. Good games from Ionit. And even in the previous seasons, right, we kept seeing that him and even when Lou was on the team, him and Lou are the ones that were always standout players on the squad. Going into this game too, what do you think? What do they do to try and protect the main man? Do they just ban Nyx Assassin and say, you know what, it's fine? At least that's gotten rid of. It's cool. Just give Ionit a game, and then maybe we'll have a shot at this.
Yeah, if you want to go for a Dawnbreaker again in the first phase, you have to ban it to Nyx Assassin, I guess, because Magma, they've shown that they've figured that out to be a key counter, and they also have a player who can get the most out of it otherwise. I think if you just have the Nyx Assassin, if the only thing it does is cancel Dawnbreaker ult, then it's not going to be enough. It's not something for every team, perhaps, to win with. But yeah, either you ban it out or you go for a different strat altogether. You can go for something more classic, some sort of blink stun out of the offlane. Add some more stuns from the supports, go back to basics. It's always a way that you can go to make things simpler.
What they should do is just pick Warlock, man. pick Warlock, press W in the lane. Suddenly, your safe lane actually can play a game of Dota. This stuff is good, man. Lizard, my boy, feels it. He knows what's up. These heal strats. I think Lizard also just has that trauma of having to play support and just ferry out the cells. So he understands how freeing it is, how liberating to just not have to do that. So we'll see, though, if they can make that happen for themselves in game number 2. We normally would be taking a break at this point, but these teams do not want to take any kind of breaks. They're going straight into the action. So we have a draft practically ready right now. Team Magma versus YBB Gaming. This is the final bite at the cherry for YBB Gaming. If they lose this game, they are 0-4 in the division. Practically no other option but to fight for relegation. So our Team Magma, if they can keep this run going, then they can still stay in the conversation for promotion into Division 1. But more importantly, just for having a high seed for those TI qualifiers. Just quickly before this draft gets going, boys, we haven't seen any information drag and drop, and I know this is your favorite question. Can YBB Gaming do it? Can they come back? What's your prediction here?
Magma's going to win. I'm just going to say it outright.
No new brand shiny hope from you.
YBB just has not shown me that they have it in them so far in this tournament. So, no.
Listen, give us the hope, fam. Are you going to give us that optimism, bro?
Yeah, of course. I always believe this. It doesn't matter. YBB, they didn't show anything, but we have this saying, even a blind chicken hits a corn sometimes. Well,
what?
Yeah, that's a Boston saying. I'm sure this was rude from me, and I'm kidding, by the way, of course. I think that YBB are definitely capable of winning. They just didn't find the right chemistry, the right synergy, the right strategy between them. And right now, everything that they've tried, that they thought was good, didn't work out. So perhaps it's time to switch things up a little bit. Think outside of the box. Pick something different. So this doesn't work, so yeah.
Let's see what they've got, though, because we've got these heroes here, Lizard. We've got a draft for ourselves, so let's get into it. The second game draft of Team Magma versus YBB Gaming. I'm already feeling a bit more confident. Lizard, you mentioned last game that Team Magma had a lot more comfort for themselves. YBB, this is as old school comfort as you could possibly get. D-Stones Invoker in the opening 2. All right, I am going to be heads up, boys, and say I don't like Invoker in this meta right now, but it is his best hero historically. So I can understand why they would go back for it, but do we like it? What's the good news about this hero, especially given that it's being picked opening 2?
I mean, what I don't understand is how they ban out the Nyx Assassin, but then they don't first pick the Dawnbreaker and leave it for Magna. That's what I want to talk about first, because you ban out the counter and then you give up the hero that it counters super hard that we just saw in game 1.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I also noticed it. I saw it, but I didn't react to it. I was like, okay, I guess this is happening. Maybe they have different ideas, different ways of dealing with the Dawnbreaker. We'll see. But I do like Team Magma's opening. You have the setup for the Dawnbreaker, right? Shackles into the ulti, into the Stargazer,
Starbreaker.
Isn't Starbreaker the first one? Solar Guardian.
Yeah. Solar Guardian
is the ult, yeah. Luminosity is the crit thing, and Celestial Hammer, I believe, is the W.
Yeah, nice. We got them all. We got them. We got all of the Pokemons.
Gotta collect.
Oh yeah, just collect all the spell names in Dota in your head. I think that's impossible.
Well,
very quick drafts, like from both of these
boys.
things.
Warlock picked. Warlock Dawnbreaker. They've got all the heals. Let's go. Call it a day. We are done here.
I think you just go for Morphling again. Yeah, you're playing into a natural Vessel Builder and Invoker. That's true. But if you're Magma, you're TB. Actually, it doesn't work the same. You don't build the E-Blade anymore, so it's not that easy versus TB.
It's not that hard.
Yeah.
One thing I'm loving about this TB pick, though, is he gets Alacrity from Invoker at some point and this Vengeful Spirit for the bonus damage. It feels like YBB Gaming, they're taking a gamble that, okay, fine, if we at least end up losing this early game like we did in game 1, we have some kind of insurance for late game. This late game Terrorblade is still going to be terrifying if they get there, though. That's the condition they have to deal with.
Yeah, what did they ban? They ban out the Medusa, Peel, and perhaps next ban should be either Gyro or Morphling, right? If you're YBB. Is there something else that you're worried about? I don't think that you're... by the way, this could be Dawnbreaker safe lane or mid.
No, Bayi will never play Dawnbreaker. I think this is probably going to be Dawnbreaker. That they're probably going to flex between 2 and 3 because both TZY and Dust play Mars.
Yeah, that's...
and then TZY is mainly their Dawnbreaker player, though. So I think it's unlikely they put it mid, but it could still happen.
So you would put Mars mid? I mean,
yeah,
you can.
That's what I
right?
think they're going to do.
You can. Like Mars mid is also fine. You can do it into the Invoker. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Especially if it's Quaswax Invoker, right? Like you should do quite well against him. We'll see. So far for YBB, I believe they'll ban out a carry. Yeah, actually, Drow would make a ton of sense versus TB, even though she's never picked. Counter. She's just never picked.
Yeah. Like,
didn't we have a Drow game, Drag and Drop, the one day? Sometime last season.
Exactly.
That one time last season. Yeah, exactly. On paper, it's a classic counter Terrorblade because you have these shots that just straight up ignore base armor. So it's something that you have to keep in mind. But in a game like this, like Tiny's going to have a Blink Dagger, Invoker's pretty fast on his feet, has a lot of control. Vengeful Spirit has the swaps. So Drow would never really be safe, even with the Dawnbreaker in. So it's, I did not see Magma picking it, but might as well get rid of it just if you have nothing else on your mind. Now, this is already a very heavy physical strat there from YBB as the game goes on. And that's going to melt pretty much all of Magma's heroes. Maybe not the Mars with the Bulwark, but even that is going to get broken through at one point. So I still think they need another proper solution to the Terrorblade, some sort of big magic burst to help them shore really up the mid game.
Like this draft or YBB is just infinitely better than the last one they had.
Yeah,
for me already, it's just everything is solid, comes up together, decent amount of stuns, decent amount of catch, strong lanes, strong late game potential carry, not a lot of carries left in the pool that can actually counter him. Maybe some crazy sniper from Team Magma or something like that would dig a hole in their plan, but then still you're playing into Avenge, and this is Avenge offlane, so it will most likely, right? So she'll have items, let's see what Team Magma goes for. I actually think Sniper would be decent here, but also a hero that's not picked at all.
I would hate to see Sniper because this hero's been picked more and more often, and I want to see him keep being not picked. The fewer games he's involved in the DPC, the fewer times I have to lose against this hero in my pubs.
Why? It's a fun hero. It's just all the way.
What do you think here is coming, Dragon Drop? Get the end of the draw for Magma. Who is Bayi going to be playing into the safe lane? What's the Terrorblade counter for him right now?
Again, I'm not so sure if it's going to be safe lane. I'm still looking at a mid hero here. Something with the burst.
So something like a Lina maybe then, and you
Lina, I would like Lina. Would fit into the color theme as well. Ember Spirit 2 would come to mind. Actually, yeah, I wouldn't hate Ember Spirit here.
Okay, I like that. I wasn't thinking about Dawnbreaker 1, and then you can put Lina or Zeus or Ember mid lane.
Zeus, yeah, all right. This is another one of these classic counters to TB.
You counter the TB quite nicely. Nice.
I did it.
Oh, snap. It's almost like you boys get paid money to do this, but it is still going to be, we're all right, which is pretty great. We're all on the same page because they get this Ember Spirit lost that y'all wanted. It is the Bayi Ember Spirit, though. Safe lane Ember. It's been a minute since we've seen this emerge, but the rationale is there, right? They say, well, we want this Ember Spirit into the Terrorblade. We want some kind of hero that can play very quickly, keep tempo with the Mars and the Dawnbreaker. They don't have a Nyx Assassin, so they can't break up our initiation. And if we ever get to this triple BKB timing, we just overwhelm YBB Gaming in the mid game. Do you like what you see, though, Lizard, here at the very end here? Safe lane Ember, Dragon Drop mentioned it, so we're going to ask him last because he's his call. What do you think? And especially given that this is a safe lane version of this hero.
No, I think it's solid. I think my mind was tunnel visioning. I was thinking carry. Meanwhile, drag and drop. He's an artist, you know. He sees flowers, he sees sun, rainbows, unicorn, ember, spirit. It works, and I do like it. I like it a lot. I think that there were no good options for the carry, so they switched the whole idea of the draft up. They do not have that late game potential, though. That's a problem, right? Terrorblade eventually still does win this game if they play it correctly and if he gets enough space. But they definitely do have what it takes to not let it go that late and to just crush them early enough.
Yeah, that's what you think. You wanted this pick, you got it. Is it what you wanted to see? Will it win this game though against YBB Gaming?
Well, it's left to be seen. I think it can though, because it is. I mean, they have some scaling, so if it goes super late, like there's always a potential for shenanigans. But I would agree that YBB with the Terrorblade they have a distinct advantage there. But Ember Spirit is one of these heroes that can get active very early on and just offer a lot of this early damage. It's also magic-based damage if it goes the Maelstrom route. And that'll be enough to punish the Terrorblade, I believe. And there's not a lot of saving on the side of YBB. If you get a couple of heals of undying, you know, some counter initiation. But if you can play around that, and I'm pretty sure Magma can, and like play around their own ultimates and their own strength that gives, I think they can just take control of the map and restrict that space enough to just choke out the Terrorblade.
All right, let's see though. They've got this because we're about to have a fight underway. So game number 2 of Team Magma versus YBB Gaming. We've got Drag and Drop, we've got Lizard, and we've got a cheeky snare just in the background. So let's get into it. Game 2 hype here in the Division 2 DPC.
Hype. You were lying to everyone again. It's like, oh, we're gonna have a fight, man. Just looking at each other in mid, being like, oh yeah, high five, guys. You also here in this game? Yeah, so are we. Great.
Cosmetics right now. They're just challenging each other. Who has the better cosmetics right now?
Oh yeah, it's that's one of those.
It's the swag fight, right?
Like the ceremonial fights, you know, where everyone just pretends. Well, anyway, we'll let that thought in our heads for a moment as we go into game number 2. So this is going to be that Mars mid after all. We were talking about that matchup before, right? It should be fine. I can always just secure lasses with God's Rebuke. You can spear the Invoker away if he gets to uppity.
Nice little Sunstrike there.
Oh, yeah. So this is the Exort Invoker, right? Quad Exorts.
Yeah, you can do it to get the last hits, right? Yeah. On the range creep, but it looks that way, like you said. We'll see how much he's able to do. These stones is known, right, for the Invokers, so
yeah.
Do you guys think that he will be able to do it to make the hero work? No, I don't confidence there.
Let me tell you why I feel a bit negative about it, right? Like I said earlier, I don't really rate Invoker that much in the current meta. And for a very long time, I used to give D-Stoned hell for his Invoker because I thought that even though it was his best hero, it sort of limited him as a player because it always fall back on this in losing games and see, well, let me play Invoker, we'll win the next one. And then doesn't allow him to develop other styles of heroes. So, I don't know. But in this game, on the positive, since he is going for this Exort Invoker, he'll have Sunstrike, and then at some point you have this Void Spirit.
First blood perhaps, but not for Kazi.
What? Oh no.
It is for Kazi, but
it is for Kazi.
On Kazi. Like, we're trying to make a play on him. But just with a bit of heals coming through.
Yeah, and it's
you needed that Venge to do well.
Yeah, and it's also a lane in which I felt that Tiny and Venge should do quite alright. Like, it's Tiny Venge versus Ember Warlock. Like, on paper, they should be... a bottle as well for Ember on the safe lane. What?
Okay.
Wait, who got the first blood? It was Kazi, right?
Yeah.
Is this his bottle? Did he just buy a bottle for Ember Spirit?
No.
No? That would have been sick.
Yes. No, that I guess that would be the logical evolution. Is I can still buy bottles for your friends. So, well, support. If you can't buy salves anymore, why not just buy a bottle for me? And if you don't, well, I'm sure it's gonna be fine. But I'm not sure. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to carry the game if you don't. Just get the little blackmail in there.
It's been like that though. There have been patches in which they wanted bottles to be bought on mid lane. When tangos changed and you couldn't share tangos to the mid laner anymore, it was pretty much the same deal.
Yeah.
Like every single carry, the mid laner, the first thing they jumped on was like, okay, from now on we need bottle mid. And supports after like a week of that shit were like, no, you're definitely not getting bottles mid.
Good old days.
As we still see D-Stones here, one thing we haven't really talked about, boys, we haven't talked about this top lane, where Undying just helping the TB farm, and it's kind of scary to me that TB hasn't gotten a bit more out of this, because this TB needs to have like a monstrous game to succeed here. If they have a bad TB game, and they find themselves getting caught a couple times, the game's practically unwinnable, so I guess it's okay, but you force them to use Tombstone. What level is this Mars middle? Mars is level 5 mid. Could we see a rotation on 6 now that you don't have to deal with Tombstone, at least for a little while?
You could even kill him without the Mars.
Bottom Ember with Sinful Soul also being gone on right now. Paulison, snap him down. He gets a counter kill.
Oh no.
With the Tombstone still standing actually, so helping out a bit. But I mean, killing off the carry in exchange for support, not the worst thing in the world. Of course, Ember going down bottom is slightly more problematic for Magma.
Yeah, Ember just needs level 6. Once he gets that 6, he can start rotating a bit.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, they refill the bottle mid. Everything so far so good for Magma. When it comes to the CSs, they're also keeping up on top. It looks like they're just a little bit of a better team at the moment. Can they kill these stones though? That's the question. They are setting up for it. They have a sentry as well, if needed.
Kind of want to have the arena on Mars, and with that you should be good. There's also a bit of a wraparound though for Tiny before that happens, but Mars sees it coming, and now Shadow Charm reveals himself, so enough of an interruption to stop him going on Mars, but he needs a little bit of extra XP. He's level 6 just now, but with Paulison also joining in, up in that extra tombstone, no real play for the arena right there, but if they stick around...
Unfortunate for them, right? Like, they're making a move, but this is the thing. Like, every single CS, every single second in this game matters. And it's so hard sometimes to explain that to players. Like, every single thing will come and bite you eventually. Because, let's look at it this way. The game doesn't last that long. It lasts like 30 minutes. So, of course, every single part of that 30-minute game matters, right? Like, every single move that you make.
Yeah, if that move from Yuzu happens like 10 seconds later, Mars already has arena.
Yeah, there's that as well, of course.
That is. But gonna get the kill now.
That thing is more of a, like, obvious, right? That the fact that Invoker denied a couple of more last hits, like 3 more hit last hits, 3 more denies than Dust. That's kind of like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's not a biggie, and this happens.
Yep. To make matters worse, that also gets D-Stones closer towards having Midas. This is usually the part where you see Invoker struggle, that transition once the enemy has 6 and you don't get anything. And I want to see them do something to the top lane though, to help out a little bit or to get an additional kill. Yuzu's trying again middle though. I think they really want to try and get Dust down or something with this Invis rune, or with this Smoke brother. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make much happen because they have to be attentive towards a wraparound potentially coming again from Mercy. I mean, now they're about to get they don't have arena for a little while, so I don't know if this can actually work out for Mercy. He's just like, well, I'm bouncing in between these lanes, but might end up dying. Yeah, he's gone.
This is the opposite of working out for Mercy. It's just didn't quite have the range here. These stones too defensive in nature, tries to make out, and then Yuzu reveals himself once again. So. pretty good defense here, and as I said, that Might is on the way, which I think is a necessity on Invoker. It's one of the few heroes that really needs it. He's gonna get so much done with the levels, and he doesn't really do a super good job farming by himself. He's being gone on right now. Dawnbreak ult comes in. They have the arena to follow up. No escape for these stones, or is there? Well, a bit of a heal from the stick, but not enough to keep his life alive. And Ember Spirit actually also joining in, burning people down as the Tombstone Zombies started to stack up. TZY, there's a couple of them behind him, but with the extra hacks iron it, not fast enough to keep the chase going. So it's just a 3-for-1 exchange for now. Ember Spirit though, that's a lot of damage, that's a lot of zombies. He just gets stunned and straight up killed. No. Iron it with the extra +1 right there.
9 heroes mid pre 10 minutes. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
What do you think? Who favors from this? Like, who likes this? It's carnage.
I would say Magma needed to get kills, but if they don't get that Ember kill, they love it on the side of Magma. But the fact that Ember dies and TB's just farming, that's not great. I think it sort of resolves even. Doesn't really go anywhere because they had to drop like pretty much every ult on the side of Magma to get that fight. And YBB committed like just lives on these heroes, but it's not the most important lives. The only important life that lost was Invoker, so I think it's okay actually for YBB overall.
Yeah, I agree. Like the outcome is definitely favoring them, but like this carnage is something that Magma should be pushing for, right? They have the heroes to punish the TB early on. You have December, Mars, Dawnbreaker. You have 3 semi-cores. You don't have a true carry, right? So on paper, you should be the one pressuring, but just not working for them at the moment.
Losing car in the arena again. So. And Ever also got a solo kill earlier, dodging a magic missile as well with a sleight of fist. So he's feeling it. Right back on that horse. And yeah, Magma, it seems to me that they're being a lot more active than YBB is at the moment. Seems those ultimates off cool. And it was an Arcane Rune arena as well, so gonna be right back up. Perhaps back in time to defend bottom, right?
I'm glad that Dust is going straight for Blink Dagger in this game. I think he recognizes how active his team used to be all the time. There's like never any downtime they're allowed to have. So if he keeps this up, as well as the BKB first from TZY, I'm actually kind of surprised that he didn't do this last game on Ironid. Lizard, you actually mentioned that Echo Saber not that great on the hero. Like if he got a straight BKB, like what TZY is doing now, I think they would have been able to fight more early and more often. So the fact that this Dawn is going for it now does signal to us that when they get that plus Blink Dagger, Magma is just never gonna stop. Like they're already not stopping. They're smoked up again, boys. Yeah,
this is telling me that they understand how every game should be played more or less from the first match, from all the series that we've watched them. It's not always perfect. They don't always execute in a perfect way. They do get outplayed from one game to another, but it does show that they have a good plan about what needs to be done.
He actually lives in mid here despite the arena being used, and TZY, alright, okay. What? He still lives! Fatal Bounce just in creeps, it's not nearly enough. Oh man, that was really weird. I mean, there's 3 heroes around him, inside the arena, pinned to the side, and somehow manages to get away. Not that he's in fighting shape, really, as they drop the Serpent Walls from Shaman to bring down his tier 1 tower as well. So he's still gonna get the objective that they came here for, but it's still a bit annoying to not get that extra kill, even if it's just on a 4 tinies. Ember Spirit down bottom is going to need to get some help here from the Dawnbreaker. Nice dodge once again as they're focusing on Sinful Soul. Does get the stun around. TZY has to run. And with the Tombstone down right into the Sunstrike here, Distance gets that kill. But at what cost? Fight's not over just yet. Get eye on it. Poloson feeling large and charged right now. The Golem
Golem action.
Than him. But Poloson last strike click from the tower. Not quite enough here. They need to jump forward.
You see that? He's dead.
Not quite ready as... Kazi got him!
Yeah. Literally the last tick.
The last hit from the Shadow Word, yeah.
Easy. Calculated. Bit of a back and forth here. Didn't quite get who they wanted here. Terrorblade's still alive, but 2-for-1 exchange when all is said and done.
But look where the fight happened, though, right? That was SGA committed just in front of the tier 1 tower, so they can't actually aggress into this lane. They have to sort of just sit back. This Mars, now that he knows there's no Solar Guardian, can't really do anything but just farm for his Blink Dagger. And Invoker finished Midas while all this was happening. Invoker, speaking of, trying to solo kill the Stonebreaker. Is this going to happen? It's got a lot of damage here. This actually might be a kill.
Charges and the Celestial Hammer ready to go with on bottom. Yeah. They're still hanging around here. Ember Spirit kind of creating some chaos, linked together, doing tons of damage here. Sunstrike a little bit too late, but now Sinful Soul with another meta committed. Finally let this tower go. As Mars now with Blink Dagger not quite completed. That's still smoked up with Mercy.
Oh no.
Well, these stones, if he walks up the high ground, so he doesn't even need to here. The arena finds him Sentry just in case. And the shackle to follow. This will be a kill. Very nicely executed. Who even needs Blink anyway? Come on. Who needs Blink? Just walk up and kill them, you know?
Stroll up to them, say hi, what's up, how you doing? Bam! Get them straight in the face.
High five! Oh, sorry, that was a spear, not my hand. Whoops. Keep making that mistake. Very important kill, much more important than the tiny that they keep going on. This is a target of opportunity. Now he does have
a little bit of uninterrupted farm of the Midas, so you're just chilling, farming a bit. Can still get to BKB. I'm actually glad you queued up Blink on D-Stones. I was about to be like, what are you doing, fam? You need BKB. Last game was a horror show because of a lack of BKBs, but get them soon. Get them quickly.
Do you think they need voice line?
BKBs? Oh. BKB. Also need Ice Frog to nerf this, boys. This is ridiculous. Though the Shadow Shaman wall should actually deal 0 damage to the Roshan. Thank you very much.
It is sort of been nerfed. You can't solo it anymore because you can't really tank Rosh yourself, and you get one-shots the wards now, so it's in line with any other Roche accelerators, right? As Mars blinking forward finds these stones inside the arena again. The Starbreak Gold just to get the extra damage and the follow-up stunned over on the Undying here. Tombstone doesn't even get down. The follow-up axes, the control is there. Linked together and now looking for more. Ironet caught off to the side. He's just dead. Yuzu not looking for the world either. Triple kill just like that in a span of 10 seconds. YBB's game in mid's just over.
Yeah, it's just like one hero that shouldn't get caught and mustn't get caught gets caught, right? It's the Invoker.
Yeah.
Nicely done by the Mars, jumps in, straight into the face of the Invoker, catches him.
He's the only real counter initiation, right? I mean, but even then, is he with Quas-Exort? Quas-Vex? Yeah, sure, Tornado EMP.
Yeah, you just Tornado, you can always... you won't perhaps win the fight, but you won't lose 4 heroes immediately.
Well, they're gonna try again. They bring down a Mars immediately here. Tombstone is down. They're all kind of linked together, and that's a ton of damage just from a single Sleight of Fist as a result.
Yeah, Undying might... he probably won't die, right? They don't... They're not hitting anyone linked. It's a ton of damage, like you said. You have Fatal Bonds, then you have Sleight of Fist. And this is the way they have to be playing.
Here we go, Sunstrike comes in, the stick charges though keep him alive, and Yuzu should end up taking out here, certainly with another remnant forward stun. Does follow him though. Celestial Aegis ready to go, and Region Rune pops. A bit unfortunate here, but Folloson will still end up dying as they shackle up Ironet. No axe yet on Venge, so no returning.
Yeah, they're breaking them at this point, and TB is farming. He's doing this extremely well when it comes to ignoring these engagements, because he would feed just as much as all of his other teammates. At this point, you might ask yourself, yo, where is the carry? Maybe we need him. Maybe we should call for him. No. Like, when your team is dying like this, as a carry, the worst thing that you could do is join the fights, I feel like.
Yeah.
They're getting outplayed, and more damage is not the fix. They're lacking positioning, they're lacking control, they're lacking actual catch.
Yeah.
TB being there would not help with that.
Certainly when Ember has that Aegis. Now he has the BKB as well to help him out, so things are not going to get easier. Mars also working on a BKB. So you kind of have to hold out and then hope once the Aegis is gone. But they're not even gonna. Oh, nice swap though. D-Stones still alive, gets a tornado out. Mercy though finds the shackles. That's with the blink right on top. He dies after all. As well, Kazi kind of stuck in the middle trying to work away on his Doomstone. That was never gonna work. But well, Dust has to try and run away. The stun connects though, and Sinful so large in her charge right now. With that Metamorphosis, Yuzo, okay, TZY has his own BKB already, so that tossback will not work out for him whatsoever. The chains connect on Avenge. Again, still no axe, never had the time to finish farming it up, even though he's been so close, but the Meta Terrorblade in the front here, that's enough to shield him and allow him to walk away. So a bit more of an even trade this time around, but these stones going down again.
The only times we saw these stones actually have backup, like Ionit was right behind him, because usually they've been having issues with these stones getting caught. Ionit can't get to him in time for the swap back. Even though, did y'all see the range on those shackles? Kind of ridiculous for Mercy with this Aether Lens, but even though he dies first, he at least draws them deep enough that they end up over-committing on the Mars. And we finally get TB involved. Like, he gets to sit back. He's the last person to show up at the fight. Very tanky, so they have difficulty dealing with him. And they get a kill top. Okay, buying some time on the map.
But what costs there? We're splitting the focus a little bit here. Iron off to the side. That's not the Agnum Scepter coming. Does not get it delivered on time though. Is they also bring down the Tiny. Polison got the Doomstone, so they'll be farmed up. And now he's being burnt down. Chain's missing actually, but no fear in the world on this Ember Spirit. Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. And yeah, they got the Shadow Shaman, but losing 3 heroes for it. Blizzard, like, the math does not check out. At least on my
wait, let me calculate. So 3 heroes.
Please double check my
3 heroes for 1 for nothing. Yeah, you're right. Math doesn't check out.
Yeah.
It isn't truly the math that should be used. It was a quick math from me, so maybe it's wrong.
Quick NA maths. Yeah.
Oh no, bottom. I think he's dead.
Almost. Okay.
TP.
He's not TPing. He's TPing now. Okay.
Yeah.
Plenty of time.
Still 90 seconds BKB that you just used. Just to TP away. It's like
post charge too.
YBB just fell into this trap of well, they didn't fall into a trap because they again didn't make any moves. They're just passive and they're getting caught. Like they're playing. I've actually seen this before, and they're so scared. They're just so scared from game 1, game 2. They look like a team that's defeated a little bit. It's sad to say. They're just playing. They're in it, right? But they're not truly doing anything. No smokes, no big moves, no. Look, how many tier 1 towers did they take? 1, and it's the one that you expect to take anyway on bottom lanes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I mean, it was a really weird situation before because they were trying to finish up that axe, the core item on Avenge. Now it's finally gone as smoke breaks, dust gets blink out. Doomstone also committed. This is not working out well. But I can understand why they didn't really want to go for some active plays. Well, they didn't have that, but Magma was just in their face and they kept reacting to it and they kept being caught out and killed.
If you don't make any plays, you will suffer what they suffered, right? Like you'll just if you aren't making any active plays, at least you need to combo the swap somehow. Well, like get initiated on Walker, swap him out, follow up with that. But they didn't make any plays. Plus, they were greedy. You can't have those two things together because
easy. Also, is he dead? No, it's fine. Okay.
Paulson as well.
Yep. Well, more blings. Mercy just going in. Dust gets the arena, catches Yuzi just in the nick of it, and I need to count on the outside, still inside the Dawnbreak ult. Mercy tanks the Sunstrike to the face, but controlling up Sinful Soul. Now he's all alone, but never mind. D-Stone's coming in with Tornado MP. That makes things a little bit more awkward, but Ember Spirit accepting the challenge for the moment, but they have to wait out the BKB.
Run.
Walk will keep them safe, and now round number 2. BKB is over, the chain's connected, does have a Sunland to work with, and he can't get it out on his teammate, on Paulison. Is it gonna be enough? Well, the answer is probably not. Sinful Soul back down to low health again, chained up once more, taken out.
I wouldn't be surprised even if
BKB just to walk away again. Yuzu coming in just as a with a rock in between. This is a sacrifice. It's tornado to burn off the flame god immediately.
Illusion does kill Kazi.
Oh, it kills the warlock.
It's like, what? How did that happen? What?
He chased him all the way, dude. That was so funny.
Yeah. His teammates were too busy diving instead of helping the poor old warlock. It happens. I know. We've all been there as a support, right? Like, does your life matter? No. It's all about the kills, baby.
What do you mean you don't have your ult? Get out of here! I'm giving them, but yeah.
Yeah, but you can see the way that Magma are taking these fights. Bait out the BKB from the Terrorblade, reset afterwards.
Go again, just straight up blinking right on top of Vengeful Spirit. Shackles to follow. Gonna come back with an illusion.
Free gold.
Gotta kill that one off. I mean, it's really annoying, right? It's not a ton of gold, but you have to kill the illusion. It's just no two ways about it.
It's a vengeful spirit, it's not an illusion.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
And the
strike
buyback,
Mercy.
okay.
This time with the combo from Tiny, that'll be enough. They're all kind of linked together.
Okay.
The BKBs at the ready. Magma will not want to take this fight in this position. They find a good one though. Like they have some of their ultimates back up. Arena with Solar Guardian. Golem still 30 seconds out though. And you'll probably want to fight, use that for the next Roche, which could respawn at any moment. Of course, we know that it's still a minute out.
Just so many items it feels like the Terrorblade still needs to buy to be useful this game. He needs the Skadi to deal with all these heals from Magma. Oh wait, did they get by it?
That's BKB.
Oh, can he get out? He doesn't even run that he does. He's so fine right now. I was never worried, honestly. I don't know what you
They stacked their stuns a little bit there.
Yeah.
I feel like it could have been, but then again, it's an Ember. Like, how careful can you be about those stuns? You need to spam it.
Again, Crimson is down in it, down half health, gets safety toss over to the side, but that'll set up the shackles.
Now
for
swap
Tiny.
him, and he tosses you back again.
Nah, I'm just gonna let him go.
To be fair, swap was on cooldown, so couldn't actually make the move. That would have been hilarious if he swapped them when they both died. That would have been the best thing ever. But open up space for Roche. Bad Boy is up in 10 seconds, so they get the big man. This should be the shot as well coming in. So YBB already struggling on the first round of lives, and it's pretty clear they can't fight beyond the duration of their BKBs. Dealing with a double life, I don't think they can allow this to happen. If this happens, I don't see what they can do, because Magma, yes, they might lose out as the game goes later, but then this game will probably end or be in a very close position to ending in the duration of this Aegis. They're not even going to stop this. I'm not even sure they get the full trade down bottom, trying to push with these illusions and the Forge Spirits.
Dawnbreak even TPing in, you can always rejoin the fight. TZY will be able to take care of this push. There's no way to punish her, there's no way to punish this Roche. Will be Aegis and the free shot, probably for Dust, you would think. Oh no, Ember's taking it, alright. I guess TPS from Fire Remnants.
It's yeah, I do take care at this point. 11k ahead, 26 minutes in. Who gets a shard?
Yeah, I guess it's the Fire Remnant replenishment is gonna come in handy.
Yeah.
Just keep spamming them over and over again.
Some damage on TB and his illusions, right?
Yeah. I would have thought just being able to catch two people with the spear is also very nice on Moss. But hey, it is what it is. They are getting ready to perhaps smoke up or something like that in mid, if they had a smoke. They're just waiting here for the moment. As down bottom though, TZY, now the entire Dire lineup is there. So after Power Ranger TV, and he does get the BKB out, no real chains, swap back. Ember Spirit in the front, gets a double chains out. TZY trying, oh there's the arena, gets absolutely everybody. Bolson is dead first, Dust clicking away at Yuzu. Now in it, well, that's just his remnants, his illusion. Also ends up falling terribly and ended up BKB TPing out again.
What do you think? How does that Vengeful Spirit feel? Like, she respawns as this Vengeful Spirit, very vengeful, yeah. Meanwhile, she sees this Terrorblade just popping the BKB, TPing out.
Team?
To be fair, that fight is kind of the Venge's fault. That very early swap. After the BKB was used, that was a kind of awkward move. Also, I wanted to ask you boys about this. The Venge bought the Aghanim shard. Didn't go for like a 4-star or anything this game. That feels very peculiar to me, to go shard at this point in the game on this hero. Like, it's already been apparent that there's like trip BKBs. You're never reaching the Warlock or the Shadow Shaman. So I don't really see the utility of the bouncing magic missile, boys. What was the rationale, you think?
I do think that it's really good, like the shard overall.
Yeah.
Maybe in this game you're just way too underfarmed, so it doesn't really look that threatening. But I actually like it. I like the shard.
It
pierces. Yeah, it pierces BKB, right? Already, or is it the talent later on?
That is level 25 talent.
Yeah, that's
so
25
ways
talent.
away.
Yeah, I mean 2 targets. It's still solid.
Yeah. It's very nice to have it, but yeah, I'm not sure what other item would really change the dynamic here that Bench could buy at this point. Maybe Vlad's actually.
Yeah, some braid pack would be amazing for your TB.
Tiny's bang again.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again. 5 and 11 on that poor guy. Yeah.
Is yeah. Lincoln's queued up for the Ember Spirit. Also almost has it when it comes to the gold. Yep, like Magma definitely needed to do exactly what they're doing. They needed to be quick, active across the map with the draft that they had with these 3 semi-cores. That's exactly what they did. YBB didn't truly adapt to that. Unfortunate to Paulison.
Should be able to finish him off. Nice tornado actually, so he does get the Tombstone out, but I don't know if that's gonna do too much. Actually buying back and want to take this fight. Tombstone being clicked at, and that's gone. Now this time over on the Terrorblade, eyeing in. It's gonna come right back with another set of spells. If you kill him now, you do. The stun over, toss back into the loving arms of Sinful Soul. And now Ember. That's something they just work with. We'll be happy to use it right now. But Dust only now TPing back in, but they still have the gold left. And also the follower from TZY. T-Stone's barely alive. No, never mind. He gets snapped down with the hammer. But now Sinful Soul. No more BKB. It's him versus the world. Him versus Ember Spirit. His Mercy rejoined as well. Gets the control on the Undying. That's another dieback for him.
That's a ton of buybacks. I feel like Magma just wants to at least close out this set of Raxes, maybe even the game. As buyback on Undying, buyback on Tiny, buyback on... Who else? Did anyone else on YBB buyback? I don't think so. The 2 buybacks.
Tiny and Undying and Dust.
Mars also bought back as well.
Yeah. No. On Magma, yeah. Dust also bought back fairly late.
Yeah.
To all of that. Like, he could have bought back instantly and joined the fight, but...
Still is the arena now if they want to turn into something, but they're just, okay, swap back.
He's going to go in now.
Yeah, he needs to throw in that arena just to help, and now they speed up the Vengeful Spirit, but not the Terrorblade. Control up on Shackles instead. They don't have the power to turn this into a kill. He, in fact, might lose a couple of extra heroes. Dust dying back. Shaman as well. And Ember still hanging around, dodging the stun, relenting forward. You're crazy, sir. You're crazy. You're getting the kill, but now you can't get out. What? Could have get more remnants.
This was a huge throw. Like,
that was
huge defense for YBB. They went way too deep. Like, I knew that they would go with Mars, like, instantly. Because TB didn't have BKB, TB didn't have ulti. Metamorphosis, that is. Or Sunder, for that matter. So, they went very deep in. They got punished. Ember as well, dying together with his teammates. That's a dieback on Mars and the gem that was bought. So they gave them like 10k gold in one fight, even more, I believe. So the swing is huge. YBB are back, baby. I told you, I believed. I knew they could do it.
This is really scary though.
Look at the TB. He has Skadi and Silver Edge now completed.
Yeah. And we talked about it in the draft. Once he gets Alacrity, look at his damage output. Heading for almost 400 damage right now. Are they just gonna heads up get a lane of Rax back? I don't think they go all the way, but they know that Mars can't actually re-engage on the fight.
No, you're getting a lane of Raxes for sure. The question is, will they be crazy enough to go for the throne? I don't think they will. I don't think they need to. Just get the Raxes and get the hell out. Yeah. It's huge. Like this fight was
fake back. TZY swapped in. Next up, Sunstruck.
What a play!
Okay,
And now you go for Throne.
How Kazi ends up trying in the middle of that too. That's problematic. He had the golem to work with.
He doesn't have meta for way too long though. That's something. Meta is.
Shaman wants down, does with the arena, gets a couple, and that's these down first. Poloson next on the list, so Zionit comes back with the thing. Mercy rejoining, and once again, terrible ages. Yeah, guys, thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, he TP'd out. No catch for him. They forced a couple of buybacks. They made this game way more interesting than it needed to be. Let's put it that way.
It
but
should have been, honestly.
But then again, staying and pressuring that tier 4 that is, instead of going back, kind of evens things back in Magma's favor, right? Like, we'll see.
It did cost buybacks though. They tried to buy back on Dawnbreaker and Warlock, so if either of them die again, and they still are on cooldown for the Smars, so there's possibility of like the next fight still being game winning for them on the side of YBB.
Yeah, let me take that back. It made it wasn't the cleanest, but it was the flashiest play, like that fake Rocks Kiss smoke into the base. It was really good because you have Venge. It's so easy to catch anyone out, right? Like just swap stun and that's it.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. We know that you're a father in the scene, man. Rocks Kiss, old school guy right here.
Yes, they pretty much made the fake smoke. It was them.
Ah man, Embersphere spent all his money. Got the refresher. Huh. So I guess there will be KB, double Lincolns, 1 million remnants.
Scanning.
But buyback situation is very much in favor of YBB. Is the old smoke gap back on the high ground? Smoke will break. The golem connects on the back here, but only into Ionit here with the entire combo. That's not really ideal. Hexed up on the Embers. Impossible can't quite hit him just yet. The BKB comes out. They need control. Disarm there. Going to the back lines. Poloson burned down. Meanwhile, TZY gotta get away from Sinful Soul. Another remnant away. As Iden just cleaning up in the back line, still buying back into this fight. As they're finally gonna call it quits. 2 for 2 so far, but TZY. Oh wow, that's a big hit.
Your mid, yeah, that's game. Your mid lane is being pushed in. They wait. Hold it for a second. They still have Ember and Mars. Can they defend?
There's no way to kill Sinful Solo. There's no way. He's just gonna walk in, just hexing out the Mars. Sunstrike, right connecting, I believe, but Dust swap back into it. Yeah, he's just dead.
That's
and
a game.
It's just the Ember, and this is not possible to defend. There's 2 catapults in here.
Who did not believe in YBB here? Tell me, who was it? Was it you?
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
This game just fell apart due to no fault of YBB, honestly.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Well, we've got to that point, boys. We wanted to see YBB get to the point where the TV gets strong. It took a lot of effort, but they got there. Somehow, some way. But you know why this was a foregone conclusion, Drag and Drop? We have Lizard on the panel. There's no way we don't go 3 games.
Of course, yeah.
Is that it? Is it
very easy, I guess.
Or blessing, depending on how you want, what team you support. Depending on where your stonks are at.
Oh, wow. That was a comeback for the ages from YBB. And it's often we've seen this happen time and time again, not just in Dota overall, but especially here in the Chinese region, where you're winning the game for most of the game, doing really, really well. One mistake, one bad fight, and then suddenly you lose. And the conditions where it looked like they were going to lose, at first you don't think it doesn't seem so bad. They buy back after they've won a fight. They use that buyback to go push into the lane of Rax. It's looking fine. Everything should technically not be so bad. But then they decide, or Specifically, we have to flame him a little bit here, but Bai Yi on the Ember, he's feeling himself a little bit, goes back for the re-engage. His team is like, well, everybody's on like 2 HP. Let's go back with him. And then when several of these heroes are dying, they're like, wait, we should have left them behind. Actually, oh no, this is terrible. Now this Terrorblade got 2,000 gold he got from that one fight Dragon Drop. Yeah. Afterwards, he's like, well, I can finish off my Silver Edge. And he decides, you know what, let me not finish that off. Because a normal TB in that situation buys the item instantly. But he's like, let me hold off on this buyback. Let's see what happens in the upcoming fight. Then only when they're on the other side of the map, he's like, I can actually go for this. I'll have buyback again. They kill TZY, force out some buybacks. And then suddenly the game looks like it's actually balanced on a razor's edge. Magma can afford 0 mistakes. Then they make one. The game just ends immediately.
Yeah, I have no explanation. It's just hanging around there. Oh yeah, I want to kill this Tiny. I think the only reason that I have is that they somehow hate Yuzu Tiny. And they're like, all right, Bloodlust, we gotta kill him every single time. Like the amount of times they just solo read at him. I mean, that does check out in some way, but it did cost them in the end. Just Ember hanging around, getting killed. Didn't end up buying back to save the racks, but then buying the refresher, which I don't know. Okay, that I don't think that would have changed much, even if he had buyback there in the end instead of the refresher. But didn't prepare enough for the Terrorblade. 2 halberds, but ultimately not enough. Like for these fights,
didn't prepare enough for Terrorblade. I mean, what?
they prepared
had
enough,
fun, man. They dove like crazy maniacs. Yeah. That's what happened. It's not about.
They were taking these fights, but they couldn't get out in the end, right? On enough heroes.
What?
I don't know. I'm very confused.
It's just a throw. It's just a throw. As simple as that. They threw this game extremely hard. That high ground push. You didn't need to do that. They did it. But it's also a sign that the team is having a ton of fun. It's not like they aren't able to close it out. It's not like they aren't able to win it. They just tried to have a bit too much fun for their sake, and they got punished by a hero that punishes any mistake quite well, right? TB with that one push. Plus they didn't have buybacks. It's just nicely done overall by YBB. What did I tell you about the cat? Like, push it into a corner? It doesn't matter.
It'll fight back. I thought you were going to say that this Terrorblade hero counts as fun, which it generally tends to do. Mm-hmm. And Team Magma, they were doing everything they were supposed to do. The vast majority of these replays we're going to see, yes, there's these cute plays from Yuzu making these kind of attempts, but it's mostly just Magma overwhelming and overrunning YBB, making any kind of fight impossible for them to take cleanly. And it looked like that was just going to be the nature of the game. And even though they had that sort of off-kilter type of draft, it was working so well. Then it's, like you say, it's kind of a throw because there's not really much to say about the game outside of that last 2 fights. I mean, look at this initiation. Look at how clean they look up until that very specific mistake. This is the question now, Lizard, is this going to affect their mentality going into that next game? Or are they just going to have it be like, well, water off the back, we were enjoying ourselves, having fun. Sometimes this is the cost of entry for playing this style of Dota.
I don't think that this is going to affect the mentality of the team at all. Like, you're fine with this. It happens. Maybe one of them is going to be a bit salty, but they're going to come after him. They're going to, be like, come on, bro. Like, it's fine. We can do it. It's just fun. I think they're all fine with this, really. Because it's not like they're struggling. They didn't struggle in game 1. They didn't struggle in game 2. The fact that Ember stood and fought onwards, that's not something that he does alone as well. I feel like that's one of those situations in which no one is telling him to go back. Just everyone is just like, yeah, you got this, man. You got this. Go 1v3 them. It's fine.
I think this was the fight. Like, they kind of go back in. That was a deep swap, but then, all right, at this point it's clear. All right, Sinful Souls, then scary, Dust too far forward, toss back. All right, just cut your losses here. It's 2 diebacks already, and then Remnants forward, just really trying to kill Yuzu. And then he had more Remnants and more mana to play with, and he didn't use it. That was the weirdest part to me, but
in the fight back, this fake back was pretty cool though. Them understanding that, look, even if we lose this fight, just drawing out buybacks, just putting pressure onto the enemy team, right? Making them feel uncomfortable with the game state at present. And it ended up working out for them. I have to also take back the flame from Ionid in that replay we just saw over there. The Aghanim shot came in actually super clutch, so knew exactly what he was doing, buying that item here on this Vengeful Spirit. Leads into them getting this victory. Although this last fight, I'll be honest, I thought that you weren't going to be able to make this because it seemed like it was going to go very, very well overall. But Ionid also came in clutch again with this buyback and forcing the rest of the team away on the other side, leaving this Ember alone in the front ground.
I think the problem there was also that this entire combo with the Arena and Solar Guardian was just an Ionid. Like, they kill him, then he just turns into Illusion, gets more spells, then he bites back, gets more spells. If that fight hits a couple of extra heroes, I think that's differently. Especially if they can get the Terrorblade perhaps, try and force out his buyback and whatnot. But yeah, it's rough.
Well, it is rough, but it's not rough for YBB fans right now. They only had a very slight fan participation rate that we saw in the earlier stat, like 2% or whatever, maybe 10, I don't know, don't remember. But Sinful Soul IDC carries this team to victory. MVP certainly earned on this Terrorblade. So now they go into this all-important Game 3. They know on the side of YBB that losing this game means that they are 0-4. Suddenly they'll be the cat in the corner, not just in these games, but on the leaderboard overall. On the other side, though, we do have a situation for Team Magma where confidence, we'll see if it's shaken at all, but they'll be coming into this one hoping to try and clear this one out quickly to make it a 2-1 victory. So now Team Magma feeling, of course, very, very like they need to get some revenge here. They had almost everything you'd want to win out a game. More kills, more damage dealt overall, better economy, but it ends up not coming out well for them. So YBB, I'm hoping that this Game 3 is one where they feel a lot more comfortable. And also shout out to D-Stones on his Invoker. Yet again, they eke out a victory on that hero. So now it is 1-1, gentlemen. One final game. Only one chance for either of these squads. Team Magma looking for Division 1 entry. And YBB just trying to stay here inside Division 2. This all-important third draft will determine everything. And it looks like these players, yet again, they have no breaks on the day of Dota. They're like water for casters. Who needs that? We're just going to be playing Dota directly.
The way they draft as well, it's not like it's some long, drawn-out drafts. They just know what they need. They pick it immediately, like in that last series. At least. In this last game, it was like that. So, once again.
This time around, though, Dragon Drop, the thing that you were outlining that you wanted to see, they ban out the Nyx Assassin, but they take the Dawnbreaker first pick. They're not going to give up the opportunity. And this probably has to do with the fact that Yuzu's Tiny is banned anyway. So there's nothing else that's higher on the priority than this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. Again, this makes a lot more sense. Ban the counter to the hero that you're going to pick. This fits well into my idea of how drafts should normally work. But now then the question is, what does Magma do, right? Didn't get the Dawnbreak in Game 1. They picked it up in Game 2. And now none of that is available, but they settled for the Mars again. Nothing really wrong with that, right? It's still a great hero. Dust was doing some really good work on that for the longest time. And there's the Warlock that you love so much. So sticking to the guns. And I guess they're just going to try to make sure that either they ban out the Terrorblade, these kind of late game insurance heroes, or they just make absolutely sure that they end the game before that hero gets farmed.
Let's see. YBB will still stick with the D-Stones Invoker. I mean, last game, this Dawnbreaker did make his life a living hell. Things were going decently for him until they just started reliably countering him and specifically targeting him with the Solar Guardian jump initiation. So this time around, if they at least have some of the combo break on their side, they could still later in the draft get something to save. I would actually like to see that because it did feel like there were a lot of occasions here where D-Stones was a bit overextended. So to get some way to make sure that he stays out of trouble. And Team Magma realized the same thing, immediately banning out the Venge. They're like, no, fam, if we catch you D-Stones, you're dying on your own, bro.
Yeah, so even though we've seen the same heroes as last game so far, it's shifting around a little bit. Of course, Dawnbreaker on the other side, and some of these bans really gonna make a huge difference in the strategies and picks going forward now. See some of these old standards also being taken out. No Coddle, no annoying mid-Coddle shenanigans. Pangolier.
God.
Also really annoying to deal with. Void Spirit also, okay.
Okay, so they want to protect this Invoker. I mean, I've seen D-Stones get demolished on, like, in this matchup, the Void Spirit into the Invoker, so very glad to see that he's removed that. And I think they're probably reasoning that, well, since we've got the Dawnbreaker, it's more likely that TZY plays the Smoz rather than Dust in the mid lane. I'm also glad they banned Faceless Void. It feels like in this kind of game, in the very last-ditch situation, going for like this Void Dawnbreaker with Invoker, that would feel so strong. So glad that they remove it from Magma, make sure that they maintain dominance. It feels like over the last 2 games, they feel at their best when they're able to control the outcome of the team fights. So I'm expecting them to draft in that direction here as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. Chronosphere is a setup. It's the combo itself with the Cataclysm has kind of been done to death. It feels underwhelming more often than it doesn't, because it kind of requires you to get a great Chronosphere, which is not always something that you can guarantee. Certainly when the slippery heroes in Puck actually making it through the banning stage. So Magma snagging that one up, kind of breaking the color theme a little bit this time around, which is annoying, but what can you do?
If you guys are Team Magma, you aren't worried about the Invoker, right? Like,
No.
Like, D-Stone's Invoker, yeah, that's a thing, sure, but it didn't look strong in that last game. In my opinion, it looked particularly weak. Like, he was one of the weakest links in that whole game. Just constantly being jumped on, constantly getting caught, not making any moves like an Invoker usually does. But
he was still doing things, control the team fights, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
They win in the end. They win in the end, right? That's what matters. And he's like, yeah. Just give me Invoker. I told you guys. Give me Invoker and
welcome.
I'm not sure if they won because of Invoker.
Welcome, gentlemen, to the D-Stones Invoker Hate Club. I'm glad to have you with me. Thanks for joining the situation organization. Magma, let's see though. Since they have this Puck hero, there's an opportunity. We've seen before in China that often when there's drafting like this, like heavy sustain on a safe laner, mid hero like Puck, often that's opened up space for a hero like the Spectre, one that Bai Yi himself has actually played in similar situations here in the DPC with exactly that kind of draft. So they still have time if they want to go for that sometime down the line. It can feel really good having Fatal Bonds in a fight on top of the Puck ultimate and as well as the Spectre damage. Feels quite nice, but still a lot of time before they go in that direction. What's up with this time that YBB is spending though on this third pick? They feel very skittish here, Lizard. What do you think is going to be coming out now?
Do we pick TB? Do we not pick TB? What do we do, guys? We don't have Venge. We just won with TB. It's obviously a good hero for us. They go with Dragonite and Skyrat. Oh, so they're switching some things up. It's probably... I don't even know what it is anymore. Like, I don't know what their lanes are going to look like. Usually you want to put the DK into the Puck. Then you could put... Invoker is bad on the offlane with Sky. Maybe... Yeah, I actually don't know how they're going to lane.
Support Dawnbreaker now? This feels weird, yeah. Traditionally in China, the combo used to be DK Skyrath in the lane, and then that transitions into the mid game. But then if they do that, then suddenly you have to run Dawnbreaker 5, which doesn't seem nearly as strong as offlane Dawnbreaker. I don't know about this. This feels very off-kilter to me. But, maybe YBB also feeling that playing things safely, the way that they normally feel comfortable, hasn't really been working. I mean, game 2 they won, but they have to know that those were not circumstances where they win 9 times out of 10. They were very lucky to eke out that victory. I don't know. And this also means that they have to play Skyrath Mage. If they are playing this DK Skyrath Mage lane, you're playing this into safe lane TA. So you do nothing to her?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure. I don't see how their lane. I don't see how those lanes are successful. It's different. Then again, some of these heroes in other regions. Well, I shouldn't say some of these heroes. I should say Sky, right? This Sky in other regions is really popular. Like in Eastern Europe, it's one of top 5 heroes that are picked right now. I believe maybe top 10. But teams are definitely contesting him. Meanwhile, here he's just completely ignored. And now the Spectre too. It's a different approach, definitely from YBB. But it again feels the Team Magma are the ones that need to, press that gas pedal and really dominate in the early game.
Wonder what kind of.
You can pick some troll, perhaps here. No, but actually you can't, right?
I mean,
you
no,
have
you
your
need
3
support,
cores. This
you
is a
know,
support.
yeah.
This is support for Magma. Never mind.
Shadow Demon? Bit of a classic, but you get the interrupt against the initiation from DK and Skyrath, and
Maybe a
Invoker.
stun.
You get a combo break, you can get your own Spectre illusions.
Maybe some frontline stun, or maybe something crazy. Go green stroke warlock.
No.
Shadow Dragon drop. You're on fire.
I read the script. I read the script.
I'm not gonna analyze anymore. You wanna swap places?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'd love to see Lizard play by play.
It's 2 days or 2 games back to back that Dragon Drops finished us with this last pick for Team Magma. All right, so last time around it didn't work out with this Ember Spirit. You already outlined some of the reasons here. Good save against the Skyrath mate combo. Get some Spectre illusions for yourself. Some pressure that you can help alleviate that comes into you from the side of YBB Gaming. Lizard, this is a 4-position Shadow Demon, of course. What do you think? Firstly, of the Mars Shadow Demon lane overall? There is some kill threat there, but do you like it into the Spectre lane, and do you like it in the game overall?
I'm not like the biggest fan, but I'm sure they can make it work. Like Dragon Drop, you should be asking him, not me. Dragon Drop. Why the Shadow Demon? Why the Shadow Demon? Please bless us.
I touched on it already, right? You have the combo breaker with the disruption, right? DK blink stuns somebody, Scarif Mage drops all the spells, and it's like, bah, 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 you're dead. And then, oh wait, you're not dead because you're disrupted. So that's you have that saving potential. That's also always great if you want to run somebody down. And you can get your own Spectre illusions. You have that aggressive
pretty
potential
solid as
too.
well, right?
Exactly.
Eventually,
right? Yeah, absolutely. The
Soul Catcher versus DK. Like, there's a ton of things. That are definitely making a good case for this Shadow Demon.
There's a lot of hype on the SD. I'm expecting to see him have probably one of the better games. I'm really intrigued, though, to see how they're going to be utilizing this TA. YBB probably saw it coming from Bayi, so we'll see how they address it in the game, the all-important game, because for Team Magma, should they find themselves victorious here, they get to continue their run to Div 1, and if YBB find themselves victorious, they get to at least aim to staying in Division 2. To find out which team is going to have their fortunes written, we have a Game 3 matchup of Magma versus YBB Gaming. Let's get into the game, boys. And this time around, surely this is a fight. Surely this time I'm not just debating everybody. Is this going to actually be a fight? Yes, it is, but nobody dies. Feels bad, man.
Yeah,
you just love to debate people, I feel like. That's it.
Damn, it's there. This is not how you entertain people. This is how you piss off people. But he did commit to get that self-deward out as he was being scouted, popping down those wards. A bit annoying, but he makes it out. PVY, oof. He's taking a lot of extra damage here, slowed enough, but once again, disruption coming clutch already, guys. I'm telling you. Here is gonna be crucial.
Went level 1 disruption whilst your Mars went for level 1 God's Rebuke. So it doesn't feel super great for the opening part of the lane. I think I'm fine with this if I'm on the side of YBB. It's like, whatever. Didn't get the kill, but we make the lane slightly easier until level 2 for the Spectre.
Disruption isn't that bad, though. Like, it's actually maybe even better. You're playing into a TA. You pop that disruption on her. I guess she wouldn't have refraction anyway early on, right? But it does deal a lot of damage, like those illusions early on, so it's decent.
It's also on the same teams, so...
I mean, yeah, that's also very true. It doesn't matter. You use the disruption versus anyone, you're gonna hit them.
Yeah.
It happens. Every year you get one of these. Maybe two of these when heroes are on the same team and you're talking stuff.
It's fine, yeah. But as soon as a couple of extra levels come out, this is gonna turn into a kill lane, though, right? Level 2 Shadow Poison is where it's at. Level 1's can react a lot of mana for not a lot of gain, but TCY as well. You can set up the spear with a disruption.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Sinful Soul, he has a stick, actually a wand. Dawnbreaker also a stick, so it will like if you get that poison early on, you're probably just feeding them charges.
Yeah.
At level 1. Invoker is dropping real damn low, but it's a Quaswax, right? Like you just heal up so quickly.
Yeah. Dustar, just getting another round of spells. Just keeping him honest for the moment makes it a little bit rougher. Like if Dust gets a Waning Rift, Illusory Orb going forward, it might be enough to click him down, but not anymore already, as I said. Just with the Tango going and 3 orbs and quads. So right back up to full.
I want to ask you all about this Scareth Mage down bottom. As Lizard was mentioning, he is very highly picked in Eastern Europe, 12th picked overall, I just checked now. But why do you think that is? Like, why did he start getting picked more that side and practically fell off a cliff in China?
I think it's not about the hero itself, it's about the players. Like in Eastern Europe, there's on top of my mind, I know at least 3 players that like to play it. You know, so it's about that. It's about some comfort zone. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that the hero is good or bad. He's 12th right now. He was top 10 when I last checked, like maybe 3-4 days ago. So he's slowly falling out of favor, it looks like, as well.
Yeah. Him and Kazi have been hitting each other for the last minute or so.
It's a good warlock. It's a good lane for the warlock, right? Like Skyrat spams, you just heal, you're happy. Like warlock, witch doctor with the heal, all these heroes, what do they love? They love these spammers because, yeah, you just counter spam them.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. And yeah, I mean, TA is gonna be fine 1v1 up against the Dragon Knight. Like you're not gonna harass him out, but you're also not gonna be struggling with farm too much. So should be all good. Up top, they're also able to kind of keep up, to say the least. Yeah, 21-2 to the 7-1. They keep harassing out TZY, and okay, this time stun connects. And does he have? He does not have any salves or anything coming, so it's gonna be a bit annoying. He has to walk all the way home. Oof, that hurts.
Game is hard. Free time for Spectre. Just gets to enjoy life. I'm wondering what build she goes for here, like after this Blade Mail. We've seen like a bevy of builds immediately after this item. We've seen the Blade Mail into Manta, Blade Mail into Radiance. So it's sort of an open question what IDC is going to feel is the best option this game.
Kazi? It's going to be the first blood here. It's in a very interesting position. Like there's a tons of creeps inside the river.
Do you like
coming in,
Mail?
but not fast enough?
Because I'm not a big fan. Like I'm looking at the Blade Mail on the Spectre and thinking, okay, it's decent to farm with, I guess, right?
I think you have to these days. I've seen some people go for the first item Manta or just Yasha into something else, and it just doesn't feel like you farm as quickly as you do with the Blade Mail. Just gives you what you need early on. Feels like it's become like the cookie cutter on this hero. You just can't really get away with something greedier than going for the Blade Mail.
Yeah, that does make sense. Like it's usually only about that, right? Like it's perhaps not the perfect item, but you need that progression. There was an urn long time ago, if you guys remember.
Don't remind me.
Soul Ring to spam out. Then it became a Soul Ring. Then it became Mask of Madness into whatever. Then Aghanim's Rush. Yeah, this hero went through a lot of like. Spectre definitely is a carry that with a particular different skill set, right? Because of her passive. It's kind of making her even an offlane, which she was at one point. TZY.
Keep trying to go on him. This time they also bring Paulson though, and that'll put him over the edge. Surely, there we go. No help right there. Mercy busy somewhere else. Picking up tons of camps though. Look at this triangle already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5 stack on the hard camp and a triple or quad on the ancient. Something like that. So lots of extra farm for the TA to get going later. Paulson is in a bit of trouble here. Dust coming in, silenced up though instantly with the EMP. Dust will not even dodge the fall of stun there. Gets raining ripped out, but well, Paulson will still die, but not worth it all.
Do you guys think Magma are shaken right now? Oh my god, what's happening?
Finally gonna be like, oh yeah, I mean, TA is gonna farm up the camps. Look at this. Look at Mercy. He's gonna try it again. He's a madman. Right. Stack 1. Can he get it? Can he get it? And yep,
got him.
Another double stack.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
So much gold right here for the TA once she decides to leave the lane, and I think she should do that very soon, right?
Yeah.
Like there is no reason for you to stay there for so long. Once Dragonite gets 6, you're in danger. Up to that point, I guess you could perhaps stick around, but yeah, it's just dangerous. I think he's leaving right now. Yeah. So.
I think that is nice is that the enemy team can't really steal your ancients. They kind of suck at it, so you don't have to like super rush this. You know that there's no blade mill yet on spec, and that's the only thing that allows it to clear out any kind of camps. So you're still fine. Can take it easy on the way there. Like can still make some shortcut stops over onto some of the camps that he's farming now into the D-Lance. I think you maybe finish the D-Lance before you try and approach the full ancient stack. And Mercy's stacking it again, dude. What a player.
It's gonna work. I don't care about kills because of arena and whatnot, but it's gonna happen. But yeah, he's stacked it again.
Oh my god.
That's
freaking crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think you just go as a full team, you know, 5-man over there, and you still everyone gets like 2 levels from.
They're gonna die to the creeps too. There's a 5-man team. There's so many of them.
You need some fatal bonds over there from Warlock. Drop the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this time around in Walker,
bonds could help with the farm, but it's also a big chance that you're just gonna accidentally steal a lot of creeps.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go, working away. Oh, it's a Spectre
down
bottom. Cassie all alone. Yeah, he's being punished, just sitting there, just please sir, can I have some XP? And White is like, no.
It's to be expected, right? TA trying to. He's not gonna try even. He was thinking about stacking that, but yeah, there's no way. For him at least. Shadow Demon perhaps good. But bottom lane dying on Warlock, that's something that is to be expected, right? Like you go to that bot lane to sap some experience, also you defend the tower a little bit if possible. You expect to die. Yeah, it's really no biggie. It's why we were talking about TA having to leave bottom lane too. If you don't, that would have been... If she didn't, that would have been her.
Same time, she was like 3.8k net worth, something like that. And she's gonna be beyond 5k when this is all done. This is insane.
Shout out boy and Boca.
Big ones, yeah, 5.3k.
So much net worth, oh my gosh. Speaking of net worth, D-Stone's got Midas 3 minutes faster than in the last game, and casually 8th fastest on the patch. Just chilling. So showing us why he's known for this hero, why it's his most played hero of all time. I think he's actually encroaching on having 100 overall games on the hero. This is game 99 of his, so he needs to be able to win this one out.
He's also going quasi Vex this game, like just the one value point in Exort.
Makes sense. He's playing into the TA, right? So needs to have some kind of way to dispel quickly the refraction charges. Mono burn is super nice versus Puck in general. And this is also a way to be able to, whenever they drop down that chaotic offering, it's a way to like break up the fight so you can actually leave and not just get held in position and brought down quickly.
Yeah.
Smoke up. They want to perhaps punish the Dragonite. Do they have the damage? With the Soul Catcher, maybe. But they need to be careful with all their stuns, right? Oh, never mind. Just drop everything on him.
Well, they're still only on to the disruption in case he tries to TP out. Now Silence stand up. Oh, Dawnbreaker coming in for a couple of heals, but still takes out Yuzu. Banished.
Yeah, but this is a 5 Dawnbreaker. You're just giving them a bonus, yeah. Okay, thank you, Yuzu. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Have a beautiful time.
Oh. We're trying to connect the move top at the same time, but we couldn't get there in time. If they had like Spectre Haunt at while all of this was happening, maybe there's a chance you like drop Solar Guardian, you come in with Haunt as well. But Sinful Soul was just casually farming, heading into Radiance, boys.
Oh boy, what?
I'm not gonna pretend I'm unhappy to see this. Let me not cap. I love seeing Radiant Spectre.
It's an old school build, but like Radiance on top of Blade Mail feels weird. I guess makes sense against TA. You know, just more stuff to break the refraction. But also stuff that gets stopped by BKB. Yeah, exactly.
And you're also building that Radiance into a Disruptor, so... sorry, Disruption from the Shadow Demon. So, yeah, not the big fan in this game.
Haste June is like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go play a little bit on Yuzu. Mars ends up dying though. It's been annoying. Yeah, they're just sleeping out as this team process coming. Nope, not gonna deal with that. Oof. This, how do you feel about this master? Because he's been picked up a couple of times now, not really farming as much. Kind of starting to fall behind a little bit, isn't he? I suppose not compared to towards Ionid.
I don't know, lately I've been feeling like this offlane Mars has sort of fallen off versus what he's been able to accomplish sometimes when we see him mid. It sort of reminds me of, remember last season when we saw Pango every single game in the offlane? And then as time went on, people started playing it mid more often and it seemed way better mid than offlane. It's getting a similar kind of vibe from this hero. Every time I've seen him lately play it offlane, it just feels a little bit underwhelming if the game's not going perfectly.
Hooked up again mid with smoke breaks, and there's a ward on the high ground. We'll figure this one out though.
And the problem for Magma this time around with the Mars is there's no true damage at all in the arena. So your two supports don't really do it. Of course, if you have the rock, you can, but without it, it's very difficult.
There's a lot of pressure on TA to eventually provide that, right? If you've got the almost got the Desolator complete very early on, so you're gonna have the Blink perhaps to follow that up, so you can combo up with the Mars, blink in, just kill people that way. The old-fashioned way, if you will, just right-click them. Alright. Oh, how do you miss a spear after disruption? That's a bit awkward here. Ionid TPing out straight up. That'll be cancelled though. Rock being dropped at the top of the call. Ionid is dead, and so is the Dawnbreaker. It was the next level bait. That's why you purposely missed the spear off of the disruption. That's what I'm going with.
Next level bait. Yeah. I mean, it works out for them. They get that fight. They get to take the tier 1. Looks like they're almost on a draw the path towards Roshan. I mean, Jesso's about to arrive for Bayi. It's coming on the courier just now, and they still have this chaotic offering for another 30 seconds. And this is a good time to head into the pit. But they have to take it very quickly because they actually have some fight potential onto this from the side of YBB, and they do scout this. They know there's still Spectre Horns.
They're not fast enough. They're just too far. So. They needed to instantly start moving in. One hero at a time, and then following up with some Haunt, with some Dragonite once he's up, blinking in, jumping in, running in. Yeah, but they can also wait for the Radiance, right? It's not a rush. The Sages, it's amazing on TA, but it doesn't change the way Sinful Soul should be playing. That's chilling, waiting for the Radiance, fighting afterwards.
Olsen? Mercy. Revealing himself, can't get in range, but does have a coil. They don't see him though. He gets the TP out.
That Shadow Blade.
So close.
So close.
Yeah. Scara pretty damn fast on his wings, I suppose. Going for the old ATOS.
Oh, This is intriguing, boys. Click on our boy Paulison here. Oh, not Paulison, D-Stones. He went for the Orchid on this.
I'm looking at D-Stones right now. Look, seeing him pinned to the side of an arena.
Yeah, he went Midas Orchid. He had it queued up for some time. Well, what do you think? Do you like it?
I suppose there's a puck on the other team. He doesn't have Yule Scepter yet, and that is itemizing in that direction right now, recognizing the potential risk. And I suppose having a silence is nice onto heroes like Mercy, just prevent him from doing anything in the fight, even if you have BKBs and stuff. I don't know though, I always feel like I want BKBs sooner rather than later, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Although they've now committed to the full ultimate from the Shadow Demon, so this is looking dangerous. They have to run away right now. Inet would be happy to reveal the blink at this point.
It's not the longest cooldown in the world, but yeah, they do not want to fight right now. They don't have Arena, they don't have Golem for another 10 seconds. Don't have Dust ready to go though. Like, he doesn't have mana, as there it is. Okay, just goodbye Shadow Demon. Kazi will be second spot, excuse me.
And TZY,
that's just window dressing. TZY does have another blink in a couple of seconds. Ah, no, my D-Stones with the Deception. That should put an end to his life. 4 against 1. A little bit unfair, but that's the way it goes sometimes. And they give up bad rune, and that's always nice.
Shout out D-Stones for popping the Midas during the fight, making sure that it's not spending too much time on cooldown. Well done.
Massive
That was
Midas.
huge. That was actually, they got Radiance back to go for that, boys. Sinful Souls got it. Pre-20 minutes, he's fine. Gonna have Blade Mail Radiance with the full tread, 0 deaths. I'm starting to get a bit scared, if I'm honest, for the side of Magma.
Yeah, I have to agree. I completely agree, actually. The first 2 games, they had a decent draft and good plan behind that draft. This time around...
Do you guys believe in a thing called Templar Assassin, though? Because Blink Dagger just got online together with the Desolator in a very early timing, so they're gonna click away at Inet. Stun comes through. Atos with the ult down. Shadow Demon Sunstrike to follow, and yeah, that'll be just enough. But at what cost? Paulison will also fall next to Inet. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Dust getting the kills, because, I mean, TA already got the money, right? So might as well feed it into Dust. He'll set the completed now, looking for his own Blink. Momentum is still there.
Yeah, for me, it's more about the way YBB plays. I think they definitely are in a better spot this game. Like, in a better spot that they were in game 1, than they were in game 2, and also in overall. They just need to stop feeding these kills. That's it. Like, they can't continue dying one by one like they did in game 1 and 2.
Dust was a bit scared about committing further here. They thought, oh, there's no way Yuzu's still alone, right? But he was, so that kill taking a little bit longer than you might have expected. But TA clicking away at the mid tower. Well, that's happening. So a minute left on the Aegis here, so this is the perfect time for them to take a fight. Ready to go with the Blink Arena. Got the Golem to counter-initiate. Oh, Sinful Soul. Oh, Blink Stun. What can they do here? They're kind of trying to force out these spells and then live. But Sky of Mage God. There's the Golem to follow. Yuzu keeping them alive for the moment. So do not want to commit in all that much deeper here. Defensive disruption comes out on TA. Yuzu now slowed down. A couple of right clicks. We'll see him die very, very quickly. The tower falls. So you got what they came here for. Yeah, Aegis will be reclaimed in a moment, so they can't really keep going here with all the spells on cooldown too. So.
Yeah,
It's how much of a madman the Spectre is. Because you could actually haunt and try force something here, but no, okay.
Yeah, no. It's... Do you ever want to initiate with Haunt? So maybe later on if you need vision for high ground or stuff like that, and then someone else jumps in for the control, but normally in this stage in the game, you kind of want to...
Dead. Oh. He's 100% dead. They have vision on him, they've got Orchid. Oh no, they're not going to Orchid him in time! Okay, they got him.
Yeah.
He's got Ewls, but it doesn't matter. With the stun from DK, he just dies way too fast. In a game such as this one, initiating with Haunt isn't bad. Like, it will give you vision on Shadow Demon and Warlock, and you'll be able to jump them. You can either jump them with the Spectre or give vision for a unit to do that for you. So
Yeah.
It depends. Like some games initiating with Haunt isn't good. Some games it's pretty damn amazing. Like when you're playing versus a Shaker or Axe, like an Axe, you always like to use that T first.
Blinkios in
Also
general,
the
and
Sunstrike
just a
follow-up,
few of those, I suppose. Yeah.
Speaking of the Spectre Haunt, Fastest Radiance on the patch, by the way, just casually chilling. Like this YBP game is going way better than I thought it would. I thought Magma was going to be able to press the tempo more, and they might have this gold lead 3K, but most of it is sitting on the CA. Like YBP has a much better distribution of gold on their primary big cores, and they can just definitely scale a lot better. It feels like. Magma, this is the second smoke. They literally went back-to-back smokes. They didn't find anything on the last one. Feels like they're getting a bit desperate here. They want to make something happen on the map before they just get overrun by this late game spec.
No, 100% they're feeling a little bit shaky at the moment. Paulson as well, breaking up the smoke a little bit. Mercy might catch him. Yeah, he should die.
Bit of miscommunication, but gets a few spells out. I can't believe they I do not see the animation for the Skyroth ult. I can't believe they haven't fixed that yet. The only way is the Mystic Flare is TZY's health just going down.
You think there's some new players in Dota who like just watch the game and have never actually seen Mystic Flare?
Very well might be.
There was that one time when Sunray also couldn't be seen, right? And Kotal's channel Illuminate would bug out in different directions.
Yeah. It would be on a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
That was one of the first things that got fixed, though, after it got onto the backtrack, I believe. But yeah, it also seems like an easy one, you know, just, oh yeah, adjust the number. And it'll be fine. But hey. What would Dota be without some bugs here or there? As Magma still trying to keep control here. They've got the wards up in a dais at jungle. Kind of farming up, but towards these BKBs, I suppose. So it'll be next on the list. And this is going to be it for the puck, so Dust can be pushing more aggressively. BKB already online for TA though as well.
Smoke up now from YBB. Yeah.
Yep. Joker got their BKB too, so it's time to box.
They are running uphill, which is a bit dangerous. A unit breaks that small instant rock.
Okay. Gonna try and burn down Iron, and they will be able to do so quickly here. The Haunt comes out here, focusing on the TZY. But now, disrupted here, gonna get Spectres of their own. Sinful Soul taking tons of damage here as well, with TA clicking away from the low ground and then the high ground. It's a 3-4-1 exchange. Poloson make it a 4-4-1. Maybe if they want to keep having high ground.
Maybe not.
There guarding.
Yeah. They got punished last game for that. Let's not do the same. But this looked way easier for Magma than it should have. Like YBB, they smoke up, but without a real plan. Like they smoke up, they approach the high ground, which is most likely occupied by the enemy heroes, and then they don't even like Dragonet was. Without the smoke, just standing there for a good 2.5 seconds. Yeah. Warlock, I guess I'll just drop a rock on you.
Yeah. It was a bit weird, just, solo rock, but yeah, it prevented the blink in from DK. Just, it's taking the initiative, right? Mm. It's normally when the smoke breaks on high ground, like, you know that there's a possibility that someone's up there, so you still make that play. It means you kind of want to blink up, take the risk, and see if you can find a good stun blind. But now he's just all alone up top and dies again.
BK really needs BKB. Can't play this game without it at all. They're struggling to just have any impact out of him without this defensive item. He just dies too quickly as well. Feels like he's food right now. And until they get that, I'm not really sure they can really approach these fights. And also, like, his lack of initiation meant that when IDC jumped in on the Spectre, found himself completely alone on the far side of the fight. The one bright spot, though, is we did get to see that Dust couldn't really do anything in the engagement. He was silenced, then he uses himself to get rid of the silence, then he gets tornadoed, so he was sort of eliminated from the fight, but doesn't really matter if anybody else is dead before he even drops down to the ground.
Yeah. Alright, second Roche going the way of Magma. They've got the Aghanim shard from Mercy, so now he has Demonic Cleanse. which cleanses the target allied unit, removing negative buffs for the duration. At the end of the duration, the unit is healed. It's amazing. Basic dispel. Could come in handy against the Skyrath and whatnot.
I'm thinking of when he gets this Aghanim Scepter, how handy that's going to be into the Spectre. Like, Spec will not really have a game at that point. It'll be very frustrating if you are Sinful Soul in this situation, so you need to try and kill him to prevent him getting that farm.
Yeah. Yeah, they're in a good spot. I mean, we just saw in the last fight as well, the TA is a force to be reckoned with, just hitting into the Spectre. Once the break comes online, even going for the MKB now. It's because Radiance is not just a mischance, it's also the extra evasion that it gives. So MKB makes some sense, also prevents Spectre from going for a butterfly later if she wanted to. And yeah, the Dawnbreaker also looking for the Axe. So it's a very good preemptive MKB, because Dawnbreaker Axe would otherwise just ruin Temple Assassin's game, you know, as the call comes through. Does connect over on the follows on the spear him away, but he's not actually dead just yet. Oh, okay. Unfortunate.
That was Dream Coil committed as well for him, so lacking that coil makes things a little bit more difficult. I think they can probably still push. They've got, what, 3 minutes left on the Sages, so plenty of time to put some siege. They at least get the tier 3 tower. I'm not sure if they'll reach for more afterwards, so we'll see.
These stones showing in.
Do you think they will actually go back this time around? I think it's time to dive the tier 4s, man.
Oh, Iron
Going in.
BKB just to stay alive, but turns things around, gets a stun in. Dawnbreaker ult, but there's the arena and the golem being dropped. Iron still alive though, he's walking, but the BKB times out. And the snipe there from Dust ends his life here. They got the Aegis. Can they engage
They're way more
here?
careful this time
like,
around.
oh, Blink across tornado here. These stones kind of being played with a little bit, but just enough to create space. Finish up the racks. Going for the second. Surely gotta leave at one point. You know, you just go in. Olsen gets one shot.
They were more careful, but the moment they got the chance, they dove tier 4s once again. Like, why the hell not?
It's buyback force out. I mean, surely there's still Haunt, there's still Invoker spell. Like, surely you gotta leave. You don't have your BKB still. There we go. Forced out now. The extra spells from Paulison. Dust playing its way through, and they get the tower, and then they finally get out. Getting a lot more than was safe. Yeah, I mean, who are we to argue with results, right?
So much composure being shown by this Spectre not to show up to the fight. They just let the racks go. And they're like, well, they probably have a reason to themselves that if we haunt into this fight, best we get is an Aegis, and then now we're committed. We can't really get much more out of it. But still, cost them a lane of racks. I mean, but at this stage of the game, right, TA is the queen of being able to hold in these fights. And they're still struggling to deal with the Shadow Demon, who just immediately makes that BKB pointless. Or not pointless, but makes it very hard to utilize in the fight itself. Team Magma, good. I mean, we expect them to be in this kind of situation, right? But the question is now, can they close out the game? Because they still have to do this 2 more times.
It's what you said exactly. They need you mentioned 2 problems. You mentioned the TA and you mentioned the Shadow Demon. I think Shadow Demon should be the focus for YBB. If they can kill him off, they can win a fight. If they can't kill the Shadow Demon off, they just can't do anything. He will disrupt the Spectre. She will kill herself, basically.
Got the Axe. They've got a DD running on Temple Assassin. They want to jump in. The smoke will break. Okay, no more DD. That gets pushed off immediately, but it's gonna be enough to actually keep these stones alive. It's being gone on here. Manages to make it way out of the arena though. Banishment up front as Spectre Horn comes through. His few illusions working for Magma though. Ida just not taking all this game. Is Dust kept alive by triggering up the Aeondis, gets Paulison, walks out. Sunstrike though catches him down bottom. Spectre though speared up, can't TP home, and now she's in so much trouble. Goodbye, sir. The only one standing is these stones. Not for much longer. They're all dead. YBB might have well just lost the game off of the team fight, and they realize it too. GG, well played. Where are you now, Magma haters?
They are nowhere, fam. They are quiet. They're chilling.
Nowhere to be found.
Oh, my goodness. Team Magma. Well,
rolling over them, yeah.
Yep. Game 3, they were like, all right, the business end of game 2 was not exactly where we wanted it to be. So everybody hunker down. We could probably sense from them that they were very serious about this last game, very considered and careful with their moves. Nobody tried to overextend too much. And at some point, Lizard, it was feeling like they felt a bit skittish about their prospects. But once they found a fight or two, they're like, boys, we still got this. We can out-execute YBB, even if we're afraid of their late game potential. Provided we win the fights now, we'll be good. We'll be Gucci. And that'll get us the W.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in this last game as well. They just out-executed them. They out-executed them in all 3 games. It's just that the second one, they had a tiny little bit too much fun. Went in a little bit too crazy, too ham, pushed that high ground when they shouldn't have, fought with Ember on 1v3, 1v4. It happens. When you feel that you're that much stronger, it can happen that you just lose to this one full win game condition, right? Like this terribly. That just wins the game no matter what if you let him. Game 3, I was worried for them until the Shadow Demon disrupted the Spectre and made her look completely useless. I don't understand the Radiance, really. Like, it's good. Like, the Radiance is decent. But then again, you're just giving Shadow Demon more damage, right? Like,
yeah.
It makes it even better for him to disrupt you.
Yeah, at some point, it did really feel like the Spectre didn't have any options to approach the fight. And it felt, you never want to be in this position, Dragon Drop, where no matter what items you're buying for your draft, actually fighting heads up into the enemy team becomes impossible just based off of one hero, right? It's not that typical that we see the support hero being 10th picked in the draft, but in circumstances like this, when that 10th pick hero literally breaks the enemy team's draft, we see why, right? And not just that, it's just the second game in a row, or not in a row, but the second game this series that the pick for Mercy is what completely breaks YBB. Feels like the support duo here of Team Magma is just getting better and better with time each game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also a perfect example of why I'm such a big Mercy fan. Like, he's the kind of player that can just straight up win the game for you out of the 4 position. Like, he used to be on these classic Tusk and Earth Spirit types of heroes, but now he's showing that he has a lot of range. Even Shadow Demon's not necessarily a classic 4 position, right? Nyx Assassin, also a bit old school, but you can imagine that in that position a little bit more readily. But yeah, once again, he plays a hero and he gets the absolute most out of this. Like, I'd be hard pressed to find a situation where he could have done more with the hero than he did.
Speaking of Lizard, having to do more with the hero than what was accomplished, obviously we see a lot of these fights going very well for Team Magma. But YBB, yet again, you were saying it earlier, their execution not super crisp. What could they have done in this game differently than how they played it out in order to win things? I mean, they had kill duos, they had a lot of overall team fight and map threat. How did this not work out for them? What should they change in how they approach the game?
Yeah, I think maybe one of the first things is the greed from the Invoker. He's going for the Midas, right, into Orchid. It slows you down. You don't really... On one side, you have a Pug. He's active from pretty much minute 6, right, that first rune. On the other, you have an Invoker that you need to play around. And then you have a Spectre as well that will not be joining any single fights. So maybe they should reassess the way they... the way they share that farm, right, between the 1 and the 2. The farming priority, at least, if nothing else. Who's the playmaker? Who's the one that does moves? But overall, all 3 games for me come down to the same thing, to the same fact. YBB are extremely, like you put it in a really good word, you said they're skittish. And they are. But usually you're like that when you're not truly sure of yourself, like what you're supposed to be doing. You know when you go on an exam and you haven't studied, like, right? Like, you're worried about everything. But when you've studied everything and you know exactly what you need to be doing, you go in there and you do exactly that. You nail that. You nail that.
In this game, unfortunately, it was the Spectre being nailed to a tree more often than not, and she can't really make much happen. Difficult. Game was hard. That's the only reason I'm here, boys. Just for that transition meta. Drag and drop on the other side though for Team Magma, right? Now that they have gotten this victory after a game 2, which was all over the show, how do you think they feel at this point in time? Given that, I think it's difficult to come back when you should have won in that situation. We've seen teams break before immediately afterwards, but Team Magma, they rallied quite quickly. Do you think now, are they feeling a bit more confident being able to come back from that? I think if they lost, they would have felt quite washed. But do you think they still feel to themselves that, we can still qualify for Division 1 off of these performances?
Yeah, I think they're a veteran enough team that they win those same situations before plenty of times. So they probably have the ability to just say, oh yeah, okay, we kind of had that game too, but then it's, terribly got so big. Yeah, whatever, this is why it's a best of 3 and we know we're so much better than them. So we're just going to go back to a comfort draft. We're going to, I'm not sure how, I mean, we're going to have an interview coming up, so we can maybe ask one of them whether Shadow Demon was, where that idea came from, whether it was just like, but there's a weakness in the draft, we can exploit that here. That could be very interesting.
That's what's the thing, actually. Like, we're all thinking that he's some mastermind that...
I'm just messaging.
Gives us the last. He's actually in their Discord. Yeah. He's right there.
Sending the messages, being like, boys, I'm telling you, SD in this situation owns the game. Ember Spirit would own the game. I kind of like the fact that Team Magma, across all 3 games, they tried to deviate their style. They don't play the exact same way all 3 games. It was much more fast than what we used to seeing in Division 2. So we saw that earlier stat when we started the game, Lizard. The fact that this team will have one of the faster win rates, or game speeds rather, overall in Division 2. And that was the issue we had lots of times last season, that there aren't that many teams who know exactly how to close out the games. I'm very glad, though, that this season, it feels like there's only like 1 or 2 squads, a YBB, an LBZS, maybe a Team Saiyan, who struggle to close out these games. But everybody else, when they're in a winning position, know when to try and go. It might not always work out, but they at least know this is the time to try and win the game. We're not just going to sit back and keep farming like we used to keep seeing.
Yeah, all of these things are... across the board, they're being improved by everyone, not only in this region, but in every. And it's a good sign. It's a sign that Dota is becoming better and better as time passes. So is any other sport. Like, wherever you look, everything is being faster, better, being played faster, better at a different level. And just comparing it 5, 7, 10 years ago to what's happening right now, back then, Tier 2 teams sometimes wouldn't even understand the meta, right? Like, they would be just always drafting their own thing. What they feel is, truth be told, there have been more broken heroes back then, right? Like, you would have these niche picks that would always work no matter what, which we don't have anymore. But across the board, everything is improving, and it's nice to see.
It's always nice to see getting a stronger look in Dota, just having teams be better overall and figuring out as many exceptional ways to approach the game as humanly possible. I'm really looking forward to seeing as well, as time goes on and as these weeks progress, to see how these teams also figure out like their own unique style. That is the one thing that we haven't seen just that much of yet, but of course it is fairly early into the patch. So we do not know exactly how everything is going to be running. We don't know. There's no established meta just yet. Let's put it that way. Pretty much everyone's just copying what PSG LGD is doing. That's what Lanem told us the other day. Drag and drop, in terms of things that... Yeah, you gotta copy this stuff, man. And one of the things that we've seen being copied from PSG LGD, they were the first team to start picking this Warlock. I know I'm already sold, and Lizard plays enough Pulse 5 to not need convincing as to why this hero is good in the meta right now. What did you make of this Warlock hero? Do you think he actually is first pick, first ban material?
If you can use him like that, sure. I mean, it's just does the same thing that he always did, right? It stabilizes the lane, and then he has that big teamfight ultimate. I kind of want to see teams try and figure out ways to maybe try and find other heroes that fill that same role, because Warlock still... The problem is that it doesn't do much more than that, right? There's no items that you can buy that really changed the impact that he has. Outside of that, or maybe just the 4-star for your teammates and stuff like that. And it's just like if you don't have your golem, you can't fight, and that's still one of the largest cooldowns that we have in Dota. It's up there in the realms of the black holes and whatnot. And it seems like he's filling less roles than some other 5 positions would, because he doesn't have that stun. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. We actually have said Warlock player on the line right now to give us his input and his insight into not just the hero itself, but how the team is performing overall. So let us quickly switch over to Kazi from the side here of Team Magma, with Marshall, of course, joining us on the translation. Kazi, congratulations on your victory. Well done today. But talk to us about how the team is feeling after that very exciting game number 2. What happened in those last 5 minutes in the squad?
首先恭喜你拿下这场 BO3， 然后能不能跟我们讲一下第2场比赛？因为打得非常的紧张。第2场比赛打完之后，尤其是最后5分钟，你们当时队内是什么样的一个气氛？
我们队内都还好啊，就没事，下一把这把兄弟们浪了，没关系的，就给对面一个机会吧。就这样。
We were fine after the loss of game 2. We talked to each other and we say it was fine. We will come back stronger, and we just give them another free chance.
Makes sense. And talk to us especially about how you guys drafted today, right? Not necessarily following the patterns you've been doing up until this point. Last pick Shadow Demon in game number 3. Last pick Ember Spirit for the safe lane in game number 2. Has the team been practicing more strategies to have more versatility in how you approach these games in these last pick situations?
跟我们说说你们今天的班选吧，因为最后其实出的英雄都不是很常规，像是这个最后一手出的暗影恶魔啊，包括像这个第2把的这个最后一手出的这个大哥火猫，就是最近 Magma 有在尝试一些新的更那个深度更多的一些变化更多的阵容吗？
是的，我们训练的话其实都比较放飞自我，就想拓宽一下英雄池嘛，然后我们都是最近出了什么新套路、新招式啊？有些比如说屠夫很厉害，我们就会选屠夫之类的。就这些以前基本上看不到的英雄。然后像 Warlock 这种术士这种，都是跟看老干爹打起来挺厉害的，就想选一下尝试一下，训练效果不错，然后比赛就可以直接用。
Yes, our draft is very wild during Scrim, and we intentionally trying to extend our hero pools. And yes, heroes like Pudge, heroes like Warlock, we are very interested in those new meta heroes. And as for Warlock, we saw LGD use it. It was very strong, and we tried it in Scrim. Turns out working very well as well. So that's why we just pick him in real matches.
The copying PSG LGD meta still standing strong. Lizard, as a fellow support player in playing in the same position as Kazi, do you want to talk to our man while we have him on the line?
Of course. Congrats on the win once again. You mentioned PSG LGD and seeing some of their picks. I want to ask you, which is the team that you guys follow or try to copy the most, or perhaps think have the best grasp on the meta? Is it truly PSG LGD?
就是你之前提到了老干爹嘛，就是想问一下，就是包括像老干爹以外，有没有就是你或者像老干爹这种，就是你们特别喜欢去学习啊，或者说你觉得这个队伍就是掌握了可能版本初期比较强的一些套路的？
挺多的吧，各种队伍都是值得我们学习的，像什么东南亚的各种队，他们玩的英雄就非常多，什么 DPC 啊，什么还有我们经常打的那个 Polas 之类的队伍。然后国内的话，什么我们训练遇到什么 Aster、LGD 都是比较强的，我们都会去学。然后其他队伍有的时候遇到比较像他们的什么毒龙之类的，其实也是我们学习的方向。他们用的效果怎么样，我们也会自己掏出来用一下，自己感受一下。
We learn from many teams, not only LGD. We also watch a lot of C Dota and TNC and Polars. Very interesting the playstyle they are using. And as for Chinese teams, Aster and LGD, also other teams, even the same hero we use together. Sometimes like hero like Viper, I saw other team using it. The effect is different than we using it. Then we will learn from it and we will try it in our own game.
Nice, thank you very much. Just one more question from me. In your pubs, what player do you like to get on your team the most, and what player do you like to play against the most?
你平时打路人的时候，你最希望就是跟谁排到一起，然后最希望谁排到你对面？
这排到对面的，我希望是我队友吧。然后一起的话，其实，我想想啊，好像都，我天期都很随意的。其实排到什么人我都可以啊。然后可能跟 Y 队排一起比较开心吧，我们玩的就很放松。然后我们都是5号位，就交流就有共同的语言，我会向他学习一些新的装备啊、英雄啊之类的。
Yeah, I wish my teammates is on the other side. And as far as teammates, I'm an easygoing guy. I play Fabs very chill, so I don't mind. To be honest, probably Y from LGD, since we both play position 5, and he's a very chill guy as well. It's very nice to play with him, and we can share some experience. I can learn from him about some new ideas and new builds on certain hero.
Yeah, nice.
That makes
Sounds yeah, makes sense. Love that you like to play against your teammates as well. Makes a ton of sense. So that's it for me. My last question. Dragon Ball, perhaps you.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to ask you is just looking ahead at the rest of the schedule for the season. How do you feel about your chances? Because you already lost against Team Fusion, who lost against IG, but then again, CDC was also able to beat IG. So with your score being pretty good right now, how do you feel about your chances of being promoted out of Division 2?
就是想问一下你关于剩余的赛程，因为之前虽然输给了 Fusion，但是然后 Fusion 输给了 IG， 但是 IG 也掉给了 CDC 1分嘛。就是现在来看的话，其实情况还不错。就是你们对自己这赛季晋级的这个目标，你觉得有多大的把握？
把握还是挺大的吧，尽力而为，兄弟们尽力就行。
I think we have a good chance as long as we try our best. I feel it's all right.
Okay, and then one last question. I'm gonna ask you to be very honest. How bored are you playing Warlock 3 games in a row right now?
想问你最后一个问题，就是你要诚实的告诉我，你连续打完3把术士之后，是不是感觉挺无聊的？
没有，术士这个英雄，我感觉太strong了，太厉害了。就对线的时候可以欺负对面3号位，然后现在补给又被削弱了，我还可以不用买大药给大哥贴药，就很快乐，很 easy。
哇，这波他妈的就是这波呀
！No, actually, Warlock is very strong right now. He's a strong hero. He can bully the opponent position 3. Especially in this patch, you cannot buy Sol for your teammates. So I don't even need to buy Sol for my carry, and I can just he's a really strong hero, and you will always have an easy game with him.
Right. Not the answer to the question I asked, because I don't doubt that he's strong, but I doubt that he's fun. But yeah,
it's fun. It's fun.
It is fun. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kazi.
Thank you.
GG. Yeah.
Kazi, final question for you before we let you go and continue to practice with your team. Right now, of course, you're playing in a squad that has players that you haven't played with as long and players that you've played with for like 2 years at this point. Talk to us about what the team dynamic is like, having the newer players in Dust and Abayi versus having yourself, Mian Mian and TZY. How have you all gone about making sure that you're all on the same page about the game?
就是这个队在一起组的也蛮久了嘛，虽然中间就是短暂的换过一些人，然后在一起打了这么久，包括这个跟 TZY， 包括跟 Dust 的这些位置上的变动，然后就是你们现在是怎么样确保大家都是非常就是默契的在一起打的呢？
这个确保就从平时训练的时候，大家都可以感受到彼此大概是什么样的，然后就越来越会加深彼此之间的认识，然后一起努力就行了呀。
I think it's through the daily life. I mean, in scrims as well. We always make sure like we know what is going on with each other in their lanes, and we communicate a lot, and we set our common goal, and we just work together towards it.
Working together towards a common goal is what has gotten you victory in the past, and we hope that it continues to get you victory in the future. So, Kazi, thank you so much for giving us your time, and good luck as Team Magma in your further endeavors.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们战队后面有好成绩。
好
，Thank you.
All right, that is Kazi joining us there, of course, from Team Magma. And shout out yet again to Marshall for helping us with that production and the translation, rather. But we heard it here again, not only is Warlock strong, but no, I'm kidding. Copying PSG, LGD, even under, even in the situation where here, Lizard, they're not as clean as they used to be. It still seems to be the way forward here in the Chinese region. Do you think that's ever going to change? Or is that just our destiny, having to deal with the best team in the world?
It can change, definitely. If they drop the ball. If they don't, obviously, it will continue pretty much staying the same like it was for the last, 2 years, 3 years? Has it been more? No, it's been like 3-4 years, right? Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. I can't even remember when they weren't dominating, but yeah, they're looking a little bit shaky right now. Maybe things are changing.
Speaking of Division 1 Dota, we are going to be now moving on to Division 1 after this Division 2 showdown has concluded with a 2-1 victory for Team Magma. Drag and Drop, neither of us are going to be watching this next game, and it's pretty much a very important game as well. RNG versus Vici. Now, of course, Magma having won means that they're still in the running to get promoted. YBB probably getting relegated right now. But between RNG and Vici Gaming, this is quite an important matchup because the way that the scores are all stacked up in Division 1 means that one victory / one loss can 100% turn the tide and turn your fortunes, which based on what you've seen, and I know you hate doing the predictions. I know you hate it. You don't like it. But based on what you've seen, who do you give the advantage to in the next series?
That's a pretty tough call to make. It's close enough to 50-50 for me that I don't feel... I feel even less comfortable predicting this one than I normally do, and that says something. But if you were to press me, if I were to toss a coin, I'd probably just say RNG. But
okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's a fair bet.
I'll ask you, Snare, because I'm going to stay here, so I can talk about it later. What about you?
I say Vici Gaming. I like Vici with Yang back in the mix. Although I do think RNG is a stronger team. Something about how Vici is looking right now feels electric. So I'm going to be going with them. And I think that they're probably going to be winning probably 2-1. It's going to be some long games, but overall, I think they have what it takes. But I've been rambling on enough, so we're going to be obviously going to a break so that when we come back, we have that game. Lizard, of course, will be guiding you through that action, so make sure that you don't go away, and make sure that you follow Drag and Drop at Drag and Drop Dota, follow Lizard at Lizard Dota 2, and follow at Perfect World Esports on Twitter, all the social media, so that you know exactly when the games are happening and who's on the mic. And with that, Division 2 is done, Division 1 coming up. We're going to be taking a small break, and when we return, RNG versus Vici Gaming. You don't want to miss it, so we'll see you in a second.
不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
All right, and welcome back to some Chinese DPC action. We are making the switch from Division 2 to Division 1, and we're also making the switch from Drag and Drop and Snare to myself and Black. We're joining Lizard on this series, and it should be a fun one. We've got ourselves Royal Never Give Up against Vici Gaming. Two teams that are pretty close, but that being said, every single team is pretty close in this region, and it's been a fun ride so far. Well, unfortunately, we can't get 2-2 for everybody because somebody went 1-3, but we can find the team's still staying pretty close overall after we get finished with this week and probably the next week. But I'm here with Lizard. I'm here with Black. Black, you're joining me and coming into this series as we replace the others. I got to ask you, how you doing?
Good, because now the old school China trio is back. The super trio is back. The Jim brotherhood is reunited. We got everything on track.
Oh man,
We get a little flex on the three brothers gymming. Are we still all gymming together?
what?
I guess from a distance.
Of
No
course,
classes
we
are
can.
you?
Of course, we
I
will.
mean,
let's go.
Lizard and I are you?
Yeah, I was just working out before. I've got the kettlebells there. Doing an
Okay,
ab
good.
routine beforehand. It's
And then
not really helping.
show it on the tattooed arm. Let's see it.
I've got the
No,
the
the flex,
kettlebells.
the bicep.
Oh, the flex. Oh, this guy. Oh, look, flat. It was flat. It was all flat. It showed nothing. It was great.
No, that's just the tattoo.
It
It's
all
masking
worked out. No,
Yeah.
it's all the hard work not paying off for me.
That's how it always is.
Basically.
You work hard, doesn't pay off. You work even harder, pays off even less. Suddenly it goes the other way. Instead of up, it goes down. You're like, what?
Hoping
That's
so. At least
exactly how
someday.
it works. Yeah.
I mean, I can only try. Everything's been, I guess, working. The weight's been going down just a touch. But well, for these two teams, they're hoping the wins go up just a touch. What a transition! I can't believe we got back to the Dota talk. This is crazy.
Let's go.
I can't believe this, B-Cop. Have you been practicing like?
I've been
like you
learning
have.
from the best. I've been learning from Nomad and Snare and trying to.
They're
learn
really
from
good
the
at this
best,
kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
I
see
know-
how much B-Cop is improving, Black? Like he learned from the best at the gym, so he started working out a ton.
Yeah.
Then when it comes to the hosting, he started learning from the best as well. He's just like
He's
new
one of those
person.
guys.
Okay. Well, trial and error here and there, and you get better with all the hard work you put in. I know you were coaching someone earlier today, Black, so you were trying to help him get through his own trial and
Dude.
error, tell him that legacy keys are stupid. I heard
Legacy
it.
keys are stupid. Not using quick cast is stupid. If
I-
you're a
I don't
pro
use
player
quick
right
cast.
now, I'm just telling you right now. If you're a pro player, you're watching this cast, you're not using the QWER or any custom keys that make it much easier, and quick cast, you're sabotaging yourself, and you don't deserve to win.
There's actually some
I know.
on quick cast users that won TI recently.
Yeah, but that was lucky.
Yeah, it was.
It was a
just-
fluke.
It was
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Then it will never happen again. Because next time, they also faced people in the final probably that didn't use quick cast, so it was balanced out.
That's it.
Hmm.
That's it. Yeah.
Is that why LGD keeps coming in second?
Yeah, like if Armor had quick cast there on that blink dagger, he doesn't get caught, he's out, suddenly they win.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's why they're losing TI. I think if we get an interview with them next time, you should ask them if they're using
I
quick
think he'll be
cast.
so mad at me. I'm gonna get canceled, dude. Right away.
What, if you ask them if they're quick casting?
No, I'm like, no. Oh, I thought you meant the TI thing. Yeah, quick
Oh,
cast
well.
is fine.
You could ask both. You're not going to get
TI
canceled.
because you
You'll be
weren't
fine.
using quick cast. I just
I'm
canceled, guys.
It's a hard question. Just ask the hard hitting questions. People
If you-
want journalism.
If you're losing TI because you weren't using quickcast, does it matter? Like you're still winning what $1.5 million, $2 million?
Just about.
No quickcast, sure. Like I take that luxury, you know. Like I think I could accept $2 million, and to not use quickcast at the same time. I'd settle with it. Actually, I'd be fine. I don't have to use quick cast for the rest of my life.
I won't use quick cast for the rest of my life either. I've never even used quick cast before, so I turned it on watching Black stream. I guess I'll see how it works out, and I guess we'll figure it out from there. I'll be bad for, what did you say, like 5 games, Black? So I'll lose about 150 MMR because I don't play unranked. It'll be okay.
Just about that.
It'll be okay. I think everything will be fine, but we're taking a look at these teams getting introduced. RNG, Vici. Should be a fun one. It's a good mixture of, I would say, a couple of not newer names, but maybe not household names, and some older household names. You've got Vici, who've got Yang, which is a household name, Erica, which is kind of a household name.
It's kind of new as well, right?
Kind of new. Maybe Poyoyo would be more something they could attach themselves to. But you've also got like YDS, who's a newer face, Victoria, who's an old face, back again here, a new face in Ghost, and then the rest of the team is like very old, prominent players, or not old, but like older names like Somnus, Chalice, Kaka, and X Nova. So both these teams, they've got a couple of veterans there, and Kaka coming in with RNG. Have you guys felt the difference with Kaka at all with RNG so far? They're 2-1. Do you think he's been a big enough change here to kind of hold up Ghost, who's been the change from God King?
What do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
What do I think? What? I want to hear the question now.
I wanted to ask you about the drafting style, because in my opinion, that's the biggest change, right?
It
seems like it.
It's out there. Let's put it that way. It's a bit out there.
Yeah.
It can work for them, right? So I expected more overall. Like seeing Kaka moving in, I expected this machine to just be way more well-oiled. But give him some time. I think he's actually had enough time. This is it. Like 3 series, that's more than enough. After this, it should be way more fluent. But at the same time, what needs to be said is that all the players do agree that he is that machine, that shot caller that came into the team and is making them. They're discussing the draft before the game starts with him. They're discussing what they need to do, and within the game, obviously, he's extremely vocal. So there is a difference. There is a difference in a way that you don't have. I don't know, crazy Bloodseekers or something like that every game. There's also that difference, right?
Yeah,
we'll see how the drafts end up going, because we're going to jump right into it right now, and we'll see what happens. As the bans are Monkey King and Marcy, and then you've got the Viper Tiny Band duo, and a first pick of Dawnbreaker. We've seen Dawnbreaker a lot. It's been a very prominent hero ever since it's been put into Captain's mode. I think it's really finding its place in the off lane. I think that Ags is really strong. Black, do you like that this hero has been first pick material? Do you think there's things that are better than it, or has it just kind of slotted itself into a similar spot to like the IO? That's been the first phase.
I think it is, insanely good. Probably even a little bit too good, because you can just put her on any position. We have seen some carry Dawnbreakers. Dawnbreaker mid is like the new breakout thing right now. Offlane is amazing. Both support roles can be fulfilled by it. It just does everything. It almost always secures you the lane and early game team fights with a Solar Guardian. Something needs to happen with that hero, because right now it is way too good.
I think it's happened already. Mm-hmm. Like this pick from RNG, the Nyx Assassin. Mm-hmm. That's the answer. Like, Solar Guardian into Carapace instantly cancels it. So you can't count on that ulti anymore. I think that's why they let it go through, snatch up the Nyx and the Nature's Prophet. Makes sense.
The Nyx Assassin is one of Kaka's special heroes. He's definitely played this thing a lot in the history of him being around, and that's also a Kaka hero, but it will be getting picked up here for Vici, and it is that Lion. It's that instant hex. It's the lockdown it brings, the burst damage that it's also got, which is always nice to have. It's a bit of a menace in the laning stage as well, if played properly. So who do you think's come out ahead with these first 2 picks? Are you leaning RNG just because of the Nyx Dawnbreaker interaction?
I'm leaning RNG because of that. But I know Black probably leans Vici Gaming's because of the Dawnbreaker and how broken the hero is anyway. And I agree with that. Yeah. Like, there is that 100% fact, but we'll see. It depends how Nyx Assassin plays. Sometimes if an Nyx gets caught or if he uses Carapace too soon, that whole thing will not work. The whole counter aspect of this interaction. But if he does play well, and if he does set up the Carapaces, like Dawnbreaker doesn't have a game.
Why Lion, though, if you can pick Shadow Shaman? That is the only question I have. I still think Shadow Shaman is way better than Lion.
You think so? Just
why
'cause of
either
the
one of
ward?
those two, like this early on?
Yeah, that's a valid question. But I mean, they picked it as an answer to Nyx, right? It's like the instant Hex or Dawnbreaker can play the game. But yeah, like if you really want to have that, I still think Shadow Shaman is much more preferable throughout all stages of the game, pretty much. They do the same thing, but Shaman just does more.
I agree. Shadow Shaman overall just...
Maybe it's a mid Lion, though. And if that's the case, everything is completely different. of course.
Black. You need to stop. You need to give up.
We're never gonna see it. I saw Thompson play it, and he lost. It was pretty good.
If there's any player that's gonna play these crazy mid laners and loads with them, it's probably gonna be Thompson. Do you guys remember the Shadow Demon Thompson mid when he tried? He tried that. He tried that like a
Oracle
lot of
mid
games.
too.
Yeah.
Ooh,
He won
I'd
those
like to see
games.
more Oracle.
Well, good news, guys, or some news. I don't know if it's good or bad. He is in Europe now. What's happening? What team is he joining? Is he joining a team? Any info, guys? Any inside info?
He's joining my new team. I'm creating a Western Europe team. We're gonna qualify for TI,
Okay.
even though that's not technically possible at this point.
Not at all possible, but yeah.
We're gonna get it done though. We'll find a way. We'll buy a slot from somebody.
Maybe he's
LCS style?
visiting fam.
Could be.
So that's I'll be the boring one.
Okay.
The logical one.
The no drama one.
Okay, no drama. Okay. All right, be the boring one. Nature's Prophet, though, is not the boring one. They always play it in the offlane, right? Chalice does?
More so than I would say Ghost. That's not exactly something I'm expecting to see from Ghost, but
yeah. Okay.
Guess we'll take a look.
This draft is nasty. Like, a lot of heroes that are very strong against Prophet, Winter Wyvern is mega good against. So they're covering a lot of bases already. It's time for Pudge.
There is that Warlock and Void Spirit.
But we're not going to get it. Yeah. I mean, you did show your two supports, right? Neither one of them can be a Shadow Shaman or anything like that. They just grab themselves this Void Spirit. I think Warlock and Wyvern and Dazzle and, I don't know, Witch Doctor grew in value quite a bit after the salve change. Like, suddenly you get... I mean, Wyvern, you don't really heal that much in the lane, so... That's not great.
But you deal a lot of damage.
But you deal a lot of damage, yeah. Overall, I think healing position 5s are better in this patch than before.
Yeah, I think Dazzle, honestly, is first phase material. Like, I don't know why we're not seeing it picked up more, but
you
new
like the
Hex
shard
change,
that much, yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. How long is it now? 2 seconds?
Yeah, it's 2.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good in the team fight. You just get it on 2-3 heroes, suddenly you have like an AoE side of Vice, minute 15. You're like, okay, I'm suddenly better than a Shadow Shaman or Lion at this.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing Warlock, Treant. I'd love to see Dazzle come into the mix. Would you rather see Dazzle in a 4 or 5 position, though? Because I feel like if it's 5, it's not really getting the levels and maybe an item or two that potentially needs to be viable.
You want to
think
see
so?
5. Yeah, eventually you get the shard anyway, but 5 is probably where you want him.
You know what the problem with 5 Dazzle is? Like, you have to invest so many points into Poison Touch that your other spells are like super low level, and you're like, I just baited myself into maxing Poison Touch.
Yeah, that's true. That actually does make sense as well.
But yeah, like whenever I've seen it was pos 5. Like when Tundra did it, he was owning. When Kuroki did it, he was owning. Like most offlaners just can't lane against Dazzle.
Yeah, you need some nice dispo would be good, right? Some Legion or something like that. But then you're playing that into Dazzle, which isn't great. What did they go for here? Ursa?
Yeah, and they played that last time. So when they played the Nature's Prophet previously, they did go to the Ursa on Ghost. I don't really hate this lineup too much right now from RNG. I still like that interaction, like you guys said, with the Nyx Assassin and the Dawnbreaker.
So it's like an
we'll see if
offlane,
Fierce is going to do well.
Offlane Prophet with Nyx.
Offlane Prophet, yeah.
That's what it's looking like it's going to be. Because I think of the two, obviously, I just think Ghost is more of an Ursa guy than a Nature's Prophet guy. He's not going to do the Ame safe lane Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Which is very strange, because whenever RNG plays this like style, it's always Chalice that ends up getting like most of the map.
Yeah.
We'll see if it works against VG.
Which is a little bit surprising considering Chalice's past play styles, right? Like, Chalice used to play very sacrificial when he was playing with LGD. That was something that was very prominent in the way he played. Something similar to like Yang. Yang would play pretty sacrificial, hence the dead Yang strats. But with this team, he's kind of found himself more of a like front presence, and it's pretty interesting to see how he plays with it now. And there was actually one question I wanted to ask you about this ban of Spectre. We're seeing a lot more Spectres. What's the big reasoning for this? What's like the big standout that Spectre is giving that most teams are now kind of shifting their attention towards it compared to other safe laners?
Do you think that it's that big, like the shift towards Spectre? Because I've seen some games not like.
It was like 0 before, right? Like Spectre was getting completely overlooked.
Prophet as well, right? Like you can get on top of him easily. In this game as well, you got the Warlock to heal you up. So Spectre lane with Warlock, it's the good old Warlock Spectre lane.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I guess the build with the Blade Mail is the most popular right now. Not a big fan of that. Black, what do you say? You're our designated carry aficionado.
Yeah, I think there's the two builds right now that are very strong. I also agree Blade Mail is not one of them. So either you do the good old Manta Rush and you just like solo kill targets, or you go for the Radiance. Both of these seem very strong lately, but yeah, I agree. Like Blade Mail is pretty outdated, and I've seen it last game on the Spectre. Wasn't super convinced with it. Sure, like he did some things with it, but like his Radiance timing was delayed by like 6 minutes or so. It just doesn't feel right. But yeah, I like Spectre. Won't see it here though. Hopefully next game. It's always fun to just get killed globally.
Yeah, always exciting. The Ame build used to be like that early Ags too.
Yeah. There's usually like second or third item in most item builds anyway.
Wonder what they're going to pick for the safe lane here for VG. I guess Jug's still available. I don't know if he really does that well against this lineup though. Especially with Kaka, I feel like he's so good at just planning out the stun on that Blade Fury and just standing there and making sure he lands it every time. Go Phantom Assassin. Interesting.
I thought PA as well because there's a good matchup against Ursa and Prophet, but you hate playing against Wyvern, so I don't actually like it super much.
They do have Void Spirit, right? He can get on top of the Wyvern, perhaps eliminate her, and then you fight off of that. It's
I suppose.
I guess it's doable, right? But they have two ways to deal with the Dawnbreaker's ulti. You have the Nyx Assassin and you have Winter's Curse, which is pretty nice. And RNG, they just go with the Last Spirit. The usable one, at least at the moment. They go with the Ember.
How do you like the ending of this draft? I feel like VG looks just a little bit easier to execute.
You have the Lion versus Somnus's Ember as well, right? Like.
Yeah.
Does that mean we're going to see like Somnus Lincolns early? Potentially to stop him.
I feel RNG definitely have that craziness potential, right? Like if they play the game really fast and they are everywhere, they TP here, TP there, Chalice is pressuring you all the time. You can't defend with Warlock. You're not really contributing a lot to fights on your downtime. In these situations, perhaps RNG could exploit some of the weaknesses that VG Gaming have got, but I agree. In general, I think that VG Gaming's draft is a bit easier, plus the late game potential. Is the late game potential better? It isn't though, right? Like you have Prophet, Ember, and Ursa.
It's hard to say. I think it will just come down to who gets the better initiation there, but the PA will have a super strong timing in this game.
I'm worried about the PA though, right? Like Erica usually goes for like a Battle Fury or something. Doesn't that set up for Kaka to potentially sit there, use the Spike Carapace, set up on the PA, and make sure they can get those kills to shut down the Phantom Assassin from getting anything done. Like, I kind of worry about that because I would feel like Kaka specifically is someone good enough who can get that done. But I'll get your quick predictions. Lizard, who do you think's going to win?
I'm going to go with RNG, actually, this game one.
Ooh, Black?
As quickly as that, yeah.
I'm going to go VG.
Ooh, all right. I'm going to go RNG, and we're going to have to take a look as we get into game number 1. Let's get on our merry way and see how this goes in the first game.
I only said VG, by the way, because I saw Erica has a sentry ward.
Mm-hmm.
Carries usually don't put sentry wards down, so I'll be like, all right, you do something for your team, you get my vote.
When's the last time you bought a sentry for your team, Black? Playing carry?
When I play mid, I do it a lot. When I play carry, never.
Not once. You don't think you've ever bought a sentry ward for your lane if you've been playing carry?
No, I definitely have, like in pro games, because your team forces you to. It's like, do this or you get kicked. I'm like, all right. I don't like to do it, but I will, since you threaten me.
But
in mid lane, it's super good, right? Because you just get the free money from the D ward. You're like, haha.
Yeah, on mid lane, you don't even want anyone else to buy it, especially if you know where the ward is. Like,
dude, like they always give me sentry wards on the support. I always swap my own sentry in and D ward.
Of course.
Yeah. Be efficient.
Cheeky supports, they want some gold. How dare they? Like,
yeah.
I don't like this conversation. I'm a big support guy. I'm big into getting the gold when I need it.
So you don't count.
Well, technically it's activated right now, so I do count at the moment. I've never
now you count.
used it in a game, but it's activated.
You can join the conversation now.
I'm gonna struggle so much with using quick cast. I feel like it's gonna be.
Oh yeah, you will. For at least like 10 games or so.
It was 5 games before. Now it's 10 games. B cop.
Yeah,
you're getting debated into something.
I'm in trouble. Yeah. Do you use quick cast, Lizard?
I don't actually. No.
No.
I'm outing him.
I mean,
if it works, it works.
Yeah. It does work, and it should be used. Like, I also, like, my setup, no one should copy, like, ever. It's like the worst setup I've seen out of any pro player. Like, items for me are 2 buttons. It's Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3. It literally, like, that's the change I needed to make just to be, just faster in every single fight.
That sounds really tough using 2 buttons.
Yeah. Imagine using Blink Dagger Epicenter. Shift, Alt, R, 1, Q. I don't even goddamn know where I'm at any moment.
Oh, he used the blink. Oh, he blinked backwards. What?
Yep.
That's gonna be the hardest part for me, the blinking with the quick cast. I lose track of my mouse
Blink
quite a bit.
initiations are impossible. When I switched to quick cast, I played Axe, and every time I wanted to dunk an opponent, I clicked on him accidentally because you don't need to do that extra click anymore. I'm like, crap.
Messing it up there.
Messing it up, getting flamed by everybody, but then, ascending the ranks.
Hopefully it'll at the end of the day help me gain MMR. I've been on a gaining trend, but
you should probably not play MMR with this.
I haven't played unranked in a while.
Yeah.
I could have said something really mean when he said gaining trend.
Is it about my lack of muscle gain or MMR gain?
No, let's not talk about that. Lizard knows what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
I feel like
I love you, B-Cup.
I don't know. That didn't really sound like love and affection. I'm confused.
It's tough love. It's tough
potentially
love.
sad. I don't know.
Like, our relationship with B-Cop is a little bit abusive, don't you think so?
Yeah. One more squad, B-Cup. I can't walk one more.
Poor guy couldn't walk to work the next day.
He couldn't get off the bathroom.
What do you mean the next week? I was messed up after that.
And it's like the worst thing to really wreck on your first exercise, right? Like legs.
There's nothing worse.
Yeah, there's nothing worse. You just can't walk. Okay, what's gonna be the worst lane here for Vici Gaming? Let's talk about
they all look pretty bad right now.
Yeah.
That's not going too
RNG's winning
bad.
all of them. Yeah, I guess. But Dawnbreaker is to be expected to actually crush the lane, right? But he's doing just fine, like 50-50. You always want to be winning that lane.
True. But also at the same time, like,
super well.
Jama's getting some CS in this lane. It's not terrible, and they're going to go at least and try for Ghost.
Got a Hex too.
Starbreaker.
Oh.
They do have the Hex.
Sticks though.
And yeah, has the stick, but the damage is close. Not enough, but certainly close.
Oh, who gets the water rune?
Somnus.
Ooh.
And Kaka got
This
the
is
other
really
one.
bad for XM.
Does he just... No. I guess he can... Yeah, he can...
What a
He
good
can
nice
the creep.
words.
They've got Kaka
Okay.
coming over. Assimilate. And there's the
That's
Searing
that-
Change. They've got the stun and
Wow.
first blood there for Kaka. Well done by RNG.
But Ghost in trouble again. Is burning.
Burning, but he's got the
Oh,
health
look at that. Cold Embrace, level 3.
Yeah. And
Jama.
Jama now on the run. They're also going to go for Yang. They might just get both kills out of this. Yang doesn't really have much to move, and
No Orb of
Ghost gave
Venom,
up on the kill.
right?
All
No Orb of
right.
Venom, no Orb of Corrosion, he is able to just run away. Do you like
So-
it? Do you like getting Venom on Ursa early on? It does help you in the lane, right? It delays.
Yeah, I do actually. Like, if you have any sort of kill potential, I think Orb of Venom is really, really good.
So he's probably thinking, yeah, I just got this Wyvern, we're not going to be able to kill anyone.
Yeah.
I feel like that's tough to say, though. Like, he does have Arctic Burn. The slow is there. If you think you have any chance of getting a kill, maybe the Orb of Venom's worth it, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you didn't expect them to like commit so hard on the Ursa and that the Cold Embrace would do so much work. Because honestly, X-Nova's skill build here is absolutely winning them the lane.
Does he go for another point in Cold Embrace? Is that worth it? Because, again, it's talking about those healing supports, and if you can get more of a heal, it seems pretty worth it.
Maybe there's something different right now, and you can go for. By the way, I'm watching together with our observer on this bottom lane, and Nature's Prophet is just denying one creep after another from the
18 denies.
Which really shouldn't happen. He even has 2 Wraith Bands, the Crawling Blade. That should not be the case.
It's not like he has 6 treants and he's hitting them, right? It's just XM again mid lane. Should be fine. Yeah, it's not like 6 treants are attacking, so you don't have the damage. It's literally just the Prophet crushing that lane. Really nicely done from him.
Chalice is always owning on his Prophet though.
Yep.
Somehow.
Ooh, XM. He's in trouble, hit with the Impale, and now they've got the Searing Chains. So he does have the Astral Step. He does have 17 charges on the wand, as well as another sip in that bottle, so he's A-okay on that.
They caught
Top
Ghost.
lane, they're looking for Ghost, but they missed the Earth Spike, so they're not going to get this kill. And maybe Ghost can even turn it around. They've already used the Celestial Hammer. They do have Starbreaker, but it only hits on X-Nova, goes into the Arctic Burn, and really, he's taking a lot of damage. Might want to be a little bit careful. The Hex comes out, the Celestial Hammer is there, and X-Nova kind of gives up his life while trying to save Ghost.
Yeah, it was unnecessary, right? Like, he got stunned, pretty much didn't have to get, and then he remained a bit too close to them. He could have just moved to the tower, probably would have been fine.
Mid lane, they're still going for XM. They've got the Impale, Chalice comes in. They should have the damage after the Dissimilate, but he gets up top and uses the Astral Step. Thought Somnus was going to stick with him, but instead, he's able to escape, and Victoria's there with not only a Tango, but that Shadow Word to get some heal, and that's a level 2 Shadow Word. You don't put anything into the upheaval until it's absolutely necessary, and it's really not until you've maxed everything else out. Sprout on XM, and there's the Astral Step into the Earth Spike, doing some damage onto Somnus, but now they've caught themselves Jalma.
Yep.
He's on the run, there's the Hex, but Flame Guard, Kaka, well, not taking the kill, letting Somnus grab it and taking out Jalma now 3-1, and again, they're still looking to pressure mid and pressure XM.
The tower might fall,
really
actually.
rough.
They have no resources here. After minute 7, mid tower gone is really bad news for VG.
And he could just move it into bottom and get that tower too, right? Like, he's dominating that lane. Phantom Assassin can't exactly defend bottom.
Usually it's the other way around. You dominate the offlane, you push that tower, and then you TP mid. But they just dominated XM so hard with a couple of rotations that it was all right for the Prophet to TP in. He couldn't really do anything about it. He couldn't defend it.
Top lane.
You also didn't have 6 on your Dawnbreaker, so she couldn't join.
Ooh, just on the edge. Impale lands.
on point.
DPing over the Warlock. I don't know if you really want to be there as a +1. Celestial Hammer thrown and pulled back immediately. And still get that kill onto the line. And now they're going to put some pressure on the tier 1 top. This could be all outer towers real quick.
Black, what do you think about this tier 1 tower pressure that I'm seeing in most games right now? Like these safe offlane tier 1 towers, especially this one on top. Like I see teams prioritizing it 10 times more than before.
Yeah, there's definitely a very interesting shift in
why
early game pressure now.
What's the reasoning behind pressuring it?
I mean, most of the time what I see is like this happens when your mid lane is doing like super well. You get like a nice rotation up top, and you don't really want to put more resources there as VG, right? And they just get the tower for free there.
Yeah,
but I think it also is mostly because there's a very big lack of wave clear on Radiant. Right? They have nothing, basically. Like, your best spells probably Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds, and that's
maybe.
it.
Yeah, Celestial Hammer. But, like, the lanes were pressured so much that they don't really have the resources to. Like, Dawnbreaker is also on that lane, so they're shifting their focus to the lane where the global potential is coming from, which I also really like a lot. RNG is really just outpacing and outmoving VG Gaming.
And it's something that their drive definitely allows them to do, right? Like, so far at least. You have this global presence profit, you're denying Solar Guardian.
Somnus though.
And he's in trouble. The Starbreaker, Astral Step, Impale comes through from Kaka, but it's not going to be enough to save Somnus. 4 euros here for the side of Vici to get that kill over mid. And they were up 3,000 net worth before that kill happened. And it does get cut down a little bit, but you can see RNG, like, I feel like they can play pretty fast, and Erica is going for a Battle Fury. That doesn't really feel that great.
They can play fast, but still, they did pick Ember into a line, so you gotta be careful. You can't be just too
They have a Solar Guardian for Chalice, maybe, if they want to jump on him.
They're gonna go. There's the Solar Guardian. They've got Nyx Assassin coming over. Starbreaker. Oh, doesn't connect. The stun just in time, but Jalma with the finger, and yeah, there's the burst damage we were talking about to get that first stack.
By the way, Lizard, just like what you mentioned really quick with the pressure on the map, there was something I've been sorely missing in Season 2, and I mentioned it a couple of times as well. Teams were just too passive. Everyone was just thinking about farming. Now, teams actually want to pressure the map when they have the opportunity to, and really just narrow down the space where the greedy heroes like PA can farm, right? It's way better.
You know how I feel about it, actually? I feel that one of the main reasons why this is happening is the Prophet.
Yeah,
I'm not saying, even in the games where Prophet isn't there, when he's not picked, it just like carries over somehow.
Victoria.
Oh, Victoria is very dead.
And the Warlock.
Oh yeah, Courier with the Void Stone. Ooh.
But it's a bit annoying. Not the end of the world, though.
I guess so.
But yeah, pressure is mounting. They're smoking into the Roche pit. Oh no, he put the illusion in Roche range. So now they get a free Roche.
I love that it says RNG. I guess they're the ones going for Roche. It shows it in the top right of the
Yeah. It's
X-Nova getting slapped here.
They should zoom in onto his face and put it there on the right side now. Is he sweating, you know, if he's gonna get bashed or not. Oh no. Wipe off
Yeah,
the
really
sweat.
good start. He gets bashed there, he's probably dead.
You're right, by the way. He went 2 levels of Splinter Blast. Sorry, 1 level of Splinter Blast, 2 levels of Cold Embrace. Most likely will be buying that shard on Winter Wyvern. It's same with Warlock, right? 2 similar heroes, both of them going for that healing spell, those healing spells, and also both of them buying those juicy shards.
Yeah, the shard's really nice with the Shadow Word AoE.
It is. Also slows you and gives you more movement speed and stuff. It's a mega buff. Very strong in those fights. What do you guys think is the power spike for VG? Because they haven't really tried to do anything.
Battle Fury and a BKB for Phantom Assassin, maybe?
Yeah, but you can't wait that long. You're gonna lose the entire map. Like, they had Warlock Golem for like 3 minutes. Now they're smoking up. They're gonna win this fight.
Yeah, if they don't win this fight with the Aegis on Ghost, it's a big issue. It's hard anyway with Ghost trying to make something happen. Oh, right into Kaka! They're going to come down with a Chaotic Offering. They'll look to get the kill here on the Nyx Assassin, but there's the Air Spike on a Ghost. They've got the Winter's Curse. That lands on a 3. They're doing a lot of damage here on the XM. They've already gotten the kill on the Erica. They'll move over. Ghost loses his Aegis thanks to the Starbreaker of Yang. Victoria on the run, finger thrown, Chalice retreating, trying to get away from this golem. The right clicks come in, they'll get the kill on the Yang. That's 3 heroes down to the side of Vici.
Nice little
They look
Tumbler's
over
toy.
for Xiaoma, who uses that Tumbler's toy, throws an Earth Spike, but Somnus is here, and well, they'll get themselves a 4th.
Yeah, I don't know what Vici Gaming. They start that fight. PA is already 50% HP. They're fighting into an Aegis. You drop that rock. It doesn't work. Dawnbreaker, yeah, she comes in when Nyx Assassin is dead, but they, like we said during the draft, they have more ways of dealing with that Solar Guardian. They use the Winter's Curse. They pretty much turned her ulti against her.
Never really felt like the pressure was enough from Vici, right? Like RNG, they were calm with their spells. They knew what they needed to do in that fight. Kaka, he dies pretty quickly, but he was immediately trying to make something happen with that Vendetta while they were coming in. Catching Erica trying to jump out.
Yeah. They're just so passive on VG, just not really trying much at all. That was the first time they actually made a proper move, and was pretty late, as Lizard said. Pia was already dead.
The Remnant lands onto
XM.
Kaka,
Nice.
and Cold Embrace to get the save at least. Wrath of
Shadow
Nature's
Word,
gonna
though.
fly through.
He's taking so much damage.
Shadow
See
Word,
that? He's dead, right?
He's dead.
Yeah. With the Fatal Bonds, there's no chance he's living in that one.
Yeah, he ran next to the Winter Weapon. Heal me, bro, heal me. Oh, it's on cooldown. Unlucky.
I already used it on you. It's still on cooldown. It's level 3 now, so 2-on-3. Not really looking for the damage with the Splinter Blast, but I guess as time goes on, you're going to have that option.
That's a massive lack also of the VG draft, right? They have no building damage, so he actually doesn't need the Splinter Blast.
Astral Step, Earth Spike, and there's the kill on X Nova.
Nice. Getting...
So hard, so very difficult. This Wyvern just flying into them.
Well, X Nova doesn't want the game to be too one-sided, right? They want to have some fun.
So far, it has been pretty much one-sided. 4K advantage for RNG.
Now the Blink Dagger on Kaka too. This is one of his big power spikes when he's playing on the Nyx Assassin.
This game is looking a little rough. At least you have Battle Fury almost done, but you need like plus one more item at least. How's XM looking? Halfway through the Aghanim Scepter. Like they're building up a lot of items, but not really anything is completed just yet. No early game power at all.
Battle Fury is just about to be available. I mean, that'll fly out in a second, but that's about a 17-minute Battle Fury compared to Ghost, who's got Phase Boots, Morbid Mask, and a full Diffusal and almost a blink.
Yeah, and they're going on the offensive again. They don't want to let PA farm at all. Do you like this itemization, Lizard, from VG? Look at what RNG is doing. All early game. Brawl, fight.
There's the blink.
Nothing.
Impaled, Chaotic Offering comes out to try and save Erica, but they've got the Sprout. They'll have the Dawnbreaker coming in. The Wrath of Nature. They've already got the kill on the Phantom Assassin. Winter's Curse. The Golem will help out to try and get this kill on the Yang. They'll take out Victoria. Ghost. He's burning away. Xiaoma's already dead. The Golem is doing a bit of damage there with the burn damage from the Celestial Hammer, but not enough, as X Nova, of course, has that Cold Embrace. Behind them, though, is Somnus, and there goes Yang.
Yeah, my issue perhaps isn't the item build. It definitely is on the greedier side. I agree with your sentiment. My problem perhaps is the way they're playing around the Warlock and the Rock. Like that's the only team fight they've got, and they're not really using it. They're not reading what RNG is doing. This is just another one of these fights, right? They're not reading what RNG is doing, and they're on the reactive always, wasting the Golem, wasting big spells.
Yeah, and your Battle Fury PA is actually trying to TP to fight with your team. It's never a good sign.
A little bit different build from what I've seen for the Warlock. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of 4-4 and then 1 on the upheaval. Next Nova going down to Yang, as Ghost uses that Enrage to walk out.
At least that's something. I mean, there's going to be a lot of items coming online soon for VG, so maybe they can turn it around then. But right now they're just sitting ducks. They're pinging out the PA. Vendettaing on top of him. He's dead.
Yeah, he's going to be spotted. There's the defusal. They'll just go for the Vendetta with the Impale. They'll get the kill. Jama has a Hex, but it's only on a Somnus. Somnus with the Remnant forward, trying to find himself the Lion as the +1, and Slidefa Searing Chains makes it very easy.
It's I guess for Vici Gaming, it's way too difficult to play against all the mobility that you've got on RNG. You've got the Ember with the Spirits, right? Like the Prophet as well. This PA is not having a good time at all. None of them are really. Like, they can't find any space. Void Spirit as well is not able to create that space for them.
And Yang is in trouble too.
Sprouted up. Spirit Vessel, those Treants coming over. But they have also caught themselves Victoria, so Somnus will right-click them down.
They're all just dying, man.
Yang falls to Ghost. They're falling all over the map, and RNG already have an AK lead. Like, this is almost feeling insurmountable.
This is what we talked about as well during the draft. There is this oomph potential on the side of RNG. They have these heroes that want to crush you early on. And they are crushing Vici Gaming at the moment. Still, though, it's still PA, right? And Void Spirit with an axe that's about to be completed. Does it sound like it's an uphill battle? Is it an uphill battle? For sure it is, but she's so far away from the BKB.
Not surviving either. Like, Erica's
But they completed the Blink Dagger online too. You know, Dawnbreaker has completed her Halberd. Pieces are coming together. Again, I just think that the way they itemize is so damn greedy compared to RNG, who went full early game, and it's paying off so much for them.
Maybe they can win this fight. Let's see. This is probably...
They have to.
Yeah, this is also probably the first Vici Gaming orchestrated move, right? It's not something reactive. It's not like they're defending the tower. They're actually making a play. Possibly the reasoning is they don't want to give out Rosh, but they don't even have tier 1 on top lane. Not even that tier 1 top lane has fallen 20 minutes in.
Yeah. 1.5 health still.
Next Assassin. The sentry should scout him out instantly. Nice.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, nice sentry. Really, really well played by Vici Gaming.
Big kill to get, but bottom's pressuring. Like, there's still consolation prizes for RNG, but it is a big kill. He's down for 25. I don't know if that's going to be enough at the end of the day to stop RNG from eventually going into the pit, though, right?
Well, you do have your ultis as well to work with on the side of Vici Gaming. That will stop them, or that should stop them, unless they get a really nice fight first on the side of RNG.
Yeah.
Ghost is going to have his BKB before Phantom Assassin does.
Yeah, exactly. The BKB timings are going to be very tough to deal with. They only have the Golem that goes through it.
So Wyvern and Warlock, 2 healing heroes. Both of them buy shards for the healing spells. Both of them have BKB piercing ultimates. Nice.
But one is a dragon and the other is a grumpy old wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Can I copy your homework? Yeah, you can. Just make it a bit different, you know?
Just look different, bro.
Fatal Bond, Splinter Blast, some AoE damage.
Upheaval, Arctic
right?
Burn.
Yeah.
Maybe Wyvern was a Warlock before too, but he cast like a spell to transform into a Wyvern. We don't know.
Would make the anime make a little bit of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't he become like some fiery dragon? He wouldn't be like... Why would
maybe it was a she. She's more like on the soft side. As we see Victoria die once more.
Now, Sprout, no way out of this one. Fatal Bomb doesn't even get chaliced.
A total of 0 damage has been dealt to any tree so far.
That's not fun to play against. That kind of movement from RNG is just not fun. You have to be ready for Kaka at all times.
Yeah.
I love Chalice's build, by the way, as well. Vessel, Blade Mail. It's come at me, bro. Pretty much.
It's like full early game, right? Or a full early mid game. Like super cheap items. I like this a lot too. He
Poor
just
man's
front lines now with like 2,000 health, 20 armor. It's good. Very good.
This is going to be bad for Vici if they're not aware of
Double
this.
BKB.
And they've got the blink. Oh, the double stun from Kaka. The Remnants in the Sleight of Fist, the Searing Chains. They get the kill on X, and the Earth Spike's just not in time. The Celestial Hammer away, but they've got the Winter's Curse. That locks Yang up, going after Xiaoma. Golden's been dropped down, but Xiaoma's already dead. There goes Yang looking like a fourth. They're going to lose themselves Victoria. The buyback's coming from both Xiaoma as well as XM. Chalice getting right-clicked. There's the Cold Embrace. Finger, Earth Spike, Stifling Dagger. Still not enough. Xiaoma dead again.
Yeah. I think it's time to call it, boys.
Yeah, this really feels that way. You just bought back, you didn't get anything out of it.
There it is.
There it is.
There's the GG call.
You can feel it.
You really don't want to torture yourself any longer.
You could really feel that they wanted this game to be over. The moment that fight broke out and they used the golem, it feels like that golem is your only team fight, right? Like you need it. If you use it like that, it's just gone. Game is done. Really quick one as well. What the hell just happened? They got crushed.
They ran over them 23-8, just 24 minutes into the game. Like that was upright.
Someone's engine is on too. He's vibrating full of power.
He's got the headset. I don't think he's really losing with that headset on at all. And
Ghost not impressed though.
Yes.
That's how you got to keep it though. Not impressed. That should be the standard, right? The standard to play should be that game right there.
Yeah,
hopefully.
That should be like the minimum, right?
Yeah, at least that's what you're hoping for. Is that's the minimum? And well, our RNG, I think both these teams had pretty similar game times to victory, but RNG, at least so far, ever since playing Aster Ares, their victory times have been pretty quick. Just a quick 2-0 over Aster Ares, potentially a quick 2-0 here against Vici. Like this first game, they played the lanes perfectly. Like you guys said, like they just had everything going for them, and all the lanes went really well. Especially Chalice, who had 20 denies in the first few minutes of the game. Really disgusting.
Yeah, that's illegal because you pick PA to counter the Prophet in lane, and then you get completely crushed.
I'm not sure what happened. That's one of those things that shouldn't be happening. Mid lane. Yeah, it's volatile. It can happen. Water Rune doesn't go your way. He picks it up. They dive you under the tier 1. Okay, it happens, right? But bottom lane was a bit... perhaps Prophet got more out of it than he was supposed to. And do you think, like Black, I'll ask you right now, because I feel that they were stuck. They could go for these early game items, but their early game still wouldn't be stronger than RNG's, right? So.
No, I would agree. I think actually the biggest issue, now that I think about it, is that PA lost the lane she wasn't supposed to, so Prophet was way stronger than he was supposed to. TP's to the mid, gets the tower way too early, and then the map is just way too open for them in that early game. You can never lose the mid tower at minute 7 in this kind of game. Like, it's just not allowed. If that happens, RNG has all the plays in the world.
Yeah, it felt really easy for them, and it just felt like the RNG were never going to lose that game. What has to be better from Vici? Like, other than the lanes, was there anything like that they did right at all? I mean, the lanes didn't go well. Nothing really went well. Was there anything that in that game that like looked up like something they could build off of? Because it just felt like it all kind of went downhill quick.
If the timings were just maybe a bit faster, if they didn't waste too many golems, if they dodged a couple of those rotations, but it was so hard to dodge the rotations. That's the problem. Like, where do you farm on this map? If you're PA, imagine yourself B-Cop. You're this PA, you don't have blur. Where are you on the map? Where do you farm against the Prophet and Ember and Nyx Assassin? Where do you feel safe, right?
Nowhere.
In my base.
Maybe in the next game you feel a little bit more safe. I have no idea. Maybe. It just, and we saw that with the tier 1 towers going down very quickly. That was something you talked about, was like, is that pressure going to be enough? And I mean, they never really stepped off the gas on the pressure, right? Like, that was just practically it. And I mean, we're going to see some highlights here. But
I've seen from like a lot of European and NA teams, especially, they prioritize their tier 1 towers so much. Like, if there was Tundra right there and the Prophet of RNG was TPing middle, like 3-3 on the Dawnbreaker would have TP'd middle and defend the tower. Because they know they can't give up the tower so early. For VG, it just kind of feels like in this game they lost all track of like the important objectives in the game. It's all just crumbled.
Like this fight was reactionary, like Lizard was saying throughout the entire game. Like everything seemed very reactionary from them.
Yeah, and I get punished for it. Lose another tower. That's the third tower gone after just losing a team fight. It's at that point it was almost beyond recovery, to be honest, with the lineups they were both these teams were having.
Yeah, look at this. Dawnbreaker ult really doesn't do much of anything. Winter's Curse, that's placed down, catches the golem.
And they take this fight. Look where XM is. He's farming middle. He's TPing back to base. He wasn't not ready at all to take that fight
and they
without
still took
your Void Spirit. Exactly. Like, what is the communication there?
Yeah. No. I completely agree. I feel that the communication wasn't there. And also, Wyvern plus Nyx Assassin, like you asked, what needs to be done against Dawnbreaker? I think teams are definitely figuring out some heroes that do work well against her.
Yeah.
I agree.
And you can still see the strength of Dawnbreaker too. Like even though they had a hero that could play against it really well, like Dawnbreaker still felt strong at times. So the early Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer damage is very viable, but you need to protect that pick if you're going to be going first phase with it. And unfortunately, for Vici, they just didn't do it there. And the MVP is Kaka. No surprise. Thumbs one up. Of those that last clip of him blinking in, getting the double impale. It's not really a shock to see him be the MVP for this team because he made a lot of things happen throughout the Vendetta, the Blink Dagger, the Blink Impales, just everything that the team really needed to make things kind of go on there. And
it's Kaka really as well, right? Like,
yeah,
you give MVP to Kaka, of course, yeah.
Who else do you really want to give it to? Nobody. I mean, everybody deserves it, but, well, Kaka's the one.
Chalice, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. He. I thought his item build was really good. I thought he played really well, but it's got to be Kaka. Come on. Almost double the damage of Vici overall. And their net worth was certainly up there. Not exactly double, but way ahead. And they didn't really lose that much gold to dying. Only 650. Like, this was really well done by RNG. Going to be a hard one to kind of get yourself back on, right? If you're Vici, get that headspace back and make something happen.
Hopefully not. If we see another game like this, we might be done in another 50 minutes.
Yeah, it could definitely be that way. And we took a look at these stats. XM not even getting a kill. Neither did Erica. Like there wasn't really much that they did in this game. You can see Ghost doesn't die. Somnus only dies once. Everything felt really good. Kaka involved in 13 of those kills. A decent chunk of damage, more than Erica did, because Erica was farming the entire game or dying. But RNG overall.
4K hero damage is rough for sure. But just looking at things going forward, right? I think just get rid of the Prophet and make RNG play a normal game of Dota. They're just way too comfortable with the Prophet.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Trying to make them play something a little bit out of their comfort zone, and if that's possible, we'll see if Vici can do it in the second game. So I think we're gonna take a quick break before game number 2, and hopefully Vici, within that time constraint, they figure out something that they can play with against this RNG squad. But we'll see you guys in a little bit as we come back for this second game in just a moment. So hopefully you guys stay right there. We'll be back in a bit.
姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
All right, and welcome back here to some more Chinese DPC. Got ourselves more Division 1 play as we've got Vici up against RNG, with RNG having a 1-0 lead over Vici. Let's get right on into the draft. I don't know who you're pointing at, Lizard.
I'm trying to pet the cat.
Oh, okay. Right. Makes sense.
Nice cat. Needs to be said. Very fluffy, very white.
Thank you. Very friendly.
Like
a cat or animals in general, like invaluable, dude. Invaluable.
I agree.
They'll never betray you, man.
The amount of dopamine and less cortisol that I get from my dogs, it's like I highly recommend for anyone that can have a pet and can take care of it.
Yeah,
that's one. It's amazing.
I wish I could get myself a dog, but I'm away from.
I could hire you as my caretaker of Neo if you want. You can stay at my place.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I can
and
do
then
that.
Then you would get to cuddle Neo every day.
By the way, before we go into the draft, B-Cop, what area in US are you from?
I'm from the Big Apple, New York.
Big Apple. So
why is it called Big Apple?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I wish I had the
answer.
Is
New York cheesecake from New York?
Is New York cheesecake from New York? Maybe.
Probably not.
Odd question for me to answer.
Probably not.
It's probably some stolen nonsense, you know? It's just like, oh yeah, we call it New York cheesecake now, even though we didn't really start off.
Kind of like how doner kebab is like German, but it's actually not really.
But it's not really, but it's the best in Germany.
Exactly. It's only German because the guy made it in Germany.
It's like all the Turkish people that came over just started making it better, you know, and it's just better. It doesn't matter anymore.
I gotta admit, Germans are pretty trash with spices. No offense to any Germans in chat, but wow, dude. Like we make some mean pastry, like our bakeries are on fire. We make like good potatoes and stuff, but
I don't think anyone in Europe like has good spices. You have to, especially you that's in Singapore, you know that for a fact, right? Like spices in Europe are pretty bland. Like we don't, no one uses spicy food here. Like,
yeah, it's like when you ask a European, you want spicy food? They're like, yeah, and you put like a little bit of spice, and they're like, I'm like, okay, bro.
Yeah, because a little bit is like red on the Scoville scale in Singapore.
Yeah, exactly.
And here it's white. It's not even green. It's like teal.
Absolutely insane.
Anyway,
let's get to the draft.
We have a spicy draft, Biko.
Yeah.
Come on.
I was
waiting for that.
I was letting you get your spice talk out, and then I was gonna, spice girl it up and give you guys the draft.
Do you guys like the bed that RNG have got in the middle of their room? Like in front of the whiteboard? Like, is that...
they didn't tell you? That's the torture bed.
Torture
if
bed?
If you mess up, they strap you to it and...
drama.
Then you're done.
I see, yeah. It's a good way to give someone motivation.
Yeah.
Sure. If that's what you're...
Look at Fenrir, still drafting for VG. He's absolutely in the zone. So, we have Tiny versus Marcy. One of them is a better Tiny or better Marcy. And we got Lightning Man versus Super Mario.
Do you like the Zeus this early in the draft? Like, we've been seeing some Zeus picks, but...
Yes, it became more popular, right?
Yeah, like it's kind of finding some space.
Zero
his
arc.
laning phase is insane.
No.
We saw it last. LGD played in that second game against Aster Ares.
Was it mid?
I believe it was, yeah.
Because pos 4 Zeus right now, even 3, is very strong because you have the Super Mario jump.
It went 6-0 and 9.
For spell. You just go like 2-3.
Yeah,
Scam it.
it went Arc Lightning and then the Heavenly Jump.
Then it was definitely
so.
mid.
Yeah, it was Arc Lightning, Heavenly Jump, and then last was Lightning Bolt. So it was it was mid.
So it's confirmed. Warlock is one of the most popular 5s in Chinese region now, for sure.
Yeah,
it's getting picked up all the
Aster
time.
first picks it.
This is what we were talking about in the draft last time. The Bloodseekers that we weren't seeing since Kaka joined.
Are you worried though? You're going to be playing this Bloodseeker into Marcy Razor. That lane doesn't sound too fun, but
yeah. If you want to rebound, you're going to lose your life.
But you're going to have
Bloodseeker. Just picked it for Zeus, right?
Yeah.
Bloodseeker Zeus combo.
Wow. PogChamp.
The classic. Wait, how much spell amp is that actually from the first one? It's a lot of spell amp, right?
It's a lot. It's a ton. Plus, do you have a talent? I think you have a talent with it as well.
You do. 30%, dude. What the hell? Is it balanced?
Now you've got the Spectre pick that we were talking about in the last draft as well.
Wait, so... Wow. There isn't even a range restriction anymore. So you just cast it on Zeus, he ults, and the entire team is half health.
That's
all right.
Pretty crazy. We'll see if that works out. What do you think about the Spectre pick going up against these heroes? Like, I don't know if the Spectre feels that safe.
It's one of the best against Zeus. It has a pretty decent matchup against Bloodseeker too. I like the Spectre right now because it forces RNG to pick a hero that can really deal with her.
Okay.
Which is probably... is it offlane Bloodseeker or carry? I hope it's offlane Bloodseeker, to be honest.
Let's see what...
So you also dodged the bad Marcy Razor matchup.
They're thinking it's going to be safe lane Bloodseeker with a Necro ban. Or maybe... Yeah, I guess safe lane Bloodseeker. Could you... If you think Zeus is going to get messed up by the Spectre, would you be willing to throw Zeus 4 tiny mid?
Potentially, yeah. It's pretty good.
Okay.
And Bloodseeker Zeus is also a decent combo if you think about it. Like, if you do the Mario jump, they can't get out of the silence. It's a lot of damage.
So throw
That's a lot of damage.
3-4.
It's a lot of damage.
We'll have to see. Could be a lot of damage. Could be what they want. Ban the Ember out. Maybe ban the Void Spirit next.
Doesn't Terrorblade look like super good for RNG? Like, it owns the Spectre, it owns Marcy, it owns Warlock, destroys Razor.
Probably the best, right? Like, what else is there that's good versus the Razor and the Spectre? There aren't. Like, you want Troll versus Spectre, you don't want it versus Razor. You want something versus Razor, you don't want it versus Spectre. It's,
yeah.
Right.
Do you agree with the sentiment of VG that they're looking for an offlaner?
I guess Necro would be really good, no matter what,
yeah.
right? So you could...
And Bloodseeker offlane is not really a thing anymore most of the time. I do see it carry mostly, but I think this game is just like a massive exception.
I agree. I think this is a carry Bloodseeker, but maybe they will put it on the offlane.
Come on, Terrorblade. It's too good of a TV game, man.
I wouldn't mind it being offlane Bloodseeker. I'd like to see something a little bit different there. It doesn't need to be Ghost.
Spectre.
It almost feels like you're forcing Ghost on the Bloodseeker at that point if you're going to put it on him, right?
Yeah. Come on, give me the Terrorblade.
We'll see if you get your TB pick.
We could go for another semi-carry as well. Go for this early. They don't really have push to do that. Yeah, TB. I agree. I'm not gonna waste these 5 brain cells that I have and think about anything else. I'll go with the TB.
No, most likely it's just going to be an offlaner though, because that's like what everybody does right now. That's what meta is. Most teams just follow the meta. If it's an offlaner, what's even good for Chalice still?
Lycan.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now we forgot about that boy. If TB is good, Lycan is good for the same reasons, because you have a lot of controlled units. Just run them over.
You get the Kunkka for HG Gaming. Yeah. Good versus Bloodseeker, good versus Lycan.
Is there anything else? Kunkka definitely seems super good.
There is. Whenever there's Kunkka, there's a couple of these heroes that do the same, right?
What about... it's tough because you're landing into Zeus. So like something like Tidehunter is a little bit more risky.
Get some Quap. Jump on top of him.
Quap. Yeah, but then you can do the thing where you just put the like in middle, and it owns the quap.
Yeah,
Is Void Spirit worth picking up?
Can also work. It's pretty good against Zeus.
I would rather have
pick is not
Kunkka.
addressed.
I would rather have a Kunkka than.
I'd agree. It's just the Lycan is not addressed at all. You need to pick something that can keep him in check. Like some Bristleback, maybe even Tidehunter also works. Kunkka is great. Now VG's smarts are gonna get tested.
We'll see.
I'm sure that they're thinking about the same heroes we are, right? Like, it's not really a difficult situation to be in. Yeah, there you go. It's if not Kunkka Tide. I was calling for this one before. I still think that Kunkka is better, but it does give you a hero to face up against the Lycan, right?
You're putting yourself in a really bad spot now. Like Tidehunter gets destroyed by Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't care at all, and now you have the Razor against Zeus matchup, which Zeus is really happy in.
That's true. Yeah,
I thought they were going to pick up something different for mid. I didn't think they would just throw XM there on the Razor. A little bit surprised.
Yeah, so this time around, you don't have to ask Alec RNG.
Yeah, can you switch the lanes? Put Yang on safe lane.
I guess you could, but we see that a lot, or not a lot, but like in the few times I feel like we've seen that in China, at least when the players aren't exactly ready for it, they get dumpstered mid because like you're up against amazing mid players that just don't let that happen. Like even when the matchup's not that great, like I don't think Somnus is going to allow Yang to play that lane that well, right? Like if they swap the lane, I feel like Somnus is just too good for Yang overall.
Yeah, I liked Kunkka a lot. Tide does the same thing in which he defends versus the Lycan. You have that big boy to put in front of the tower, but you don't have catch. You don't have as much control. It's only the Ravage.
I would have liked the Kunkka a lot better as well. That's why I think RNG's draft is just quite a bit superior.
So, are you guys both going for RNG in this game? As your predictions?
Yeah.
For me,
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go RNG as well. Seems like we're going to at least try to get to a third game with this Caster's Curse, but we'll roll on in to game number 2 and see what happens. See if Vici has anything to show us here in this series, because it's certainly looking like it could be a quick one again for RNG.
Yeah. A lot of potential for that to happen. Unfortunately, it could be a wash. What I do like, though, a lot, XM's item build middle. Quad branch and just one tango plus stick. Super nice.
I think
all you aspiring mid laners can learn from that.
And on the safe lane, I'm seeing the same thing. Wand, branch, and the Quelling Blade, and that's it. Like, I see a lot of players just doing the same thing. Or just a wand and tangos into a Basilisk. Like, there's definitely a different starting item meta on that safe lane right now.
People are starting to realize just how important mana is, which is kind of funny because Dota has been around for like how many years? But yeah, mana is pretty important, the resource, and if you can sustain your mana pool in the lane, you're gonna do pretty damn well there. I still don't like this Tidehunter pick into the Bloodseeker, I gotta admit. It looks so weird. Like you get Ruptured on the Tide, he runs at you with BKB, and what can you do?
Definitely feels like it's going to be a problem.
Can't run.
DP. Because that gives Lycan then the whole like freedom to kill the supports in the back, right? Or the Razor, or anything. We'll see.
Ravage him, lol.
Nah. Well, look at that picture in the middle.
Alex picture?
Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous.
I think it's pretty funny. They seem to be going to Chalice all the time with their sprays.
I mean, he's a goofball on the team, right? So it makes sense.
Definitely, yeah. Seems like, not that he's not serious, but definitely feels like he maybe is not as serious in terms of like how goofy he is. Obviously takes the game very seriously.
You would hope, at least, yeah.
I would assume so. We'll see how this goes, because XM playing the lane interestingly, as he's under the tower and gets hit with the heavenly jump like that. He's taking a lot of damage here, but of course he's got that stick. Make sure that he should stay A-okay.
Yeah, it's pretty free for Somnus' lane, so I don't think he's gonna be in any trouble of dying, like, ever. Got his bottle coming already.
Man, what do you do about that?
Nothing. You put a Razor middle. You expect to lose this lane. Or at least you expect the Zeus free farming. And then that's when the scary part hits. A free farm Zeus hits level 6 super fast, your side lanes are suddenly in danger.
And you have a Bloodseeker who's constantly gonna be buffed up by Somnus spams. And Somnus will be buffed up by him. Yeah, it's...
Dude, this heavenly jump is so broken in the mid lane.
You know, when he was following him, when he linked him, and I saw him jump, I was like, wait, doesn't Link do damage? Because I forgot that, yeah, it doesn't matter. You can heavily jump even when you're down. It looks like a Tumblr store, you know, so I was like, yeah.
Yep. And it slows your movement and attack speed by 100%.
Yeah.
And your cast speed even. Like your cast animation gets slowed.
Tossed under the tower.
Tossed in the tower.
Yeah. He's got the Shadow Word on
But
him.
it's a Lycan. Now that's the only weakness of a Lycan in this draft. It's not great in pressuring the Spectre early on.
Until he gets his Dominator, right?
Oh yeah, then Spectre is gone.
Then you can take the tower.
And then who takes the lane even? The Tide, I guess?
Yeah. That's what you have to do, right? Like,
yeah, but then you put the Spectre against the Bloodseeker and you'll be not happy either way.
Yeah. I have to say though, they've made Chalice's life quite difficult here so far.
Yeah.
The lane.
2 levels into the Wolves. Doesn't have his helmet yet, but after his creeper if he has it.
Yeah, he's in some trouble. Tossed back, XM on the run. There's the kill for Somnus. Gets first blood.
The heavy jump is so stupid, man.
Yeah, it looked... Okay, but Shauma as well. Shauma just jumping in. That was funny. Like, I got you, fam. Jumps in with that rebound. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It's like that friend that wants to join the fight after it's already over. But he's very eager, you know. He's very eager to help you. But just a little bit too late. Of course.
They do end up getting Chalice, and it's a solo kill, kind of, for Erica.
Fatal Bonds. Well.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds, but Erica's the one making the dive.
Man, he greeted it out. Like, you're not supposed to die on that lane as a Lycan. Against Warlock Spectre, it's like the least kill lane ever.
So...
Is it the carryover of the last game? One game you're crushing, and then you just want to continue doing the same?
Yeah, I mean, he walked up to the Spectre with like 200 health. Like, that is just pure greed.
Top lane Ghost?
Yeah, Ghost went in for Yang, but Yang does have the stick charges. There was the dispose there. Rebound again. Silence is down on the ground. Yang taking a lot of damage, but it's really kind of impossible to chase him. And now Ghost, he'll be the one popping his wand, hit with a gush. As they'll continue to chase, they've got the dispose. The anchor smash is there. The stun comes out from X Nova. The rebound onto Ghost. And they get the kill. Like, that is just kind of Ghost misplaying his hand, continuing to go after Yang when he felt tanky enough to just survive it all.
Yeah. Also blood raged himself and lost even more health. But yeah, I'm always wondering how comfortable some of these players are on the heroes, because you don't see them every day, right? Like, carry Bloodseeker is starting to become meta, but it's still very far from actually being meta. Now they have the Zeus ult though, so goodbye Tidehunter.
You'd think so. 250 health. Now as a salve pops that.
Yeah. You have to do the math, guys. 225 damage, okay, it's the Zeus ult. Always.
Always?
Always?
Unless they have a cloak or you're an anti-mage or something.
So almost always.
Yeah.
Okay.
So don't ult before it's 225, guys. And Lion is 450, by the way. Do the math. Thank you.
Gosh. Look how far ahead Zeus is over the Razor.
Yeah.
They're gonna go again. Toss up into the air. Xiaoma in trouble. Avalanche comes out. Thundergod's Wrath. Jama goes down. They end up losing Kaka. They'll take out XM though, and
Heavenly
Victoria
5 mana.
was not allowed to really save anybody on that. Heavenly
The
jump.
blood of the Zeus, dude. Gonna
And
have.
there it
the
is.
right clicks are real.
Kill,
Oh,
and
the bait.
triple kill for Zombies.
And the region rune.
Oh,
And
gets
the
everything he
region.
wants.
Does he does have one. Yeah, perfect.
This is that's illegal.
This is when Gaben also wants you to win. You know, the draft and everything happening is not enough.
And then you
The
get
game
blessed.
is like, yeah, you need this. Take it. You deserve it.
Seriously, that
This
is a blessing.
Pretty ridiculous. Yeah.
Now he's over 1,500 gold ahead of that Razor.
Yeah, he's going bot now.
Avalanche,
Elika.
toss all the way over to the Wolf.
Is there a bot?
And Erica's in trouble. Heavenly jump, and he is level 6, but he took
he's also
3
three.
levels. Yeah, he went 303. Didn't have the level in the haunt to go away. They should be able to. Yeah, they found Victoria. He's been the +1 with these kills quite a bit, and Somnus is
just-
600. He has every single kill for RNG.
Hey, what do you say about this, man? Like, VG really set Somnus up for this, though. Like, you can't give Somnus a free lane like this. This is always gonna happen. Ghost again, though.
He's in some trouble.
Somnus is there again.
Uh-oh.
He's everywhere.
Somnus is in. X-Nova's here. Xiaoma's most likely just dead. And now they
Oh,
go
the
to the
Rapture
Rupture on
XM?
XM. Not a lot of mana there for Somnus, though.
Yang doesn't have mana for Ravage as well, so
Blood right down. Silence on a 3. X-Nova getting static linked. And eventually he'll die to XM.
yeah. Not only is the Zeus dominating, not only is he unstoppable, he also has the Bloodseeker to help him out in a couple of moments, right? Like, with that bonus magic camp.
The silver lining, though, is. Oh, they're aggressive
Okay,
again.
Somnus, that might have been a bit greedy.
Heavenly jump. He's fine.
It looked like he kicked him in the butt, man.
Yeah.
He's got the wand charges, too. Plasma field, Kaka, static link. There's the rebound. Xiaoma might want to be careful. Oh my god, this arc lightning doing so much damage.
Just not enough
To beat
mana.
the base and ult? Ah, not to be
Yeah,
on him.
He just doesn't have enough mana to work with.
Tranquil boots. Yeah. Of course, Somnus knows. 225. He's not gonna do it. The silver lining is that Bloodseeker is pretty poor. But does it matter? Because
Doesn't
Zeus seems to
matter.
be a real carry here.
And you have the Lycan as well, right? So
Smoke up. Sipping on that bottle, grab a bounty, refill it a little bit, sip on it some more.
Look at Erika. Try to find Erika. Can't find Erika. Shadows gets the bot tower despite Yang being there.
We got
you know,
Wrath.
Erika has ult. So
Avalanche, Rupture,
Where does he go? They all have
and
top.
he's got nowhere to go. Blood writes down, and Ghost gets the kill.
And Xiaoma also
And
gets killed.
Xiaoma, yeah, he's gonna die. Chalice had the shapeshift ready to go.
he's running
The
straight.
crumbling is beginning, Lizard.
Yep, yeah, very similar to that game 1. And very similar
Victoria
to
now
that.
too.
Victoria every time. He just can't hide.
Without shapeshift even, or the Ravage also.
Ravage committed.
No,
They're gonna TP
no,
a +1,
no.
but they have nothing to
No.
stop the TP
No way!
now. Oh, just in time.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts my soul. Oh,
everything
no, man,
is going
that's-
wrong, dude.
Yeah. Can they catch Zeus before he gets the region? Maybe Jama will jump him. Let's see. Never mind. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's something that he's probably dead.
What was that? Heavenly jump. Kind of got stuck there. Somnus running. This is a lot of gold to give away if Somnus ends up dead.
Wow.
And Jauma is the one who takes it.
Yeah, small misplay there by
okay.
Somnus. X-Nova should also be falling.
Yeah, 3
Could be
kills.
a mid tower as well. But yeah, as Zeus, if you just stop even a millisecond and then jump, you don't move.
Yeah, you
Like,
just
that's
stick in
how the
spots.
spell works. Yeah, that's what happened to him there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but even if you get body blocked perfectly, you don't jump, right?
I'm not sure
but it's
because
movement-based.
you can, as much as I understand, you can jump out of cogs.
You can, yeah. But
Yeah.
you can also wiggle a bit.
That's
Aster
true.
actually in trouble.
And Toss, XM, dead. Chaotic Offering comes down. It will get the kill on Akaka. Ghost taking a lot of damage from Jauma. Somnus doesn't have the Thunder God's Wrath. He'll get chased here by Yang. The Golem coming over to try and help and get the damage
Not
down.
again,
There's the
Somnus.
rebound and the
Oh.
kill. Jauma still had that ulti active, the Unleash.
Now, okay. Someone's had a perfect game before, but now he died twice back to back. All right. Signs of life. 3k gold lead, back to pretty much even. And Ghost is still mega poor.
Smoke again. They really don't want to stop. They have Thunder God's Wrath too.
First item Radiance on Spectre queued up. If you can get away with that, you have a legit shot at winning this game, but the pressure is going to ramp up now for RNG. So now it's all about staying alive. The zombie apocalypse is beginning, B-Cop, but you cannot die, okay?
We used to say Pain City and all that, but I guess if it's the zombie apocalypse, they're in Raccoon City.
Yeah. That's,
I guess that's T-Virus, not... They're zombies.
T-Virus is great. I wouldn't mind being a zombie-human hybrid. That sounds kind of badass.
What exactly would you do as a zombie-human hybrid?
Was it last year that you were saying that you were going to try and stop a train, or was that this year in season 1?
That was last year.
A zombie-human hybrid with superpowers.
Dude, I have big dreams, okay? Please, don't ruin it for me.
Okay.
Wait, why would you have superpowers?
Why not?
He says he already does have superpowers.
Yeah.
Isn't like being zombie basically like...
No, if you're half zombie, half human, you're like mega OP.
Why are
Shapeshift.
you OP?
Look at Yang. He thinks he's OP. Is he OP?
Well, Heavenly Jump, Avalanche is there. Toss on the wrong target. But should still be likely that Yang is, in fact, dead.
This is where you all
not
chat.
OP.
Bring a question mark. Bring more people. Question mark.
Yeah, where's Bloodseeker?
Yeah.
5 heroes to kill me? Come on.
5 heroes to kill me, lol.
Was only 4 though. That's the joke.
He gave the passive. They had vision.
True.
He contributed.
He was there.
Spectre. 3k gold away from the Radiance. It's still quite a while.
Is that really what you want to be going for first?
It's hard. You can't really go Manta this game because there's so many units. It's not the easiest spec game after a Lycan pick.
Does Lycan just go Ags after Helm of the Overlord? Just get that wolf bite, throw it on the
I think
Bloodseeker.
BKB is pretty important
yeah,
still.
Yeah. You don't need the wolf bite this game
Yeah, but it's fun.
that much. It's fun.
Oh, it's
yeah.
fun. Yeah. A wolf by the Zeus is super fun. You guys are laughing, but now his static field passive actually hurts like mad. Also, static field now somehow stacks with spell amp, which it didn't before it became a shot. So his damage output in teamfights is way higher than before. Ghost
Rebound.
is about to become a ghost.
And he is in trouble getting hit with these unleash shots. He's also been disposed. Yang, well, he gets the kill that does dispose of Ghost.
And Spectre now only 600 away from the Relique. As the French would say.
Relique,
A Relique, yeah.
Voyage,
Oui, oui.
Visage.
Bon voyage, Relique, Radiançon.
all the French people in the chat right now.
They're probably atting me right now on Twitter.
Yeah, and
Quiet
they're saying
idiot.
thank you so much for this perfect pronunciation.
Well, I mean, it's French
It's a
is
work in
a
progress,
fun,
okay,
fun
guys?
language. Yeah, well, you gotta learn. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
if
You can't bully a guy that's learning.
Peacock can stand a Bosnian and a German butchering his accent, like
Yeah.
not necessarily his accent, but you know,
The Big Apple's accent.
the Big Apple's accent.
Hey yo, it's Joey Wheeler. It's about as far as it goes.
I like Joey Wheeler. I like you too, B-Cop. That's what you two have in common, you and Joey.
What, just following you guys into the depths?
No, I like both of you. That's what you have in common.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're welcome. Honestly, this game is looking pretty good for VG, no?
Net worth's not that far behind. I guess RNG, though, they've kind of pressured the map okay, but...
Yeah. Lycan has yet to step on the gas. Gas, step on the gas. He almost has Radiance, and it's going to make everything a little bit more difficult for RNG.
They're going where? Are they going top? Pick off into the pit? Would make sense.
Okay, so Peekaboo and Razor, please don't use the courier.
Ooh.
TP's out,
Heavenly
and
jump,
he's out.
Under God's Wrath. Chalma's dead.
Is Master going to make it out? No, wow.
Is this enough rush? That's the only question.
Ravage, Chaotic Offering, right? And Haunt, I don't know.
You are playing into a rock, once again.
And you're playing into a BKB Razor, too. But there's no Radiance Haunt yet.
It's risky.
Yeah, it's risky. That might be one of those places in which you say, yeah, we can wait for Radiance. But
I would agree.
They're coming. They're coming.
Well, if you lose that fight now, though, the game is over. And it's pre-Spectre timing. So scary! Ghost, no BKB, though.
Yeah. And there's the Avalanche onto Yang.
Very early BKB.
From XM.
Very early.
I guess...
Dog is coming.
Shapeshift looking for Xiaoma. Everybody's up. Meanwhile, Roche just standing by.
The dog is mega OP, but it gives time for Spectre to farm up. 500 gold.
And
but they're not giving him time.
Oh, it's so fast. Yeah, it's
Kaka!
Nice
okay, go for Kaka. Go for the Tiny. That's fine with RNG, right? Haunt comes in. Erica tries to snag it, but they won't be able to grab it. They'll go after X-Nova now. The Chaotic Offering into the Ravage. This is well done. Ghost in trouble. He'll lose the Aegis. Chalice. He's slowed up thanks to the upheaval. And this is terrible for RNG. Ghost is going to die a second time.
Why can't I ever be right with my predictions, man?
It was good. It was good to waste that wolf form, make him waste that wolf form that early on, and then once the wolf form is gone, you re-engage. Well played.
Perfect initiation too.
Yeah. I think maybe Chalice jumped the gun with that shapeshift.
Yeah. They didn't even really need the Radiance anymore at that point.
Right, like
perfect team fight.
In that situation, maybe you just let them come closer and actually fight you. If they don't fight, you don't pop it.
Yeah.
And you get Aegis.
Definitely a little bit premature. And then after they used pretty much everything, they still went back to the pit pretty greedy.
Plus Kaka died mid lane. He was 20 gold away from Blink Dagger, that's why he died. He just wanted that one last creep. As it usually happens. Like, the things that trigger me in this game the most are when you need one creep and you die, or when you're running away from an area, you last it a creep and it drops an item. You go back to pick the item up and then you die,
yeah. Or you die and they get it.
That's even worse, yeah.
Especially if it's a timeless relic.
So, with that fight, have Vici kind of beaten the RNG timing a little bit?
Yeah, Ghost is gonna be a non-factor for quite a while. He's about to have BKB, but with that BKB timing, they have to make a lot of stuff happen. Because right now, Somnus is walking food for the Spectre. They were supposed to have a pretty sizable lead at this point, RNG is, but...
And they're 2k behind. They're definitely struggling. The game's completely different. Let's see, Shama. Go straight into them. Yeah.
In trouble. Very dead.
Haunt in 20.
There's no Ravage. No Ravage.
Also in 20.
Creeps, scouting them all
everything in 20.
10 seconds till Ravage. If they can hold them here.
Yeah, RNG's scared. Rightfully so. This team fight right now is... I actually don't know what to do as RNG.
You're the one that needs to start kiting, right?
But how do you kite a Spectre? That's the power of Spectre, right? You just get haunted, you see everything, and you're like, okay.
I guess the Zeus can jump at least, right? Like, he has that.
Yeah. It's just the biggest problem with Zeus against Spectre is, if you don't jump as soon as Haunt pops, like the Edo can almost kill you alone. And if you do jump, he can just reality on top of you. It's, especially post-Ags.
And he's getting closer to the Aghanims. 1,500 gold more.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's just smooth sailing, honestly, for VG. They just need to sit back and get richer. It's all on RNG to do something, and they know that. They smoke up.
You're gonna go.
And it's pretty tanky.
Thunder God's Wrath trying to go after these three heroes. Avalanche and the toss. XM with the BKB, but he's dead immediately, and now they'll go after Yang. They're almost asking him to use that Ravage.
Already.
And look at the damage coming out. There's the Ravage. They bought back on this one. They're going to throw the Warlock over. They look over at Thomas. He's going to E-Blade himself, but they've got the Chaotic Offering. It's on the TP. No, they're going to use it on the other side. It's on the Kaka. They'll get the kill on the Tiny and the Ogre, but with where he TP'd in, he probably had a chance to stop Zeus from getting out, right?
Yeah, he could have. Instead, he stopped the two supports.
Is that worth the buyback?
I mean, the buyback was good. It's just that maybe the Golem was supposed to be used on Zeus. It would have been a better kill.
If Zeus dies, I think it's good. Now, hard to justify the buyback, probably.
They're still in a good spot. It's just that RNG have proven to us that they can actually still take fights and play them off well.
Yeah. This game is going to get a lot harder once Razor gets his Lincoln Sphere. If there's no Rupture on him, much harder to bring down. Spectre finished her Axe now. You never want to see Spectre top 1 network. That's such bad news for the enemy team.
After what RNG was doing and being the dictators of the pace, I thought it would be better. Yeah. They have the combo there to get the kill on the Yang. Like it does look good when they're able to use the Rupture and have the Blood Right and the Avalanche, like everything to control and make sure that he doesn't really do much. He's also going for Ags. He's almost there too.
And the E-Blade on Zeus definitely makes a ton of sense too, right? Like
Chalice just dead.
Very dead.
Ooh.
Well, Victoria really likes to walk into 5 heroes.
He ends up going down to Kaka. Keep seeing this happen to him.
Any toss, any moves, any takers? No one? Okay.
Yeah. Now we have the Shadow Step Bro as well. Easy kill on the Lycan. When did you think a Spectre gonna reach critical mass? How many more items?
One more, I feel like. Perhaps not critical mass in which you're winning the game, but... Wait, what does she have? Radiance and Axe, right?
Radiance, Axe, yeah.
Skadi Manta? Is that it? And you're good?
Probably. I thought in this game you might want to potentially think about a mage or like a Bloodthorn too after the Manta.
I like that too, yeah. Some
really crippled Zeus.
Something nice against him.
Where so late game there's no chance for RNG, right? Double Ravage, double Iron Storm, nothing. Nah, no chance.
That late, yeah, but they're not exactly going like double. They're not going Refresher yet for Yang.
Yeah. But the game is just gonna get harder, right? But at the same time too, if RNG wins the fight, like, they can take the base, no problem. I haven't seen Blood Rage Zeus yet though. Like they have the combo, but they haven't used that yet.
He's using it on himself most of the time, running in.
Yeah. Which I guess you kind of have to, because otherwise you're useless too.
Yeah, but I feel that I'd rather give it to Zeus.
I think so too. Like, his spell damage is gonna...
Just pop that Rupture and...
30% more. Like his ult alone did 800. That's without static field.
Looks like someone might smoke. Both of these teams are converging.
They saw it though.
Yeah.
Nice little ward in the mid lane.
Can they set something up? Do they really want to fight here even?
Wait, the Lincoln is coming on the Razor. It's not there yet.
Dispose. And there's the Unleash. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. XM already in a lot of trouble. The Blood Right's down. They've got the Chaotic Offering. The Ravage is going to be thrown over. It's on the Zeus. Somnus is dead. They bought back on the Ogre. And they bought back on the Zeus. We're going to try and go in and finish off Kaka. There's the Avalanche onto 2. Chalice trying to do as much damage as he can. He's throwing it out into the Golem. They throw the E-Blade out onto Erica. In some trouble. The tree toss on him. And Erica's in too far. Erica's gone. Has buyback. The rest of the team kind of falling. Victoria drops. And they've got a double damage available for Ghost if he wants it, with Roche coming up soon.
Yeah, with one.
They're going to keep it there until it respawns. Honestly, that could have gone so much better for VG. Like, XM just didn't wait for his Lincoln field. It was on the courier. He doesn't get ruptured, then I think they're gonna win that fight. Like, no problem.
Xiaoma.
Goodbye, Xiaoma. Oh, it's a long range one.
Was he tossed? No, he was tossed into the rebound, right? No, he wasn't. It was a long range one. Yeah.
Aetherlands.
Oh my god.
They're looking for him.
I mean, they gotta know where
he is. Do one more? Nope.
No.
And Roshan 23.
Yeah.
Yeah, they bottled the double damage. Okay.
Aren't you surprised they didn't try to run out after the both buybacks? Like, Spectre was literally just running in. Did not care whatsoever about the buybacks.
Yeah. She was going for the tiny. Didn't even get him. Didn't work.
Yeah. I gotta ask, I'm a Lincoln's hater. Do you like the Lincoln's game?
Do they have anything else to break it with? Like, they do. But versus Rupture...
They have a lot of small spells, it's a problem.
Versus Rupture, I guess, it's still pretty good. Like, what else would you get that makes sense on this Razor? Because...
Yeah, it's just a problem. Like, without AC, your entire team is at minus 11 armor.
Yeah. Without a plate mail, at least, right? Like...
Yeah. Look at the Lycan, he's almost got his AC. He has his AC already. Plus Howl, that's minus 12 armor AoE.
And he's the one getting the shard.
Armor. Yeah. Just keep the lanes in, more pressure.
That's gonna,
What do you say about the Aghanims on Bloodseeker? What are your thoughts?
It's funny if you have a friend.
Pudge friend?
Yeah.
I tried it in an unranked game once. It was fun.
That's terrible. It's actually so bad. It doesn't suit the hero at all.
It's only terrible. It kills you. Like,
yeah, it kills you more than him.
It's 7%, like 7% HP that you take. It's quite a bit.
Could be worse. Could be 10%.
It could be, yeah.
Would it make it better if it was like 7 to them, 4 to you?
Of course, it would be better.
Like, obviously it's better, but would it? Yeah. So, like, what's the percentages need to be? I guess that was a stupid
question. Would it be better?
Yeah. All right. Guy asked a stupid question more at 9.
No, but honestly, I don't quite know the numbers, because something like that can be, like, if you just tweak the numbers a little bit, it can suddenly be broken, right?
Yeah. So, like, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is what would be the most balanced.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I'm also not entirely sure, because I just have never seen it a single time. I don't actually know how terrible it is, you know? BKB Spectre. Okay, interesting. Thoughts?
Opinions?
When you said that you thought a different item build and not Manta Skadi, I thought that you might say BKB, but I don't like it way too much.
Yeah, the BKB looks a little weird.
Not only has the item itself been weakened, but...
They're looking for a fight. Oh, that could be big damage!
Could have been, but instead it's 3-man Avalanche. And they get the kill on the Yang. The Chaotic Offering comes in a little bit late. They pop the Lincolns onto XM. They're going to look over at Chalice, but the damage coming out of Xiaoma. The E-Blade thrown over. Not going to be enough to get the kill here out onto the Marcy. But eventually Ghost finds the blood right. They'll chase after Erica. They've got the Rupture.
That's Rupture?
Even with the BKB. While Erica still not in a safe spot, trying to fight Ghost 1v1. And while Kaka's kind of there, throwing a couple of right clicks. Blood right down. Ghost heals up so much once they get the kill on Erica.
Oh, that was so good from Kaka as well, right? Avalanche,
dude,
breaking.
Did you see all of them stuck up on the high ground there? If Tide blinks in there, man,
it would have been perfect. Like, that's one of those
5-man Ravage, 5-man Rock.
That's one of those fights that could have went completely.
And now it just looks like it's actually GG. Lycan, your base is gone.
God, look how fast they push.
Yeah, Lycan is not fair. I hate Lycan, man. I hate Lycan. I hate Beastmaster.
This is bottom lane as well, right? Two sides.
Yeah, it's everything. Oh, they can't get top, but...
Yeah, there's tier 2 on top lane. Maybe...
They still have Ravage, actually. They haven't used it.
Yeah, will they go for this? They should, right? At least get another set.
I don't know how comfortable Yang is anymore.
You don't want to Ravage until you've got the Spectre anyway, right?
Yeah. Now this looks like an almost impossible scenario.
Spectre no longer top net worth, not even close.
No, suddenly it's Chalice again. Who also went for BKB now, so this Lycan is gonna deal a ton of right-click damage too.
Chalice is kind of standing his ground. Ogre also got the shard, so they've got that fire shield.
I can't help but think that VG should be winning this game. They're just getting completely outplayed by RNG.
I'd be hard pressed to disagree with you, but
like with the position they were in, right? With the Spectre so rich and whatnot.
With the position that they were in, 100%. With the position that they're in right now,
that's a little bit more difficult.
yeah, it kind of ran away from you.
And by a little bit, I mean,
yeah.
Oh my God, what the hell do we do?
There's always that game in which you are the ultimate win condition, but the game just didn't go well enough, and everyone is farmed, right? Like everyone has enough items to deal with you now.
Yeah.
So the
Spectre is not
like,
tanky anymore.
Yeah. Plus the BKB, I mean, we all saw what it did in that last fight. Pretty much nothing.
Yeah. Very interesting item when you play against Blood.
Blink Avalanche comes in, Thunder God's Wrath. They're going to dispose here of Kaka. Look at the Chaotic Offering down. Look at the killing of Yang. Yang's going to buy back with the BKB pop by XM as well as Erica. They're going to try and take this fight.
Ravage.
Killing of the Tiny. They'll look over and finish off X Nova. They still have the Ravage, but they need to catch somebody with this. They'll look
what the
for
range?
the +1. There's the Ravage on it, just Chalice. But it will grant them the kill. So 3 heroes dead on the side of RNG, but a lot used there.
You see that range on the dispose?
It's, yeah. I saw it. I saw it, Black. It's normal. It's Marcy. That's what she does. Yeah. That's what she does. She does have a Blink Dagger, you know, so... Blink Dagger...
Well, what about a Seer Stone, Marcy? How does that look? Must look super funny.
She's like, you know that Gumbo guy that can extend his arms real far out?
No, but that's what I think. Like, she won't even extend the arms out. Like, she just grabs the air.
Oh, so she's like some airbender or something. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Like some Goku fan. Can't shoot a Kamehameha, but some air balls.
I guess they get the kills there, but they did buy back on Yang. No. Yeah.
The problem is he doesn't have Ravage now. So if you're RNG, you probably force a fight as soon as Lycan is up.
The good thing though is that he doesn't have buyback, so he's not gonna keep his money any longer. He's gonna buy out. Doesn't it feel like a relief sometimes? When you don't have buyback, you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy all these items. Oh yeah.
You don't have to be careful, yeah, man.
Exactly, yeah.
Like,
and then you die and lose the game.
You want to. It doesn't matter. You want to. you want to buy your items, but at the same time, you know that you have to be responsible. You know, like
exactly.
Saving for buyback is such an adult.
It's like in real life, right?
Yeah, it's
you don't want to overspend.
Like, I don't want to have savings. I just want to go vacation somewhere. You know, like.
Yeah, all day, every day.
All day, every day, exactly.
And then it's like, but the bills are coming in. All right, I'll not buy this today.
They're kicking you out of your apartment. Yeah. You're living on noodles for 2 months. You promise yourself, I'm gonna save up for buyback next time. You still don't do it. Rinse and repeat. It's a vicious cycle.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Been there, done that.
Noodles are good.
They are. Instant noodles are great.
You just gotta zhuzh it up a little bit.
You know, they're not What you know what I hate about instant noodles is false advertisement. They're not instant.
Oh, they can be. You can just eat them without water.
You can microwave them.
Yeah.
You don't have
Pretty
to
fast.
microwave them. Just
If you microwave them, they're still not instant.
just open the box and eat it. Like you can. No one is stopping you.
Instant sounds a little bit quicker than, a little bit better than soonish noodles.
Quick noodle.
Quick noodles, yeah. Quick noodle seems like a neutral item in Dota.
Quick noodle.
It actually sounds so funny though when you think about it. Yeah, what do you have for lunch? I have some quick noodles.
What would quick noodles do? What would a quick noodle neutral item do? Because
It would be 2 charges, you eat one, and your cooldowns get reduced by 5%.
okay, I like that. Some
So
reason
like royal
as well,
jelly?
right?
Yeah, a little bit of mana regen.
So it's like royal jelly but better?
No. Sure.
It won't last forever. That's what you're saying, right? It would.
Lasts for the first... Lasts for 5 minutes per charge,
Where are you
but
pulling that
lost
number
on
out
death.
there?
What if it's a new way of new type of a neutral item that can drop at any time and drops constantly? Hold that thought, Kaka.
Ravage comes in. They're going to go after X-Nova to start this one off. They've got themselves the
Hey, Ghost
rebound,
has
looking for the
no BKB.
dispose. Ghost pops the BKB, but he's on the run from XM. The damage is done. They get the kill there. They'll take out the Bloodseeker. They're going to buy back here on X-Nova as well as Ghost. They get the kill to Jama. He's going to buy back as well. They'll look over at Chalice. Chalice is by himself. Chalice fighting Yang, Erica, as well as XM. He needs some help. Here comes Victoria. Somnus moving over, maybe trying to help him out just a little bit as the damage done on a Victoria to get the kill into the Warlock feels fine enough. They'll back up towards Roche again as they...
That was a
really
great
need to
fight
get
for
this
VG.
data. But now they don't have anything.
The
They
buyback
have nothing
from
left in the
Bloodseeker.
tank for the Roche though.
They give it to Ghost, of course, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, special can't die. Special dies. GG.
Yeah, Spectre gets the kill there on Akaka. They've got themselves the Rupture. Erica gonna try and TP out of this.
No bash, no
one.
bash.
Oh, there it is. They pop the Lincolns. They have the control. They should be able to get the kill on Erica and finish off this game as he's dead for 100 seconds. But I say that XM with the static link, they've got the dispose. It's onto the Zeus.
He's got cheese,
Somnus
he's
in
got
trouble.
cheese.
Somnus, he does have buyback. Let's see if he's going to use it. There it is, immediately used. XM ends up dead. Ghost gets the kill there. He's going to buy back immediately
money.
after dying. Chalice is going to be on the run. They've got the dispose. It's right on the Chalice. They'll get the kill. They'll like it. And now they've got the Aegis out of the hands of Ghost. Ghost popping the refresher. They've got themselves the Nimbus as well as the Thunder God's Wrath. They comes down and gets the kill on a Victoria. They've got the Ultra kill on the Ghost.
Give
He's
him the
going for a Rampage. Going after Yang. The right clicks are in. He just needs one more. And it's a Rampage here for Ghost. And they'll call GG off
GG coming
that.
out.
RNG take the series 2-0 over VG in a total time of about an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, the second game at least was a little bit more competitive. Although I do feel like RNG was a little bit too relaxed in that early mid stage, giving VG a way back into the game. But the way they fought back is very commendable. I don't think they had any business winning this game after what happened in the mid game, honestly.
Yeah, they really, RNG kind of let it go, right? Like, they had their opportunity to get themselves an advantage, get themselves a lead. Ghost, still not impressed. But at the end of the day, like, it didn't exactly go the way that they would have planned. They do win it after all is said and done, but, like, that's not really the way they probably had it planned, right? Like, that was a little bit tougher than it should have been.
It was, but they still made it work.
Yeah.
I feel like when you compare these two teams, RNG is just on a slightly higher level. If you can come back in games such as this one, like Black is saying, there is no way they should. There is no way they should have been allowed to. But Yang perhaps dropping the ball a little bit, or the whole team playing a bit subpar to what we come to expect from them. But some of those ravages, if they were clutch, if they happened at the right moment, the game is completely different.
Or just a single one, even, honestly.
Yeah. Fair enough.
It was there were a lot of opportunities, but Yang always just like a tiny bit too late, like a millisecond. Suddenly the BKBs are popped, and you're like, "Hey!"
Just everybody at one time. Everybody just goes, "Hey, here we go!
Hey, Ravage, let's go!" Woo! A wave, do the wave. We got, come on. Yeah, it was a rough one. Chalice, I would say once again, just overperforming. Let's put it that way. The lane itself was horrible for him; it didn't go well. But in the game one, Nature's Prophet just piling on that pressure. In game two as well, just continuing to do the same. They need to stop giving him these tempo controlling off lanes that can also take objectives very easily.
It kind of feels like he's like the Chinese version of 33, right? Like they play like very similar heroes. Yeah. He plays like in a very similar style. Maybe, honestly, I would love to ask him if we have him on the line later. Like, do you draw inspiration from that? Because that was not at all what he used to do.
Yeah, it just is very not his old LGD kind of sacrificial days, which is something we talked about earlier. Like, it's just not the way he used to play, and he probably feels very free being able to do this, being able to play these tempo controllers, right? Like that, it's such a different style.
A bird.
Yeah, free like a bird. Now, and we'll see how long this is going to last for them. RNG looked pretty good. There was only a little bit of time where it didn't look that great for them, and it's, I guess at this point, the highlight already passed.
Yeah.
Minutes in? Yeah, because they were down 2K.
RNG is, mounting the comeback of the comeback, where they bring it back from the comeback.
This does put RNG in first at 3-1.
Let's see, Warlock TP's in. Yeah, there's definitely time to rock there. Mm-hmm. It was time to rock the Zeus.
So, yeah, as you said, RNG 3-1 now. So they're first, and it's very important for them and Aster actually to make it to that major, because they are the ones that need the DPC points to get some more Chinese teams at TI. So hopefully they don't drop the ball, because we need more Chinese representation. Right now, only one team locked in.
Yeah, and that's LGD, who will be moved down into second place. Technically, they're in second with Aster and I guess Vici and Extreme, because they all have 2 wins. And this is a big fight right here where it doesn't get the Ravage off, doesn't have buyback. The Avalanche is perfect there from Kaka.
Wait, there was the fight, right? Where there were 5 at the stairs?
Yeah. This is exactly the fight.
Oh,
he had like a millisecond to.
Yeah, exactly. It's like these really clutch moments. Who's faster? Are we faster? You faster? They're faster.
Maybe they just didn't expect. That smoke. It looked like they just wanted to pass through there. They weren't expecting.
Do you think
into them so fast?
Before it shows up, do you think Kaka's the MVP again with the way he stopped a lot of this with the Avalanches, or is it Chalice?
Chalice,
or even
should give it to Somnus this time.
Yeah, I guess Somnus too.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Ghost because he had a rampage.
Yeah,
or that.
That's how it always goes. You're 0-15, but you get a rampage at the end. Yeah, that's our MVP right there. No, but real talk. Like, I would have given it to Somnus if, like, the early game, like, it went perfect, right? But then he was just a little bit too overconfident, dropped the ball just a little bit. Chalice seemed pretty consistent overall. But then again, so did most of RNG. They just had like 1 or 2 bad fights.
Is that Roche fight? You get the Aegis in the hands of RNG on this one with the Refresher. Refresher obviously coming in clutch in that last fight as well.
Yeah. In this fight, they tried to ferry over the cheese to Zeus as he was dying. After this, after they take Roche and take a fight here. But it didn't work. He still dies buybacks. So nice attempt from them.
Refresher, cheese picked up by Chalice.
Yeah. He's gonna give it to Zeus in this fight.
And then anything but a bash, please, please, please.
And that's always when a bash happens, of course. Spectre actually needed 300 gold for buyback. Because of the kill they get on Somnus, he gets enough money for buyback.
Plus 678 among 3 heroes. Like, wow. Okay. That's a lot of gold. Yeah, seriously.
I actually thought VG was going to win this fight, but look at the Zeus damage suddenly on the Spectre. Just goes boom. And he's dead.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, Ghost just right-clicking out of control, too, and he gets the rampage. And
Rampage.
The rampage. Yeah.
Rampage de Bratsica.
Sure. I have no idea what you said, but sure, I'll agree with it. There you go. I thought it was a good performance from Ghost at the tail end, because he was behind early in that game, right? Like, that wasn't exactly the best first half performance from him overall. So it felt maybe a little bit lacking from Ghost in the early stage, which is something that he probably has to clean up. But overall, I think Somnus is still playing that guy who's the playmaker for them, getting a lot done early. At one point in that game, I'm pretty sure he was like 7-0-2, which was kind of nuts. And from there, like, they had the lead. They didn't give it up too much. And things worked out for RNG to take the 2-0 over Vici. I'm not sure if we're ready for the interview yet, but we do have one coming up.
Around the corner.
Around the corner. I'm going to assume production. You can tell me if I'm right or not. We do have an interview with X Nova, which should be a fun one. But 1 minute is what I'm being told. Right? So that's honestly what I was wondering. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Now, hopefully we'll get to the questions in there. We'll get some answers. Hopefully he won't be playing a pub like Somnus.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a translation, but he definitely will understand.
First question you need to ask, are you currently in-game?
Yeah, that's what I'm definitely going to ask, and we're going to get into this interview right now. Let's introduce X Nova into the interview. X Nova, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. How do you feel after this victory?
Great, I guess.
Great, I guess. All right. I feel like it's 2-0 win. Pretty simple victory for you guys. I know Somnus, when we interviewed him, he was in game. Are you currently queuing for one right now?
I'm watching replay right now, actually. I'll just stop it.
So in that second game, you guys had like one or two fights that kind of put it back maybe a little bit in favor for Vici. Did you guys as a group ever feel like the game was out of your grasp? Was it ever a lot of pressure coming out when you got towards that mid game in that second one?
We actually had quite a good lead in front, but a few sloppy mistakes that we had a fight at our jungle area. We threw back quite a little. But against their heavy cooldown lineup, I think we still need to force something out of it. That's not in power of the timing of Roshan and something. So losing a few heroes against their lineup is actually quite good for us, because we have a very good advantage for the next fight. So as long as we got the Roshan in control and we managed to burst one of their cores, then I think it's good enough.
Yeah, it looked like you guys had everything kind of storybooked, ready to go. You've played with Chalice quite a bit. Does it feel like to him or even to you that his playstyles kind of changed from the days from LGD, where it felt like his lane was a lot more sacrificial?
Depends on what the team needs from him. I think our playstyle is still kind of similar. There's nothing much change about it.
Okay. Lizard, Black, you guys got any questions for X Nova?
Mm-hmm. You want to go ahead first?
Yeah, sure. Long time since Twitter DM interviews, by the way, X Nova. Congrats on win.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, how is it to play with Kaka? How does it differ from other position 4s? How much does he bring to you, actually? Like, how much are you learning anything from this experience?
I'm definitely learning a lot from him in terms of his reading of the game, and also makes a lot of important calls, and he's very clear-minded most of the time. So he plays a very big role in our team, whereas I think I don't really do that much in terms of his roles in the team. So I'm actually kind of learning from him, since he have been playing so long and have so many good results also.
Yeah. And what about Vici Gaming? Did they do something to you guys so you decide to win versus them in an hour, or is it just like any other game?
Nah, it's just the same, I guess.
Thanks. That's great. That's it from me, Black. You can.
Did you guys or rather, do you watch other regions at all? And do you draw inspiration on their strategies and their gameplay? Because what I see quite a bit, Tundra is doing a lot of crazy stuff, and you guys are also starting to get out there with your drafts. There's the Zeus Bloodseeker opening, very reminds me a lot of them.
Yeah, we do watch a lot of mostly Europe games where they prioritize Zeus, heroes like Zeus, Marcy, and stuff. So we are kind of learning from it and working out around from it.
Okay, cool.
Lanham in an interview said that a lot of teams are taking inspiration off of LGD's style. Would you agree with that, or is it kind of is that overplayed? Do you think it's just everybody just copies LGD, or is it more so just what they fall back on? Is there anything more to that you want to maybe add to? Is that what you think's going on?
We do learn a lot from them also. Just as long as you copy them, I don't think there's any wrong with that.
Okay, fair enough. I guess last question. What's after a victory, what's the go-to meal? What's the one thing that feels the best to eat after a victory?
Hot pot.
I'll prefer BBQ, I guess.
Fair enough. Black, you seem disappointed with that answer.
Yeah, most Chinese players
China,
say,
then I'll get hot pot.
That's because you're from Malaysia. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that fact. Okay, that makes sense.
You guys have any more questions before we let Xnova go?
Let him go watch his replays, man. Come on, he's on a timer.
Yeah, we don't want to disturb their practice too much. Congratulations on your win again. Talk to you again soon, hopefully.
And we'll let you go, Xnova. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. Cool. Woo! So it feels like they've got a lot of confidence coming out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, boys, but that was our first English-Chinese interview, right?
I think so.
Or did we have some in the past and other seasons?
Maybe Xnova in different seasons, but I think that was our first.
Yeah, probably Xnova in a different season as well.
So it's always him carrying the English community in China. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. What can you do? Whoa!
It was honestly, it was kind of weird.
Right in the forehead, dude. Yeah, so go ahead. I'm good.
No, it felt kind of weird interviewing in English, right? It just is not what I'm used to. I'm used to Marshall taking my question. Yeah. I was waiting for him to say everything I was saying.
It's so easy with him. It's so easy with Marshall as well, right? You just throw some random bunch of words and you're like, here you go, translate that, make it into a good question, whatever.
I almost wasn't ready for an English interview. I was so confused on what to do. I was waiting to, like you said, waiting to hear his voice. That's all I wanted.
What do you guys think about what do you guys think about the replay already being open?
It's the grind.
I'm very surprised it uploaded that fast. Whenever I want to watch a replay, it takes 10 minutes. I don't know what kind of technology he's using, but I'm going to steal it.
Black, that's the true sign that you are washed, because there are some
my replays take longer to load.
Yeah. All the pro players get that Insta replay, but
I'm going to ask every time we have an interview now, I'm going to ask every player, how long do your replays take to load? I will ask literally everybody. Everybody will think I'm stupid, which I am, but they don't know that. And then we have to answer that, okay? If they say 5 to 10 minutes, I'll be like, you're washed, bro.
Okay.
So
fair enough. They get the pro player treatment with the replays. And if you guys want to watch the replays while we're on break, you can certainly do so. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break before we get to the next series. So, download a replay, get yourself a snack, but then come on back. because we've got more Dota to come in a little under an hour. So we'll see you guys then, and take care. We'll be back.
你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。